Chapter 5299. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation outside since he came back. There was not much news about what had happened over there. Perhaps they could not do anything about it. Therefore they could not let the news spread. It would have a great impact on them. Especially those gods' forged stones. They were all taken away by a young man in a black robe. That was the most frustrating thing. If it was something else, then they wouldn't care. But if it was this matter, then they wouldn't be able to stand on their feet. Everything had been taken away. It was like a slap in the face. And they did not know who had taken it away. There were probably many people secretly searching for information about him. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. They could take whatever they wanted. If they wanted to take revenge on him, he would be happy to fight them. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei never went out again. Apart from cultivating his primordial spirit, he did not do anything else at that time. 9 of his primordial spirits were very powerful. Their bodies were extremely strong. They had reached the peak of the eternal body level. That was the help of the purified gods' forged stones. The effect was extraordinary. As for the others, their cultivation progress was also very fast. Especially Chu Qingqing, who had cultivated several main primordial spirits. Of course, she did not have as many as Lin Fei. She had only cultivated 6 of them. 6 primordial spirits. With a lot of resources, each of them had achieved the eternal body level. Her cultivation time was relatively fast, which was beyond his expectation. As for the others, their cultivation time was a lot slower. They were in good spirits. As long as their primordial spirits reached the eternal level, their combat power would be greatly improved. Naturally, no one would be able to fight against them. They might not feel anything before they tried it. But after trying to cultivate this accelerated version of the primordial spirit, and with the help of the gods' forged stones, they realized what real cultivation was. It was like riding a rocket. Everyone started to cultivate more seriously. Chu Qingqing made a ranking list. Only those who reached a certain rank could get more gods' forged stones to cultivate. All of a sudden, it greatly boosted their motivation. There was no one who didn't have expectations for this. Now they finally had the chance to fight for this resource. The most leisurely one was Lin Fei. There was almost nothing to do. Even if there was nothing to be concerned about. Other than keeping an eye on the situation outside, he also cultivated his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit soon reached its limit, and it was difficult for him to break through again. Unless it had a large amount of these divine forging stones. If he had such a large amount of God-forged stones, his body would naturally become extremely powerful. His words now seemed to be a drop in the bucket for him. This was not the first time he had drunk this stuff. Quite a lot of time had passed since the beginning. He knew better than anyone that this God-forging stone was about time for him to use it. Fortunately, Lin Fei had more or less forged his 9 primordial spirits, and his strength was incomparably strong. Even in a fight, a single nascent divinity could take on 1 or 2 Eternals. As for pinnacle existences, the 9 of them could suppress at least a dozen pinnacle existences. As for ordinary ones, there was no need to mention them, they could be killed instantly. That was the difference. So many God-forging stones were eaten for nothing. Naturally, there was an effect. He could even raise these bodies to the pinnacle of the eternal realm, and a very perfect one at that. Unlike ordinary Eternals, there was still a long way to go before they could truly take that step. Lin Fei's primordial spirit was in place. Unfortunately, he couldn't reach the God-fiend body. Otherwise, Lin Fei would be even stronger. After using the reincarnation primordial spirit formation, it would be even easier to suppress the other party's strength. This would take a long time. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Until this morning, a figure arrived in front of the Great Void Sect. Chapter 5300. Just like that, a figure appeared in front of the Great Void Sect. Even though it had only been 5 years, the moment this figure arrived, he immediately felt that person's presence. In fact, he could even feel that this person's strength seemed to have become even stronger than before. In other words, the God-forging stones were all taken by this guy. It was indeed very strange. "I'm here." Luolan's words weren't very loud, but he knew that he would definitely know. Lin Fei, who was drinking tea in the courtyard. actually sensed that someone was coming over from the start. It was a familiar voice. Then, he opened his heaven's eye and saw a familiar figure. Who else could it be other than Luolan? He was quite surprised. Did something happen again? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything. In the past few years, the entire universe had been quite quiet, and there hadn't been much commotion. Even though those people were quite interested in the god-forging stones, after knowing that they had all been taken, there was nothing else. They had all seen how powerful it was, not to mention that there was still the Thunderbolt Immortal. The Thunderlord had already run over to the Great Void sect. He had become an expert in charge. Lin Fei had grasped the heart of Thunderbolt, so naturally he was extremely strong in the Tao of Thunder. After giving the Thunder Lord some pointers, his strength had increased by quite a bit. He was now the #1 expert here, second only to him. Even Chu Qingqing's strength was a bit lower than his. There really wasn't a difference without comparison. Lin Fei's figure appeared at the entrance of the Great Void sect. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come. I'm quite surprised. Come in and have a seat in my courtyard. His figure flashed. He came to the courtyard. This was Lin Fei's favorite courtyard. It wasn't big, but it was quiet. The people from the Great Void sect knew that no one would come here. Congratulations, Dao friend Lin. Your strength has increased once again. You're even more terrifying than before. I'm afraid you'll become the #1 expert in the entire universe. Luolan could feel that Lin Fei's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It seemed like he had gained quite a bit. He could even feel that Lin Fei's body actually had a bit of the power of lightning. This trace of lightning seemed to be self-contained. In other words, he had definitely obtained a powerful lightning treasure. It was extremely likely to be the legendary lightning core. Only by obtaining this item would one be able to obtain a huge improvement in the aspect of lightning. It could also be said to be a one-step achievement. Luolan could clearly see such a difference in strength at a glance. I was just lucky to obtain a Thunderbolt core. Fortunately, no one seems to care about this. Lin Fei said casually. Luolan had guessed correctly. It really was the Thunderbolt core. This was truly a top-notch item. He didn't expect it to be said so casually. Then I'm even more glad that I came to find you in person. Lin Fei was quite surprised that Luolan could come over. Compared to before, this person's strength had indeed changed quite a bit. It seemed that his injuries had recovered quite a bit, but not completely. Absolute Heaven Palace, a very special valley. There is a special existence there that is about to mature. I hope that Dao friend Lin can help me. Ever since he went to the primordial lands, Lin Fei knew that there were quite a number of primordial lands in this universe. It was just that some were famous while some were not. Now Luolan threw out such a piece of news. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Everything was within his expectations. There was nothing strange or surprising about it. If Dao friend Lin is willing to help me, then I'll give you something that you can't imagine. Lin Fei laughed. Do you really think that if you give me something I will help you? I'm not that kind of person. Not everything can move me. What about this thing? 7017K. Chapter 5301. Luolan really took out something. This thing seemed to have shocked Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't seem to care at first, but in the blink of an eye he changed a lot. This thing really made him feel quite surprised. Just like what was said, Lin Fei was not interested in ordinary things, especially at this time. However, he really couldn't resist this thing. This was the existence of a fragment. This fragment was the fragment of the gate of the immortal realm that Lin Fei had been longing for. He had never thought that he would actually appear here. This was the most unbelievable thing to him. Everything else was fine, but when it came to the gate of the world of immortals, things were completely different. At the very least, Lin Fei could feel that this was a fragment of the immortal realm. It floated in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei held it in his hand and compared it to make sure it was real. It was quite unexpected. You found something that surprised me. Luolan smiled. I knew you were interested in this thing. As long as you help me get the thing inside, I'll tell you where this fragment came from. Lin Fei had always been very interested in going up there, but it wasn't easy to go up there. His current strength was also constantly accumulating, but he knew that it would not be easy to break through that barrier. Just look at Luolan and you'll know, so you have to find another way. What kind of method was that? It was to create a gate of the immortal realm for teleportation. He had finally arrived at the so-called immortal world. Looks like I have no choice but to help you this time. However, are you sure this thing can really find the complete thing? You have to make it clear to me. I'm not that easy to fool. Just this fragment alone was enough to make Lin Fei interested. If he couldn't see the actual thing, Lin Fei wouldn't believe it. He needed to know the specifics of the situation. I think you should know what it is. This is the so-called gate of the immortal realm. I happen to know where one of the complete fragments is. These are scattered around. Most of the fragments are here. You definitely won't be disappointed. But that place is very dangerous. You can go in alone, so I won't accompany you. Luolan said. This thing is really rare. I think you should know what it is. This is the so-called gate of the immortal realm. Since he had said so, Lin Fei was very sure. One of the immortal realm fragments that couldn't be found was in a mysterious place in this universe. It just so happened that Luolan knew about it. Even if it wasn't in this universe, it was in another universe. As long as he obtained it, Lin Fei would have 2 fragments of the gate of the immortal realm. This could be considered a great gain. After all, only the gate of the immortal realm could interest him. I hope it's as you said. Then, are we going to the Absolute Heaven Palace that you mentioned? This place was also a land of the ancients. Just by looking at the name, one could tell that it must have been extraordinary in the past. It was very dangerous now. If it was another person, Luolan definitely wouldn't be able to get it. But with Lin Fei it was completely different. There was a 70 to 90% chance that they would be able to get their hands on it, and this was already a low probability. As long as Lin Fei went, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Then thank you, Taoist Lin. This is the location and location. I will give it to you in advance. I trust you quite a bit. Luolan was very straightforward. He directly threw all the location to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took a glance and remembered the location. It was indeed not in this side of the universe. In another universe. This universe didn't seem to be simple. It seemed to have some background. 7017K. Chapter 5302. Even Luolan was willing to give him the coordinates of this location without any hesitation. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be stingy. Thus he instructed. Then, he left the Great Void sect with Luolan. This time they were going to a different universe. This universe was quite huge and of course this place wasn't easy to find. However, Luolan was quite familiar with this place. She acted as a guide along the way. In front of us is the entrance to the Absolute Heaven Palace. Doesn't it feel different? That black mist is a huge danger. Without a certain level of strength, one won't be able to pass through. Inside the black mist is where the Absolute Heaven Palace is. I wonder if anyone came to fight for it this time. For a place like this, Luolan didn't dare guarantee that she was the only one who knew about it. Maybe someone else would come. Actually, there were already people outside investigating the situation. Look over there are already many people studying the black mist. I think their strength is average, so the news should have spread. 2 months passed. Finally, they arrived near the Absolute Heaven Palace. The moment they arrived, Lin Fei saw a few figures. After investigating those figures, he also noticed Luolan and Lin Fei, who had just arrived. However, he didn't pay much attention to them. Usually many people would come to a place like this. Even if this place was too dangerous, people with a certain level of strength would still come here right away. The people investigating were just average. Luolan and Lin Fei charged into the black mist. This black mist was indeed very permeable. In an instant, it was like it ignored everything. It directly pierced through. Even Lin Fei's god-demon body showed a slight difference at this moment. It actually seemed like it was being pierced through. Luolan took out a treasure and formed a strong defense. Even though it had a strong defense, it was still penetrated quite a bit. Then he heard Luolan's voice. The strongest effect of this black mist is that it can penetrate anything. No matter how strong the defense is, it will still be able to penetrate. If we continue from here, we will have to withstand the attacks of this penetrating power. Lin Fei was quite surprised. This kind of infiltration power was indeed quite strong. Even a god-fiend body could seep in, but after that, its strength would be significantly weaker. The area covered by the black fog was quite large. Apart from the two of them, they soon saw other people. All of them took out their treasures. There weren't many like Lin Fei who relied on his body to travel through. This made them remember God in an instant. It seems that the thing you want this time won't be so easy to get. The news should have spread completely. These people have all charged into the black fog. At the beginning, Lin Fei knew that this thing might not be so easy to obtain. Otherwise, Luolan wouldn't have pulled him over. Now that he looked at it, it really was the case. There should be a lot of experts here. These experts definitely knew a lot of information. Luolan really had to count himself in to get this thing. Otherwise, the probability would only be 50-50. To say that it was 50% was already considered polite. In fact, it was only about 20% to 20%. The deeper they went in, the penetrating power of the black fog was even greater. Luolan even changed a few treasures during this period of time before he passed through this area. More and more cracks appeared on Lin Fei's body. He had also underestimated how powerful it was. Whoosh! Finally, he passed through the black fog. Took him a long time. When he came out, a huge palace appeared in front of him. It floated in the sky. Then, the vast divine light was incomparably resplendent. It protected the palace tightly. Even before he got close to the palace, Lin Fei could feel how powerful the divine light was. After passing through the black fog, it was just the beginning. The true danger was inside. It was indeed quite different. One look and he knew that it was very powerful and terrifying. Chapter 5303. When they first saw it, they felt that the divine light was extremely bright and unusual. In the next second, Luolan and Lin Fei experienced the terrifying attack of the divine light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a cold light and left many wounds on their bodies. Most importantly, they couldn't even react in time. It landed on their bodies. No defense seemed to be able to withstand the attack of the divine light. Luolan was also caught off guard by the attack. Then he took out his treasure. I heard that this is the so-called holy attack. It's very powerful and mysterious. I didn't believe it in the past, but now I'm completely convinced. These holy attacks can indeed ignore all defenses and hit the body directly. Holy attack. What a majestic name. Lin Fei experienced it himself. The god-fiend body was very strong, but at this moment, it really couldn't withstand the attack of the divine light. It was indeed filled with a holy aura. And this holy attack seemed to be able to ignore some defenses and hit the body directly. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen such an attack. No wonder Luolan cared so much about this place. Looks like this will be a new test. However, I am still capable of enduring this godly light. Lin Fei came in front of Luolan. Follow behind me. That way you can avoid a lot of the holy attacks. Then he sent out punch after punch. This punch caused a small part of the void in front of him to be affected, creating a state of chaos. Lin Fei followed him. When Luolan saw this, his eyes lit up. This was a good technique. Instantly he felt a lot more relaxed. If it was any other technique, he might feel a little better. But this technique was different. It really made Luolan feel at ease. It wasn't as bad as he imagined. That was it. He approached the palace without stopping. The palace wasn't too far away, but it wasn't too near either. However, not everyone could withstand these attacks. Hua hua hua. Wave after wave of attacks came over. No matter who it was, they could feel that these attacks were different. Lin Fei opened up a path in front of them. This further proved the strength of the god-fiend body. He was even more thankful that he had a god-fiend body. The god-fiend body wasn't considered the strongest, but it didn't seem too troublesome for him to deal with ordinary situations. Lin Fei wanted to sign in, but he was still hesitant. He decided to go inside and sign in again. Divine attack was indeed quite different. If he could master it, the difference would be huge. He had just grasped the Thunderbolt core. The might of the Thunderbolt core could be imagined. If he added a divine attack, it would be even more penetrative. This divine attack indeed contained penetrative power. Lin Fei could feel it clearly. But in the end he rejected this idea. What if there was something good inside? It would be a waste to sign in like that. Finally he passed through the divine light. They arrived at the palace. At this time, there were already many people in the plaza of the palace. These people were not very young, and their gazes were very cold. His gaze landed directly on Luolan and Lin Fei. The famous holy daughter of the celestial sect actually came here? That's quite rare. A silhouette silently spread out. It fell into everyone's ears. Following that, everyone's gaze landed on him. Their gazes landed on Lin Fei and Luo Lan. So someone recognized Luo Lan. It also made many people feel different. The celestial sect of God ordainment was terrifying. If they met the celestial sect of God ordainment, it would be even more different. They would be directly crushed. The holy daughter of the celestial sect of God ordainment was even more different. It seemed like she also felt that something was going to happen here. The information was even more accurate. Chapter 5304. Once someone spoke up, everyone's attention fell on Luo Lan. The celestial sect's name was extremely famous. It was considered a special existence in the past. However, they didn't expect it to appear here. Everyone's gaze paused on Luo Lan for a moment before turning to Lin Fei. Since this person could come with Luo Lan, his background definitely wasn't simple. Everyone was on their guard. The person who spoke just now was a middle-aged man. This man didn't look like much, but his eyes were filled with hatred. One look and one could tell what was going on. He definitely wasn't someone who was easy to talk to. It seems like you're in a lot of trouble before you even enter. Lin Fei smiled. Luo Lan also knew what was going on. The person who spoke just now is a sect leader. I didn't expect him to be here too. It seems like he's trying to attract everyone's attention. When the time comes, it will be much easier for him to take things. Luo Lan didn't say specifically, but Lin Fei could definitely tell. That person was indeed filled with hatred. This also caused the people who came in one after another to know about Luo Lan. They also knew that he was from the so-called celestial sect. No one was willing to be the first to make a move. They all knew how terrifying the celestial sect was, so they were very careful. Unless someone made a move first, they definitely wouldn't make a move. Subconsciously, they would treat Luo Lan as a strong competitor. After all, the celestial sect wasn't a joke. Lin Fei's attention wasn't on them. Instead, it was on a place not far in front. The place not far in front was indeed a little unusual. None of them went over at all. There were many corpses lying on the ground. They didn't know how long they had been dead. Some of them could even clearly see how they died. After passing the 2 trials outside, they thought that they would be able to sleep peacefully inside. Now it seemed like they were thinking too much. The danger inside was the real danger. If they were to barge in now, they might suffer a huge loss. Other than the corpses, everyone saw many things left on the ground. These things were all treasures. They looked extraordinary. They were even shining brightly. But so far no one was willing to go. There were already a few new people lying on the outermost area. He didn't need to guess to know that they were also here for the same thing. As a result, he realized that the air inside was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Therefore, it became a warning to the future generations. That should be the so-called divine light. It's the same as the divine attack outside. I heard that this light is also very terrifying. Luo Lan said from the side. Lin Fei also felt the power of these lights. It was indeed similar to the divine attacks outside. It was indeed very powerful. Could it be that the thing you want is in here? It seems that this place is indeed full of dangers. It won't be easy to barge through. Even this kind of method can be used. It seems that there must have been a powerful existence here in the past, and he must have cultivated a divine cultivation method. Lin Fei had more or less found some clues. This clue was not simple at all. He was also extremely curious about the divine cultivation method. He believed that Luo Lan should more or less know something about it. You are right. This person has indeed cultivated a special divine cultivation method. I heard that this divine cultivation method is a cultivation method from the upper realm, which is the so-called immortal realm. It isn't a cultivation method created in our universe. It was actually from the upper realm. That was completely different. No wonder it was filled with a divine aura. In front of the divine aura, any kind of attack seemed to be much weaker. Lin Fei was a little enlightened. This should have been the work of a big shot. Otherwise, there was no way he could have created such a divine cultivation method. Chapter 5305. Whoosh! Whoosh! A figure dashed forward. This experience made him realize what it meant to be holy and terrifying. The holy light was extinguished by him in an instant. Everyone present saw it clearly. When the holy light bloomed, they all felt the invincibility of the holy light. It was true that whoever went would have to bear the sacred light. In that instant, if they couldn't bear it, they couldn't bear it anymore. If they could bear it, they would naturally be able to bear it. They could still see the subtle changes clearly. Lin Fei saw it clearly too. The holy light was indeed terrifying. If he went up, not only would he have to activate his godfiend body, but he would also have to use the thunderbolt heart to strengthen himself. That way he would be able to bear it. Otherwise there would be no chance. Only by using the thunderbolt heart to resist the holy light would he be able to bear it with the godfiend body. Lin Fei already had a plan in mind. However, he didn't plan to give it a try yet. The surrounding people were all pondering over it. They looked like they were eyeing their prey. More people's gazes fell on him and Luo Lan, the invisible potential opponents. My thing is inside. It's not easy to take it, but they can't enter. That's a relief. Luo Lan's strength had indeed recovered a little, and her injuries had also recovered a little. However, it wasn't easy for her to pass through the holy light. There should be strong and weak holy lights. Let's just wait here, Luo Lan replied. Luo Lan replied, if I remember correctly, there should be 9 checkpoints from here. This should be the first checkpoint. Only after passing through the 9 checkpoints can we reach the innermost area. However, after each checkpoint there will be some rewards. This was Luo Lan's unique secret. She told Lin Fei about it. Lin Fei felt that this place was quite interesting. There were actually 9 checkpoints. Then which checkpoint is your thing in? Not to mention the 9 checkpoints, it's not a simple thing. I suddenly feel like I've accepted the wrong task. For a fragment of the gate of the immortal realm, I have to go so far and pass 9 checkpoints. It's really not worth it. Lin Fei also teased. You're right. That thing of mine is behind these 9 checkpoints. If you want to pass, you have to do me a favor. In any case, I've already given you everything. You can't be lazy about it. Luo Lan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course he knew fellow Taoist Lin's temper. Since he had made a promise, he would not go back on his word. I was just complaining. With just one look, one could tell that the 9 checkpoints weren't going to be easy. If they could get through, it would be a completely different story. Are we going to wait here or go there directly? I have a certain level of confidence. Lin Fei had a certain degree of confidence in this first checkpoint. Wasn't it just the holy light? If he really signed in, he felt that it was very likely that he would be able to obtain these holy means. It was indeed quite unusual to use holy means to form a checkpoint. At the very least, this holy means was a unique attack method. Not everyone could block it. Not to mention Luo Lan, who was more familiar with this holy means. He was one of the clearest. If you don't want more people to come, I think it's better to go in now. I think more people have come in. It seems that everyone knows a lot about this place. I just don't know if the information they know overlaps with yours. Lin Fei said again. Luo Lan also noticed that there were figures behind him. They seemed to be coming over. This wasn't good news. The more people that came in, the more it proved that everyone wanted to pass this checkpoint and obtain the things inside. As for whether they had reached the end of the 9th checkpoint, it was unknown. Anyway, it wasn't a good thing that they came. I'll listen to you. Let's go in now. Chapter 5306. Everyone present was indeed looking at the barrier in front of them. It would take them a while to figure out how to get in. Of course, there were also people who were curious about what Luo Lan and this young man would do. This was the House of Immortals and not some other organization. It was a unique entity that had even suppressed the House of God ordainment in the past. All of a sudden, they watched as the two of them charged toward the holy light. As soon as they entered, holy light filled the air. Then the black-robed young man unleashed a fist strike. The holy light in front of them collapsed for a moment. In a short time, quite a few people had entered. It was quite a surprise to them. This young man really was an expert, and he was so strong that they couldn't help but be astonished. His opponent had unleashed the power of lightning, and the bolts of lightning instantly shook the divine light. Although he could only shake a small part of it, he was still able to block a lot of its power. Most importantly, they could tell that this black-robed young man was incredibly strong. He was so strong that it was almost inconceivable. Things like this were very rare. Luo Lan had already given them a lot of pressure. Now that another one had appeared, They naturally felt that something was amiss. That brat's body is so strong. I can't believe he can withstand the holy light. And it doesn't seem like it's doing much damage to him. He's definitely going to be a tough nut to crack. With this, everyone could feel that this guy was different from the others. He was definitely putting a lot of pressure on them. If Luolan was already like that, then this black-robed young man would be even more difficult to deal with. People like that weren't easy to provoke or even deal with. At any other time they might be able to ignore it, but now they were feeling the pressure. They couldn't wait for the two of them to die in the holy light. If they did, they would be able to get a lot of treasures. It was a good idea, but they quickly realized that it wasn't a good idea. The man and the woman continued to charge forward. In front of them was the black-robed young man. Behind him was Luolan. Luolan had even taken out a treasure, which made for a perfect match. They were getting closer and closer. When they saw what was happening, they felt even more envious. They exchanged glances. Instead, a few figures rushed in with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, they encountered the holy light. Even they could barge in. Then why couldn't he get past it? But when he came in, he realized that the divine light was very, very powerful. In an instant, it hit their bodies. They didn't even have time to react and died on the spot. Only one of them managed to escape in a sorry state, but he was also seriously injured. Lin Fei could naturally feel the gazes of the people behind him. They were indeed envious. Of course, there were also all kinds of jealousy. Many people were probably cursing him. However, this had nothing to do with him. Lin Fei punched out again and again. The lightning could indeed shake the divine light. The divine light was indeed very strong. His all-out lightning attack was actually suppressed by a large part of it. Fortunately, it was enough to shake it. In addition, he was charging at the front, so the pressure on Luolan, who was at the back, was greatly reduced. At the very least, he would be able to pass through it easily. The area covered by the divine light wasn't very big. Only a few thousand meters. It was just a distance of a few thousand meters, but many experts had perished here. Along the way, Lin Fei saw some treasures lying inside. However, they were all damaged. Even Lin Fei didn't like them, much less Luolan. In the blink of an eye, the two of them entered the palace after the first checkpoint. This was considered a relatively big palace. There were many balls of light floating in the palace, but there weren't many of them. They were shiny. There were people observing the light seriously. It was obvious that they were looking for treasures here. Suddenly, a person reached out to grab a ball of light. However, the ball of light instantly turned into a human shadow. A blade slashed over. That person couldn't react in time and was sent flying. Then the shadow returned to its original state. Chapter 5307. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this layer of light could actually turn into shadows. These shadows also had very strong attacks. For example, the attack of the shadow just now was very powerful. It was an eternal attack. The blade technique also contained a different kind of attack. This was also the reason why the other party couldn't withstand it. When Luolan and Lin Fei came in, some people inside noticed them. The sacred light outside was not so easy to break through. This layer blocked most of the people. The treasures behind this level seemed to be ordinary. Being able to transform into a human form and erupt with such power, it was even more different. Blade technique. There is definitely a powerful blade technique inside. It's mine. You don't have to fight with me for it. A tall and sturdy figure came over. After this person came over, he turned the two blades in his hands into attacks and directly attacked the light. The light came out again. Like a shadow, it also launched a blade technique attack. After the two sides collided, this burly man suppressed the attack of the light. The light then landed on his hand, effortlessly. It was even stronger than the previous person. After this person got the light, he laughed loudly. He casually put away the blade technique. The others were full of envy when they saw this scene. Not many people went over to fight for this blade technique. The other party was also someone who used two blades. Being able to use two blades meant that he was exceptionally strong. Especially in this place, any one of them was at least an eternal level expert. Luolan sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei. The light here should be formed by the treasures. This is a big move. Not everyone can come to this place. If you are interested, you can take a look and see what's inside the light. Lin Fei had already seen what was going on. The treasures here were really interesting. They could even transform into shadows to attack. For example, the attack just now was a blade technique. There was a fist technique in the distance. This fist technique was Genesis Splitter. This fist seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. It contained a terrifying blow. That person also had a hard time resisting, which made Lin Fei even more curious. Who was the one who created this place? Then do you know who built this place? Could it really have been done by a divine expert? That's just too powerful. It's definitely a top-class expert, and it might even be a top-class expert. In the past, Lin Fei had heard about it from Luo Lan, so he had some idea in his heart. But now that he saw that these treasures could transform into light balls, things were even more different. I remember that this place was created by someone called the Holy Magnate. Luo Lan did know some things, but he didn't dare to say too much at this time. He wasn't sure if he was right or not. The divine attacks here were obvious to all. I'm not interested in these things. Let's just go to the last few floors. The last few floors are where the good stuff is. Let them fight over these things. Lin Fei laughed. There was a door in the distance, but there was no one around it. Everyone was fighting over these things. It was obvious that this floor was even more powerful than the previous ones. Luo Lan was quite impressed with Lin Fei. Since he was not interested in these things, it seemed that he had a lot of things in his hands. Two figures quickly arrived in front of the door. This floor also had divine light, but this divine light seemed to have something else added to it. It felt very mysterious. I'll be the vanguard. You just stay behind me. The divine light in the first few floors isn't that strong. At most, it'll increase by 10 to 20%. I can still handle it. Lin Fei laughed and directly rushed in. Luo Lan followed. Many people noticed Luo Lan and the black-robed young man. They didn't take anything and directly went to the next floor. My goodness, he's way too confident. Normal people wouldn't have the confidence to go through. Chapter 5308. The divine attacks here were indeed much more powerful than before. Even though Lin Fei was able to endure it all the way, he felt some pressure when he reached the fourth level. The second and third floors didn't have much of a difference. The fourth floor was a completely different story. At least Lin Fei could feel it clearly. Luo Lan was the same. He had underestimated the holy attacks. Lin Fei didn't touch any of the treasures on the first two levels. Luo Lan was the same. She didn't touch any of them. To her, these treasures weren't that big of a deal. Only the treasures at the later levels were interesting to her. Suddenly, Luo Lan took out a pearl. As soon as the pearl was taken out, it emitted a resplendent light, resisting the sacred light. However, Luo Lan's consumption rate became quite high. I thought that I would have to use this treasure in the later levels. Now I realize that I was thinking too much. I can only use it now. Lin Fei could sense that this treasure was different from the others the moment he used it. It had the ability to counter holy attacks. It was really extraordinary. Who knew where Luo Lan got it from? No wonder it consumed a lot of energy. This was the nemesis of holy attacks. It was called darkness. Lin Fei did feel the power of darkness from the pearl. The power of darkness was different from what he had imagined. It was unbelievable. He passed the fourth level, the fifth level, and when he reached the sixth level, Luo Lan couldn't take it anymore, so Lin Fei took the pearl. He continued to use it. However, he could feel that it consumed a lot of energy. It was like a bottomless pit, endless. When he reached the seventh level, Luo Lan could only stay behind Lin Fei. Lin Fei could hold on. Continue. Eighth and ninth level. The last two levels didn't have much pressure. Lin Fei could still take it. When he reached the ninth level, he realized that it was really quiet. It was different from the others. There were no treasures at all. This meant that this was the last level. Instead, three figures appeared here. It was unknown how long these three figures had been here. Suddenly, three pairs of eyes immediately looked over. In an instant, flying swords, flying daggers. Adding on the fact that there was an imprint, he immediately came over. Without any hesitation, he immediately called out to Lin Fei and Luo Lan. These three attacks were quite domineering and quite different from the others. Lin Fei could clearly sense it. It was clear that the three of them were veteran top-notch experts, and they seemed to be on par with Shen Tianqi. Most importantly, it was quite unusual for them to be able to make it this far. Luolan also recognized the three of them at first glance. So it's the Origin Mountain's three titans. After all, Luolan knew more people than Lin Fei. Therefore, he recognized them at a glance. These three were the famous Origin Mountain's Big Three. He actually came to the 9th floor at this time. This method of attack was indeed quite powerful. The three attacks actually formed three different directions, separating all the possible routes. It was a killing move that was wide open. So it's Luolan from the Immortal Sect. No wonder you recognized us at a glance. I didn't expect you to come to this floor. All the more reason why I can't tolerate you. One of the white-haired old men recognized Luolan's background at a glance. As a result, his attacks became even more powerful. Needless to say, the two beside him also understood Luolan. This kind of person was indeed not easy to deal with. In an instant the attacks came over, and they were even more ferocious than before. As for Lin Fei, he sent out punch after punch, forming an area of lightning. Many of their attacks were blocked in an instant. It's just the three of you. You don't have any divine attacks. You really don't have the right to be presumptuous in front of me. Lin Fei's Thunderbolt Heart, coupled with the strength of the god-demon body, withstood all the attacks in an instant. It also suppressed the power of the attacks infinitely. This made the three of them feel immense pressure. 7017K. Chapter 5309. The three of them were indeed quite strong when they attacked. The moment they attacked, they could feel a certain amount of pressure. However, under Lin Fei's thunderous attacks, they felt that it would be difficult to deal with them. The thunderbolts were still constantly moving. The scariest thing was that Lin Fei's figure was silently approaching them. Even without using a technique like the primordial spirit light, the three of them could already feel the pressure. They kept retreating as they fought until they were all the way to the back. They had just stopped, but the treasures on their bodies had cracks all over them. They didn't know when these cracks were left behind, but they realized that it should be because of the thunderbolts. This was the first time they had encountered such a powerful thunderbolt. If the three of them hadn't reacted quickly and teamed up, they probably wouldn't have been able to suppress this fella. They would probably have suffered a huge loss. It was only after they had pulled a certain distance away that they stopped. That was the safest way to do it. In the end, only by releasing an extremely powerful defensive treasure was he able to withstand the lightning's attack. However, it was also enough to exhaust them to the point where they were afraid. They kept staring at this young man. It seemed that this person was even stronger than Luolan. Initially, they were afraid of Luolan. After all, they heard that Luolan had mastered some powerful immortal techniques. Even though they hadn't seen it before, they didn't dare to let their guard down. However, they didn't expect this young man to be even stronger than they had imagined. The moment he attacked, he had already used such a technique. It made them feel that something was different. Luolan, you win. We can't beat you. If you continue to attack, don't blame us for destroying everything indiscriminately. When that happens, none of us will be able to get anything good, let alone make it through. One of the white-haired old men said once again. The three of them felt a huge amount of pressure. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. This fellow was really strong. Lin Fei stopped. After using the Thunderbolt technique and the Godfiend body, he was even more aware of the level of his combat power. It was more than enough to deal with the few of them. At the very least, it was impossible for them to withstand it easily. Or was Lin Fei not giving it his all? If they were to go all out, the three of them would definitely not have a good ending, not to mention being able to withstand it. That was absolutely impossible. If I were you, I'd just stand to the side. After all, whoever is stronger has the right to speak in this place. If you guys want to die together, I'm more than happy to do so. Let's see if you guys can beat me. Lin Fei snorted. Another punch. The power of this punch increased by a large margin, and it blasted them a few more steps back before they came to a stop. Luolan knew that Lin Fei's strength had increased by a lot. However, he didn't expect Lin Fei's strength to improve so quickly, to the point that he had mastered a thunderbolt attack. His lightning combined with his body made his combat strength even stronger. Moreover, the lightning was extremely destructive and penetrative. It was even comparable to the divine attack. Although there was still a gap, it would definitely be able to catch up to this divine attack in the future. This made Luolan even more glad that he could come here. He invited Lin Fei over. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good time if he had to rely on himself. Most importantly, it would be difficult to withstand the attacks of the three of them. The three of them were quite strong. The three of them didn't have much of an idea at this moment. The person in front of them was enough to make them suffer. Not to mention, there was still Luolan beside him. They only stopped after retreating far away. At this moment they really didn't have any thoughts of making a move. At least that was the case for now. Lin Fei didn't continue to attack. It was about time for them to reach this position. Since the three of them could actually come here, they definitely had some trump cards. Lin Fei naturally didn't want the situation to be too bad. You guys better behave. It's better for everyone if you behave. Lin Fei's gaze fell on a place not far away. This was the last checkpoint of the 9 levels. Does it only count if we get to the next level? Chapter 53:10. None of the three had the nerve to attack. After all, they had behaved themselves. They were no match for the black-robed young man at all. This guy was even more dreadful than Luolan. They had underestimated him. Fortunately, they were still alive at the moment. That was something to be happy about. Otherwise, they would have been in great pain and suffering. They could put other things aside. As long as he did not attack them, they would certainly feel relieved. Even though there were no treasures on this floor, he was not tempted. He thought the most important thing should be on the last floor. Therefore, this door was very inconspicuous. Even Luolan did not know what the method on this floor was. Anyway, standing in front of this door, he somehow felt a great pressure. And this pressure turned into danger. I don't know how dangerous this place is, but it's not easy to go down. Luolan did not have much information about it. Lin Fei smiled. It's all right. Even if there isn't any information, we'll be able to experience it ourselves if we go down. I'm also going to see what this place looks like. You just have to follow behind me. If I can't handle it, you can just leave. Don't worry about me, my life is still quite strong. Lin Fei's words amused Luolan. Luolan had been grateful to Lin Fei on their way down. If it were not for Lin Fei, he would not have been able to stand here at all, because it was too difficult. Luolan had not fully recovered. Maybe he would have to use some special methods. Once he used some special methods, it would be very bad for his injury. He was grateful to Lin Fei from the bottom of his heart. Lin Fei did not use any special methods. He just dashed in directly. He felt the sacred attack as soon as he went in. The sacred attack this time was different. Previously, the divine attack had always come in waves. But now, the sacred attack was very uniform. And there was even an invisible thought in it. The attack landed directly on Lin Fei's soul. It did not have such a method before. Lin Fei could tell there must be some special thought in this place. Moreover, this thought made him feel that it was very unusual. Luolan, who was at the back, felt a little pressured. At this moment, his complexion was much paler than before. He didn't need to guess to know that they wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks here. It was indeed terrifying. He set up a certain level of defense in front of him. Follow behind me. You just need to guard against this special will's attack. Everything else should be fine. Lin Fei also knew that even if he used this thunderous method, he wouldn't be able to shake this will. He could only take it head-on. This will was indeed extraordinary. It belonged to a special kind of attack. Lin Fei also had the reincarnation primordial spirit. He had also mastered some primordial spirit attacks. Therefore, he immediately activated it. He went up like a beam of light. He wanted to see just how powerful this attack was. In the blink of an eye, the attack landed on Lin Fei. This attack was not as powerful as he had imagined. Part of it was resolved. Even Luolan, who was at the back, could feel it. Indeed, it was a lot easier than before. Luolan could see it clearly. There was nothing to worry about at all. It wasn't as strong as the attack at the beginning. This attack was indeed much weaker than before. He hadn't experienced it before, so he really wasn't sure. After experiencing it, he would know that such a method was indeed quite ordinary. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei passed through this door. Even Luolan, who was at the back, did the same. It sounded simple, but in fact the two of them were under quite a lot of pressure. Moreover, this pressure wasn't something that anyone could withstand. At least that was what Lin Fei thought. It was like coming to a vast starry sky. It was a very strange feeling. Even when Lin Fei came here, he was a little surprised. He found it a little unbelievable that this place was a little different from what he had imagined. The error-free chapters of Invincible Leveling King will continue to be updated in the new sea of books. There will be no advertisements in the site. Please collect and recommend the new sea of books. If you like Invincible Leveling King, please collect. Invincible Leveling King New Book Sea of Books is updated the fastest. Chapter 5311. This is the place after the 9th stage. Why does it feel like a special retirement place? As soon as this thought popped up, he couldn't suppress it. Even Lin Fei was surprised. It really felt like a retirement place. Place like this didn't seem like it at all. It would be fine if it was another place, but it was completely different in this place. Even Luolan couldn't help but laugh out loud. He could feel that this place was different. You're right. This place really does look like a retirement home. Felt a little similar to this place. There were rare things here. Let me see where that thing is. Maybe we'll find it soon. Luolan also started looking for it immediately. He wanted to see if that thing existed in this place. Although he knew it would appear at this time, he couldn't guarantee that it would. This place didn't seem small. In the blink of an eye, he saw something different. There's a special life aura on the left. It should be here. Luolan took out a treasure and quickly determined the location. The truth was that this thing existed. No one knew better than Luolan that this thing was extremely useful to her. Just like that, they came all the way here and they really saw a big tree not far away. This tree was quite unusual. Seemed to have a lot of history. There was something on the tree that surprised Lin Fei and Luolan. It was the so-called fruits. However, there weren't many of them. From beginning to end, there were only 3 of them. Lin Fei understood what it was when he saw the fruit. This was probably the famous God Tree of Life. It would be of great help to Luolan. These 3 fruits seemed to have a strong life aura. But the other 2 fruits were a little different. However, the other 2 fruits were a little different. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. Do you know what this is? Do you know what this is? It looks different. Luolan smiled. This is the legendary God Tree of Life. This thing only bears fruit after 100,000 years. For example, the 3 fruits you see now are fruits that only bear fruit after 100,000 years. The red fruit in the middle is life. I heard that after eating it, you can gain about 5,000 years of lifespan. It is very magical. As for the other 2 fruits, one is used to heal injuries, and the other is used to increase strength. Things like this are not something you can see all the time. They are very rare. This time, even Lin Fei was surprised. There was actually something like this. He really couldn't see it normally. No wonder Luolan valued it so much. If it was anything else, it would be fine. But if it was this thing, then it was really unusual. I only want the healing fruit in the middle. I don't really like the others. I can give you the other 2 fruits. I won't let you work for nothing. Lin Fei thought that Luolan wanted something that could increase her lifespan. He didn't expect it to be for the healing fruit. This surprised him quite a bit. It seems like you've been waiting for this thing for a long time. Can you pluck it now? Don't let anyone come over. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Lin Fei didn't feel that anyone was here, but it was inevitable that someone would come over. It would be best if he could pluck it now. Luolan took a look and shook her head. These things are not completely ripe yet. Only when they fall on their own will they be fully effective. Otherwise, if you forcibly pluck them, there will be no effect at all. Moreover, these fruits will automatically destroy themselves. Don't you think it's very magical and incredible? This time, even Lin Fei was very surprised. This thing was really different from the real thing. It really made him feel a little incredulous. Looks like I'll have to rely on luck for this thing. Lin Fei knew that this was the time to rely on luck. The error-free chapters of Invincible King of Upgrade will continue to be updated in the new sea of books. There will be no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the new sea of books. If you like the Invincible King of Upgrade, please bookmark. Invincible King of Upgrade, new book sea of books is updated the fastest. Chapter 5312. It was indeed quite troublesome that this thing hadn't ripened yet. Lin Fei originally thought that he could take it down now. He didn't expect that it would actually mature by itself, and it didn't seem like it took too long to mature. It would probably take another 10 days or so. This period of time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. But if he wanted to wait for it to fall completely, he would have to rely on luck. Who knew if someone would come from outside? At the very least, there wasn't anyone right now. It was inevitable that someone would barge in when it was nearing maturity. Lin Fei wasn't idle either. He set up some traps. It was the same for Luolan. It was also some traps that he had set up. These traps were set up in the surroundings and hidden in space. Even if a powerhouse came, it would be able to hold them off for a while. Of course, this required a top-notch powerhouse. Otherwise, ordinary powerhouses wouldn't be able to withstand the traps left behind by Lin Fei and Luolan. Just like that, day after day passed. Lin Fei could sense that there was something unusual about this place. At the same time, he signed in here. Ding! Signed in next to the Tree of Life. Obtained 5,000 years of life. Today, Lin Fei obtained another 5,000 years of life. It really surprised him. On the first day he signed in, he obtained a life. However, it wasn't that long, just 2,000 years. After that, he continued to sign in. In total, he had a lifespan of about 30,000 years. If Luolan knew that Lin Fei obtained 30,000 years of life from signing in, she would probably be dumbfounded. There was such a thing. It was really unbelievable. Even Lin Fei felt the same. He also felt that it was quite amazing. He could even obtain so many lives. It was quite a good deal. In fact, he didn't have to take any risks. It was just that he didn't get the other two things at all. One was to increase his strength, and the other was to heal his injuries. However, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He believed that he would be able to get it soon. Luolan was nervous and looking forward to it. Her emotions were completely written on her face. No one knew better than her how much this thing meant to her. There are about 2 more days. I think it should be enough. Luolan stared at the Tree of Life and found that the fruits on it had changed a lot. If he was young and inexperienced before, he was now gradually moving towards maturity. That shouldn't be a very long time. Luolan could see this quite clearly. No one understood the importance of these things better than he did. It was about to ripen, but no one had come in until now. This made Luolan understand. He shouldn't need to worry about anything else. Those guys shouldn't be able to get in so easily. Whoosh! A clear and melodious sound could be heard. Luolan was the first to react. He sensed that someone had already made contact with the means outside. Even Lin Fei himself could feel it. At this time there seemed to be someone rushing in from the outside, but this time they didn't completely rush in. The two figures quickly moved forward. At this moment, Luolan was extremely concerned. At this time, only top-grade eternal powerhouses could make it through. Although Ning Chang had encountered a few eternal powerhouses before, they were all veterans. Their combat power wasn't top-grade, but they were able to shake the means left behind by the two of them. That person's strength was definitely at the top. A top-grade powerhouse naturally wasn't simple. They saw the place where they had broken in. 3 figures were trapped. These 3 figures looked very unfamiliar, but their strength was incomparably strong. One after another, streams of light shot out. Although the means they left behind were extremely powerful, they were quickly blocked. More importantly, Luolan and Lin Fei felt something different in these attacks. This smell was something that only the two of them could sense. That was the so-called immortal technique. Although its power was greatly limited, its explosive power was still very strong. I was wondering why someone would leave a means here. 2 people actually came. Their strength is quite good. But your good days are coming to an end. Chapter 53:13. The 3 of them showed their terrifying techniques the moment they barged in. Among the techniques, Lin Fei and Luolan smelled the scent of the so-called immortals. In other words, the 3 of them were definitely not simple people. It was no wonder that they could come here. The techniques of immortals were very terrifying. Their attacks were very sharp. When they saw Lin Fei and Luolan, their faces were full of smiles. They also realized that the techniques here were left behind by the 2 in front of them. Maybe you don't know who I am, but after we came here, everything here belongs to us because we are the descendants of the ancient immortals. One of the experts laughed. It was a supreme smile with a look of disdain. He didn't think highly of the 2 of them at all. Of course, Lin Fei hadn't heard of this, but he had heard of Luolan and was very shocked. You are the descendants of the ancient immortals? That's impossible. There shouldn't be any descendants of the ancient immortals in this world. You can't be. Luolan was the one who came to Celestial Sect, and she was also the saintess. Naturally, she knew a lot of things, including the existence of the descendants of the ancient immortals. The descendants of the ancient immortals were Ho-I, who stayed here in the celestial world. These people had mastered some powerful celestial techniques, but they weren't as strong as they used to be. They only had about 30 to 40% of the original power. But even that was extremely strong and not everyone could withstand it. Back then, the descendants of the ancient immortals were mostly wiped out. Now that these people had appeared, Luolan felt that it was unbelievable. The expert who made the first move made another move. Every move contained the scent of the immortals. The attacks were very sharp. The techniques that the two of them left behind were broken layer by layer. It seems like you know something. I smell a familiar aura from you. I remember now. Which sect are you from? You're from the Immortal sect that's almost extinct. I didn't expect to see an expert from the Immortal sect here today. It's really surprising. That's right. The expert snorted. His gaze fell on Luolan. The two people at the side were also very excited. Ascending the Immortal sect? In that case, I know who you are. You must be that Luolan. To think that you would run all the way here. Looks like the rumors are true. Something must have happened to you. You wanted the 3 fruits of the divine tree of life. But now that you've encountered us, there's nothing you can do. These two youngsters were also very strong. They had actually stepped into the eternal realm at such a young age. Although they were only at the early stage of the eternal realm, their means were exceptionally strong. The power that erupted from their punches and kicks had already reached the peak of the eternal realm. This was the power of immortal techniques. If it were anything else, it wouldn't have mattered. But with such combat prowess, not everyone could withstand it. If the two of you don't want to die under the hands of Luolan, you'd better unravel all these techniques. Otherwise, once we break these techniques, you two won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. I forgot to tell you that the people of our ancient immortal Hoi have already taken down the outside. No one can break in. Therefore, no one can enter this place except for us. Therefore, these things belong to the descendants of our ancient immortal Hoi. This person attacked again, and every time he attacked he would get closer to them. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei didn't make a move, but he could already tell what kind of situation this was. This meant that there was a fish that escaped the net. Lin Fei could guess that the Celestial Sect, which controlled the passage to the upper realm in the past, had also been targeted. There might even be the shadow of ancient immortal Hoi among them. Such a possibility existed. Chapter 53:14. He had thought that the House of Immortality in this universe was quite powerful. Not to mention the House of God Ordainment. But now it didn't seem like it was what he had imagined. Now that even the descendants of ancient immortals had appeared. This was definitely a hidden force. And now they had finally appeared. In other words, they were quite interested in this thing. Of course, from Lin Fei's point of view, this thing was nothing much. He had signed in for tens of thousands of years of his lifespan alone. Other than the two who hadn't signed in yet, Lin Fei had already picked up a lot of benefits. He really wasn't looking forward to it. Looks like we're in trouble this time. Even the descendants of ancient immortals have appeared. Back in the day, the ancient immortals were a special force that was used to monitor this universe. But in the end, they were wiped out by the people of this world. I didn't expect them to appear now. Luolan's voice floated over. Lin Fei suddenly understood. So that was what was going on. He knew that the descendants of ancient immortals weren't simple. He hadn't expected them to be used to monitor this world. Now that even they had appeared, Luolan's words from before had become extremely true. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before this world became a chessboard. It's a pity that this thing hasn't ripened yet. Luolan looked back at the thing. It hadn't ripened yet. Still needed some time. This amount of time was equivalent to 2, 3, 4 days. Now that they had come over, it would not be so easy. It's fine. Since you brought me here, I'll definitely let you get these things. Let's just retreat to the side of that thing. When they make a move, they'll naturally have some misgivings. Lin Fei replied and brought Luolan back to where they came from. The 3 people on their side were rumbling. They chased after them like a hot knife through butter. They didn't take the two of them seriously at all. In the blink of an eye, they arrived near the tree of life. Finally, they saw the 3 fruits hanging on it. The 3 of them laughed. They finally saw them. Fortunately, they hadn't ripened yet. No wonder the 2 of them hadn't left yet. What a bargain! The 2 of them were currently under the tree of life. They just watched as they came over. Don't you want this thing? Right now, even if you keep fighting, you might not be able to obtain it. Of course, you can go all out and take it down first. What do you think? Luolan had already found a way. It wouldn't be easy for them to take this thing away. Without his consent, how could they give it up? Lin Fei was all smiles. I can see that it wasn't easy for you to come all the way here. You can come again in the next 100,000 years. We want this thing. Even if the descendants of ancient immortals had mastered a certain level of immortal techniques, in Lin Fei's opinion, it was nothing much. He was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, he had also mastered many killer moves. Although these people were strong, once they got close to him, they would not be a match for him. You're quite arrogant. Do you really think the 2 of you can block the attacks of us, the descendants of ancient immortals? That's impossible. Swoosh swoosh. The 2 young figures on the side immediately attacked. 2 powerful immortal techniques enveloped Luolan and Lin Fei. Just for a moment, the 2 of them felt as though they were about to leave the void. So, this immortal technique was really strong and involved the existence of space. With a loud bang, Lin Fei punched out. That single punch caused the entire space to tremble. In the blink of an eye, that immortal skill was shattered into pieces. At the same time, he closed in on the 2 young men. The 2 young men were quite strong. But with the addition of the lightning attack, there was a loud explosion. Following the direction of the lightning attack, it reached the 2 of them. Voila! 2 figures were directly smashed out. They were going all out and didn't care about their feelings at all. You actually cultivated lightning in close combat. To think that you're so strong that you can even shake the immortal technique. How can we let you live? The expert's eyes squinted and a cold glint shot out. Oh. Chapter 53:15. The expert could tell right away that this young man was much stronger than Luolan. Although Luolan had grasped some celestial techniques, he could tell that there was something wrong with Luolan's body. In other words, he couldn't use any celestial techniques. He wasn't like the ancient celestial descendants who had reduced versions of the techniques. They were more suitable for explosiveness and for bringing out a certain amount of power. The gate of celestial that Luolan and the others were in was a complete and strong celestial technique. However, using it would consume a lot of energy. Others might not know about this, but the ancient celestial descendants were quite clear about it. The black-robed young man in front of them seemed really terrifying. Streaks of light shot over. The expert passed through the streaks of light and closed in on Lin Fei. Immortal's cage trap? Streaks of light turned into a cage that locked down Lin Fei. This technique was really weird and really strong. Lin Fei's punches, which were accompanied by thunderous attacks, broke the cage in an instant. Then he faced the expert from Xiantang. This expert was truly quite strong. He was able to unleash one immortal technique after another. He was much stronger than the other 2. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Luolan. You go deal with those 2 fellows. The 2 of them are already injured. Their strength has been suppressed by at least 30% to 40%. Later on, I will activate my reincarnation primordial spirit to suppress their strength again. You just need to suppress the 2 of them. That way we will definitely win. Many figures walked out from behind Lin Fei in an instant. They joined the battle. Xiantang was also shocked. He recognized what it was. It was the reincarnation primordial spirit, which was rarely seen. However, there were more of them than he had expected. There were actually 99 of them. The 99 primordial spirits immediately surrounded the 2 young men. The 2 young men had suffered a loss just now and were seriously injured. But in the blink of an eye, they were even more shocked. That was because the 99 primordial spirits had activated the primordial spirit formation and suppressed a portion of their strength. They were already injured and couldn't use much of their strength. Now that their attacks had been suppressed, they found it hard to accept. At the same time, 33 also took the opportunity to attack and unleashed a mystic art. After all, he had mastered quite a few immortal arts. The might of these immortal techniques was also exceptionally strong. Rumble. Directly it crushed them. No matter how much they struggled, it was useless. The two of them suffered losses again and kept dodging. The pressure brought about by 99 primordial spirits was truly immense. It made them wish they had 3 heads and 6 arms. On the other side, Xiantang wanted to support them, but he was restrained by Lin Fei. Since we've come all the way here, we should at least have a good fight, don't you think? Rumble. The thunderbolts instantly turned into an area of one side, separating the distance in the middle. His surroundings were also blocked by the lightning, and he couldn't use any of his thoughts to check out the situation outside. Only Lin Fei and Xiantang were left. Xiantang stared at the black-robed young man in front of him. Amazing, truly amazing. I didn't think that someone would be able to inherit the Reincarnation Emperor's methods and go even further than him. He even managed to cultivate 99 primordial spirits. As expected, you're not a genius. But do you know that you've become an enemy of our ancient immortal clan? The consequences of that are unimaginable. Even if the Reincarnation Emperor knew about this, he wouldn't dare to interfere, said the old man. The Reincarnation Emperor was still alive. Lin Fei instantly sensed a problem. Chapter 53:16. Ever since Lin Fei signed in on the Reincarnation Great Emperor's primordial spirit cultivation, he naturally knew that this person wouldn't die so easily. After cultivating so many primordial spirits could cultivate non-stop, so naturally they could prolong their lifespan. In that case, it could only be said that this Reincarnation Great Emperor had already gone to the world above. In other words, the so-called celestial world. There was still such a possibility. Now that he heard this from Xiantang, Lin Fei knew what was going on. What Xiantang said was most likely right. It was very likely that that person was still alive, but even if he was alive, it really had nothing to do with him. He only signed in with the help of him. Speaking of which, there was a little connection, but there was no master. At the same time, he guessed that this Xiantang should still have some communication with the higher-ups. Even if there wasn't, there must be other ways. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. I did indeed obtain some things from the Reincarnation Great Emperor, but he isn't my master yet, so this matter really has nothing to do with him. I learned this on my own. Have you ever seen someone cultivate 99 reincarnation primordial spirits? I don't think anyone has seen it before. Lin Fei laughed. Once again he attacked fiercely. His lightning was constantly mobilized. He didn't even need to get close. It was enough to let Xiantang feel the terror of the lightning. The lightning was very destructive and its penetrative power was extremely strong. He had no choice but to release treasures around him to protect everything around him. This guy was simply too strong. Even if he used all sorts of methods, it was still difficult for him to suppress the other party. This person's strength was extremely strong. It was really rare to see someone with such strength in this universe. Not to mention that the other party had 99 primordial spirits. If they were used to deal with him, he would still feel a certain amount of pressure. If I were you, I would leave as soon as possible. After all, not everyone can obtain this thing. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to get it at all, don't you think so? Lin Fei laughed. Countless bolts of lightning directly attacked the two figures. The two figures were supposed to defend against the 99 primordial spirits, not to mention Luolan. In the blink of an eye, he was heavily injured by the lightning once again. It never occurred to him that Lin Fei's control over the lightning had already reached the point where he could control it at will. He had easily injured them. Look, it's that simple. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid the two of them will lose their lives. It shouldn't have been easy for them to cultivate to this level. After all, the descendants of the ancient immortals have been hidden for so long. We can't lose two experts here. Xiantang secretly cursed this fellow for being shameless. He actually took advantage of the time when he was talking to deal with the other two people. They were already under a lot of pressure. In addition, the lightning naturally couldn't withstand it. He was already injured. His resistance was even weaker. You're really ruthless. Don't think that we, the descendants of ancient immortals, can't get this thing. Even if we can't get it, others will come. Don't tell me you can stop them? In front of me you are just like an ant. Luolan really couldn't do anything to this guy. He had already released his immortal technique several times, But it did not affect this fellow at all. This situation was really terrible, much worse than he had imagined. The matter that he was determined to get actually turned into this. The general situation is big, but that's a matter of the future. At least for now, I still have the final say here. Countless bolts of lightning turned into a bolt of lightning and bloomed. It blasted Xiantang's body. A huge hole was directly torn in the void, all the way to the end. The other two people were also instantly attacked and they were sucked into it. In an instant they experienced what it meant to be heavily injured once again. They didn't know how many mouthfuls of blood they had vomited before Luolan took them down. Look, it's actually quite easy for me to deal with them. Now it's your turn. 7017K. Chapter 53:17. Xiantang was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be Lin Fan's opponent. Lin Fan's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Lin Fan had completely crushed him in the first exchange. How could there be such a terrifying existence in this world? Xiantang still couldn't figure it out. Their ancient celestial descendants were considered strong, but they actually suffered such a huge loss here. Luolan actually found such an expert and they didn't receive any news at all. What the hell? He looked at the two people beside him being taken down. Xiantang didn't have any more thoughts and just retreated. If he didn't stop now, the two of them would probably be killed. It wasn't easy for him to bring two people over to see the world, but in the end such a thing happened. Xiantang couldn't take it anymore. If you don't kill them, then we can talk about anything. At this moment Xiantang knew what to do. He didn't attack anymore. If he didn't attack, Lin Fei wouldn't attack either. There was no point in attacking. After all, the other party didn't plan on attacking anymore. Even if he killed these guys, it wouldn't be of much use. Instead, it would cause a lot of trouble. It was better to keep all of them here. Lin Fei's thoughts were quite quick. Even Luolan felt that this was the most suitable method. The three of you stand to the side. Luolan took out a treasure and sealed all three of their powers before taking away their rings. Their treasures too. This meant that they wouldn't be able to do anything at this moment. All their methods were sealed and their treasures were gone. Their combat strength was pretty much negligible. I'm quite curious. Other than the descendants of ancient immortals, who else would come here? Moreover, I seem to have heard that you people came here because you feel that there is no one stronger than the descendants of ancient immortals in this universe. Isn't that the case? Of course, Lin Fei had to interrogate these people. He wanted to see what secrets they knew. Anyway, the things over there weren't ripe yet. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well find something to do. Xiantang said. We just received some news. Apart from us, some other top powers will attack too. Of course, there's also the legendary Holy Land. Luolan, who was beside him, cried out in surprise. Holy Land? Are you talking about the Holy Land that no longer exists, the Holy Land of Immortals? Hearing Luolan's question, Lin Fei could feel that this so-called Holy Land of Immortals was not a good place. In fact, it was highly possible that it was a power that surpassed the descendants of the ancient immortals. The Holy Land of Immortals is also a very special place. I heard that it used to be a place for Ascension, but after a great chaos it was completely abandoned. However, I don't know when, but some top experts have been living here. However, they haven't appeared for a very, very long time. At the very least, they haven't appeared since we started to ascend the Immortal Sect. They're a special existence that almost doesn't exist. Luolan explained to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very surprised. It can't be. Since they don't exist anymore, how did they appear again? Could it be that this guy is lying and purposely deceiving us? I'd better teach him a lesson first. Xiantang laughed bitterly. I really don't need to lie to you about this. It's indeed like that. I already know the news. Anyway, those old things in the Holy Land of Immortals seem to have the intention to come out. We also received a decree from the upper realm. The luck of this side is about to arrive and the chessboard is about to open. Luolan had told Lin Fei about this before. However, she didn't expect that even this decree would be received. Luck was about to appear. No wonder they all wanted to come down. Indeed, this side of the universe was about to become a huge chessboard. This wasn't good news. Even though Lin Fei was mentally prepared, it came much faster than expected. The 3 fruits on the God Tree of Life are also for us to offer. Xiantang added. Lin Fei asked a few more questions. However, the rest were the simplest ones. There wasn't much to it. He only knew that the outside powers had more or less received some news about the decree. In other words, this big scene was about to open. Anyone with a bit of background had already received the news. Chapter 53:18. Xiantang and the other two were forced into a corner. They didn't dare to say anything at this time. Only they knew. At this time, if he were to say anything, he would be in trouble. Anyway, he had already said everything that needed to be said. Luolan and Lin Fei went somewhere else. At this moment, the two of them communicated telepathically. What I said last time was correct, right? A big event is about to begin in this world. Who would have thought that even the old monsters of a place like the sacred land of immortals would be stirring? Luolan continued. I heard that the great battle this time is a battle for karmic luck. In any case, when the time comes, some forces will spread their teachings down below. There will also be some people born with karmic luck coming down. Xiantang indeed knew a lot more than Lin Fei. Such a situation was actually within Lin Fei's expectations. There was nothing to be shocked about or surprised about. Anyway, as long as they were here, they wouldn't make such a ruckus. It was very likely that something big had happened. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, it doesn't matter much to me. It's mainly because I don't think they'll cause too much of a commotion. In fact, there was something in Lin Fei's heart that he didn't say. So what if you're the son of luck? Do you have more potential than me? After all, he had the check-in system. Even if he just checked in, he could get a lot of things. It would definitely let him experience what despair was. Just like now. Lin Fei himself signed in a lot of things, although these things were not of much use. It would be of great help to the improvement of his strength. Another 2 days passed. During this period no one came. It seemed that it was really as Xiantang had said, and they had blocked all the people outside. It would be difficult for people from the outside to come in. This place wasn't easy to enter, and it wouldn't be easy for others to enter. The 3 fruits on the divine tree of life were also beginning to ripen. According to Luolan, it would probably ripen in the afternoon. This made the two of them heave a sigh of relief. As long as it matured, everything would be fine. After all, they had been waiting here for some time. If he still didn't mature, he wouldn't be able to wait any longer. Who knew if those fellows from the Holy Land of Immortals would come? In Luolan's words, the descendants of ancient immortals were much more terrifying. In that case, those fellows from the sacred land of immortals were even more terrifying. Those guys were very domineering in their way of doing things. He had always pursued results and never the process. It was just that they hadn't appeared for a very, very long time. If it wasn't for the information they left behind when they ascended to the immortal sect, Luolan didn't know that there was such a special existence. Wait here, I'll stand guard outside for you. It'll take at most 4 to 6 hours before it matures completely. After saying that, Lin Fei went outside to stand guard. If he didn't stand guard outside, it wouldn't be so easy for others to come in. This is the entrance. Xiantang and the other two were in this corner. This moment they felt wronged. The only good thing was that these people didn't want to deal with them and didn't kill them. This was good news, otherwise they wouldn't be so calm. Lin Fei immediately unleashed a series of attacks. This time it spread all over the void. This time he went all out. Even if someone had some thoughts, it wouldn't be so easy to come here. After Xiantang looked around, he took in a deep breath of cold air. This situation really wasn't easy to deal with. At the very least, it wouldn't be easy to barge in. If anyone came in, they would definitely take a huge loss. This would definitely let them know what a nightmare was. All the way until it matured. There was no movement, which made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. Luolan could finally take something from the Tree of Life. Voila! Just as Lin Fei was heaving a sigh of relief, a figure came in directly. In an instant he used all his techniques. It directly landed on the other party's body. His body actually shone with a 5-colored light. Chapter 53:19. Lin Fei's punch was quite overbearing. He didn't expect his opponent to block all the dazzling light. What surprised him was that he was able to trigger the second wave of attacks. A thunderous attack. Although Lin Fei's attack was a simple punch, it contained 2 levels of attack. The first level was a body-refining attack, and the second was a thunderous attack. Not everyone could block 2 levels of power. There was a soft gasp from the other side. Lin Fei punched out once again, stirring up the entire void and causing it to collapse momentarily. This was the way to deal with any enemy. He couldn't let them attack again. Those who could barge in at this moment were definitely experts, and they were most likely experts from those so-called special forces. For example, the Holy Land of Celestial. At other times, Lin Fei wouldn't care, but this was a crucial moment. Luolan was indeed waiting for the fruit to ripen. It was getting closer and closer to ripening, and the color of the fruit was changing. His breathing changed every second, which further proved that this moment was especially important. Who told me that there aren't any experts outside? I didn't expect to meet an expert on my rare trip out. Interesting. He actually has a double attack. He is definitely the king of close combat. There was an unexpected sound from inside. Then the figure pounced out. The moment he pounced, he attacked Lin Fei with a spear. Lin Fei could feel how strong he was. This was an existence even more powerful than Xian Tang. At this moment, Xian Tang, who was in the distance, instantly exclaimed when he saw the newcomer. Clearly, he had also recognized him. Holy Land of Celestial, Spear King Beijue. Xian Tang knew many people, and of course, he knew some experts from that special place. He just didn't expect it to be the Spear King. His opponent's spear transformed into a sky full of shadows, enveloping Lin Fei from head to toe. However, this spear attack did not injure Lin Fei at all. His attack was blocked and he couldn't get close at all. An invisible barrier formed around Lin Fei's body. It was called the Thunder Defense. The lightning had a destructive effect, and it directly blocked the power. The remaining portion didn't have any effect at all. The second shot came, and it was as terrifying as ever. This shot was even faster than the previous one, almost reaching its limit. This guy's speed was really eye-catching. Shadows began to appear on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei was not surprised at all that he left behind a series of shadows. The opponent was an expert in speed. At the same time, at the side there was another figure that directly dashed out. He tried to circle around Lin Fei, but this directly triggered the trap left behind by Lin Fei. The deafening rumble caught him off guard. If you want to pass through here, you'll have to get rid of me first. Otherwise, you won't be able to pass today. Even if you're from some ancient faction, it's the same. You don't have the final say here. Lin Fei retreated. One by one, 10,000 couldn't get through. One by one, the essence spirits walked out and instantly formed a huge formation. As soon as the array appeared, the two of them experienced something different. A cold light fell on his body, followed by another cold light. Their strength seemed to have been smacked down. The two of them felt weird. You are actually the legacy of the Reincarnation Emperor, and have cultivated so many reincarnation souls. You have even surpassed the Reincarnation Emperor. Who are you? Even Xian Tang could recognize him, much less the two of them. What awaited them was the combined attack of the reincarnation souls. One silhouette followed another, forming a huge attack. Lin Fei also joined the fray. That will have to wait until you beat me. Chapter 53:20. Streaks of lightning formed a giant millstone that trapped them once again. The two of them finally realized how strong the young man in front of them was. He was actually so strong. At the same time, they noticed Xian Tang in the corner. They also recognized Xian Tang's background. He was an expert who came from a special place. He was the descendant of an ancient deity, but now he was just standing in the corner. One could imagine how strong this young man was. The two of them looked at each other and started to attack. However, no matter what they did, they were still trapped. The primordial spirit formation was really terrifying. The two of them felt their strength sink. After all, Lin Fei was already very strong. If he used this primordial spirit formation, it was like slashing their bodies. This slash made them realize what was different. With a loud explosion, they were defeated once again. They weren't a match for him at all. The two of them knew that with such a technique and his close combat attacks, they really couldn't attack at all. They could only keep retreating. That's right. If you can't beat him, then just stand there. When we are done, you can go take a look at the God Tree of Life. Anyway, it's right there. If you want it, you can just take it back. I'm quite easy to talk to anyway. Lin Fei could also tell that the two of them were indeed quite strong. They were able to withstand his melee attacks and the suppression of their primordial spirits. It could only be said that they were very strong. There were even white marks on their bodies. They were left behind by the other party. In other words, the so-called Spear King was indeed very strong. You are really strong. You have exceeded our expectations. We haven't seen someone like you in a long time. Don't you know where we came from? North Ju Yongheng stared at the person in front of him. However, the moment he said that, Lin Fei attacked again. What's the point of putting on airs here? His fist broke through the sky and lightning surged. Once again they were injured. After refining the Thunderbolt core, Lin Fei's control over thunder and lightning was at will. Then, he would be able to unleash a powerful killing move. Although the two of them were strong, their bodies could not compare to Lin Fei's. Lin Fei's thunderbolts were their greatest threat, directly hitting them until their bodies couldn't withstand it. This battle made them realize the gap between them. This person was indeed very powerful. After exchanging glances, the two of them turned around and went back to where they came from. He didn't attack again. Lin Fei didn't chase after them. After all, this was a critical moment. Even if they came in again, they wouldn't be able to stop them. In such a short period of time, Luolan finally plucked all 3 fruits. Luolan was also quite excited. Just now, she also saw what the situation was like when she entered. He didn't expect that an expert would come, and an extremely powerful one at that. I've already gotten the item. Giving these 2 items to you won't be of much use to me. Both fruits landed in front of Lin Fei. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and casually took them. I think that although the 2 of them retreated, they are probably guarding outside. You should eat and refine the fruit first. With me here, they won't be able to come in. Lin Fei turned around and said to Luolan. Luolan also knew that the 2 of them were from the sacred land of immortals. That was different. At the very least, they were very strong. If the 2 of them could do that, it would be different if there were 2 or 3 of them. Absorbing and refining the fruit here would be very beneficial to Luolan's injuries. At the same time, Lin Fei waved his hand to let Xian Tang and the others leave. Just leave obediently. You should know what to say and what not to say. Xian Tang and the other 2 heaved a long sigh of relief. I understand. We won't say anything. Chapter 53:21. Luolan started to refine it immediately. He had to refine this thing before those people came in. He felt even more grateful towards Lin Fei. If not for Lin Fei, Luolan would not have had the chance to obtain this healing fruit. They were all so-called holy fruits. Even though it was just a small fruit, it was very useful to Luolan. It could help Luolan recover from his injuries quickly. At this moment, Lin Fei was still paying attention to the movements at the entrance. For a while no one came in. Lin Fei believed that those people would definitely not give up so easily. They would probably find someone to charge in again soon. He also had a clearer understanding of the battle earlier. At the very least, they would not be able to do anything to him. On the other hand, his close combat skills were much better than theirs. He also had this essence spirit formation. Logically speaking, they would not come in just for the 3 fruits from the Tree of Life. Could there be something else here? Lin Fei was quite smart. Naturally, he was able to see through it. They might not be here just for this fruit. There was a high possibility that they were here for something else. Lin Fei and Luolan had already searched this place once and did not find anything good. In other words, there should not be anything missing here. But after they came in, Lin Fei had a new guess. I must have been mistaken. There should be something here. I have to search carefully. The 3 fruits of the divine tree of life were definitely not the things that people from such an ancient force would be interested in. Of the 3 fruits, one was for healing, one was for increasing one's strength, and the last was for increasing one's lifespan. They were all rather precious. They would only bear fruit once every 100,000 years. No, they would only mature once every 100,000 years. To many people they would more or less be attractive. Lin Fei did not believe that they would place much importance on this. There must be something else here. Whoosh whoosh. A series of lightning bolts formed an inescapable net and began to search. It was like a radar that was constantly scouting. Lin Fei felt that he was too smart. Just now, when he was fighting, he felt that something was not quite right. It could be said that a hidden existence like this would come out at this time to look for something. I'd be damned if there was nothing here. The threads formed by the lightning bolts became even more precise. Inch by inch he passed by. It was really no different from digging 3 feet into the ground. Lin Fei didn't believe that he couldn't find it. He would never let them succeed. At the same time, on one of the floors, North Overlord Yongheng was there, and there were a few experts behind him. Their expressions were ugly. They were blocking the way below, but they didn't expect that there would be such a strong master above. Elder, what do we do now? That guy's strength is quite strong, but I can't see through him. He seems to be walking the path of close combat. It was a little terrifying. Coupled with the primordial spirit array, it directly suppressed them. No matter which aspect it was greatly suppressed. Speaking of which, it really made them feel a little aggrieved. It's okay, he definitely doesn't know that we're not here for the fruit of the divine tree of life, but for something else. This was the only thing that North Overlord Yongheng could be happy about. At the beginning, he didn't show much of an intention. It seemed like he was here for the fruit of the divine tree of life, but in reality that was not the case. All we need to do is wait here. They will soon pluck the fruits from the divine tree of life. If everything goes as expected, they should be able to refine the fruits. When that time comes, they will definitely come out. As long as they leave, we can enter again. Also, find out where that young man came from. He's actually so strong. If he continues to improve, he'll definitely become the new close combat king in the future. We have to be careful. North Overlord Yongheng was quite far-sighted. He knew that the existence of such a person would bring a lot of influence in the future. The king of close combat was the limit. To people like them, it was definitely not easy to deal with. Chapter 53:22. After Lin Fei confirmed his guess, he began to look for it. Bolts of lightning swept over like an inescapable net. Even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground, he had to find something unusual about this place. He didn't find anything the first time. He didn't find anything the second time. He didn't find anything the third time either. It's just as I thought. It's not easy to find anything unusual about this place. The more I look, the more I believe that there must be something unusual about this place. Although Lin Fei didn't find anything after searching 3 times, he gradually had some clues and guesses in his heart. He continued searching. On the 8th time, Lin Fei finally changed his gaze. This place was near the Tree of Life. This was the only place that Lin Fei couldn't see through. If there were no problems with other places, then there really weren't any problems. However, there should be some problems with this place. Lin Fei decisively came to this place again. He had already entered the refining stage. Primordial spirit after primordial spirit came out and formed a strong defensive line. If there's nothing else here, then this place is really hidden too deeply. Lin Fei placed his last hope in this place. This place was different from other places. There should be some discoveries in this place. If he couldn't find anything here, Lin Fei didn't think that there would be any other places that he could find clues. He continued searching around the Tree of Life. After searching, Lin Fei really did find some clues. This clue was rather unremarkable. There was actually a space-time point hidden here. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's strong penetration of lightning, it would really be hard for him to find such an unremarkable place. This allowed Lin Fei to finally heave a sigh of relief. He knew that there was something wrong with this place. There really was a space-time point hidden too deeply. I knew that my guess was right. There really is such a place. Now let me see what's inside. The people outside were so impatient that they probably thought they wouldn't find anything wrong with this place. Lin Fei was relieved. At the very least, they wouldn't dare to come in. The punch landed on this space-time point. The sealing power of this space-time point was indeed quite strong, but how could it withstand Lin Fei's attack? After 3 to 5 punches, the seal was broken. He directly rushed in. As soon as he entered, he found himself in a very narrow space. This space was very small, but as soon as he entered, Lin Fei was instantly suppressed. This power was vast and mighty layer upon layer. It was really powerful and it directly pressed down on Lin Fei, making him feel great pressure. Fortunately, Lin Fei's strong body was displayed at this time, and he directly withstood it. He was a little surprised. This place really did have some tricks up its sleeve. Just a moment ago, that eternal powerhouse was directly crushed. After a while, Lin Fei also adapted and began to look around. There were some things here, and these things were all blessed with seals. Each seal seemed to have existed for a long time. The most important thing was that this space-time point wasn't something that anyone could break. Even Luolan couldn't do it. If it were someone else, it would probably be difficult. Of course, they still had a lot of experts, so naturally they could break it. Lin Fei was even more glad that he reacted quickly. Otherwise, the benefits here would have been picked up by them. Previously, Lin Fei felt that it was impossible for there to be nothing left here. It was actually hidden near the God Tree of Life. Who would have thought that without a certain level of detection ability, it was impossible to perceive the space-time point here? Even Lin Fei had a guess. Maybe Lin Fei's eyes kept looking at these things, but he was not in a hurry to move. Instead, his eyes fell on a very inconspicuous thing. Chapter 53:23. Lin Fei's gaze fell on a very inconspicuous thing. Anyone who saw this thing wouldn't pay much attention to it. But when Lin Fei saw it, he felt that this thing seemed to be fated with him. It was a stone steel. The stone steel was in the corner. No one would pay too much attention to it. He came in front of the stone steel and grabbed it casually. But when he grabbed it, he felt that it was extremely heavy. It was as if it was connected to the world. This feeling was very mysterious and it surprised him a little. My divine demon strength has reached the peak, but I can't even lift this thing. It's really different. He unleashed his power once again. Wave after wave of power burst out. He couldn't lift it. This surprised Lin Fei once again. When he unleashed 100% of his divine demon strength, he finally picked up the stone steel. But this stone steel was very heavy. It was so heavy that it could even press down ordinary experts. The stone steel didn't have any words. It was like a wordless stone steel. But its weight was like the world was in his hand. If it was an eternal body, he wouldn't be able to lift it at all. But now that he was at the divine demon level, he could really lift it. Then he unleashed the power of lightning, which bombarded the stone steel continuously. He wanted to see what the material was like. In the end, the material didn't change at all. It was extremely sturdy. Lin Fei knew that he should have found the right thing. This thing was definitely a very valuable one. He didn't see anything on it, which was a little unbelievable to him. He casually put it away. There was no resistance, so he was completely relieved. He first checked around to see if there was anything else around to see if these things were useful. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei looked through the things here and knew who left these things here. It was actually a giant. This giant was actually called the Life Giant. Someone who dared to use the word life and giant was naturally a very terrifying existence. But the things left here were just some information. There were all kinds of information and they more or less revealed some information. The only thing that wasn't recorded was this stone tablet. Even the Tree of Life had records of it. This Life Giant had said that he had taken this thing out from an extremely dangerous place. He was brought up single-handedly. He spent almost all of his time on the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life could only grow here. Could not grow anywhere else. This also proved that the Tree of Life was indeed very unusual, and it was raised by this big shot. This was worth paying attention to. However, there was no information about this stone tablet. Lin Fei wanted to know the origin of this stone tablet, but he soon had an idea. Wasn't it just a stone tablet? When the time came, he would know the origin of this thing after signing in at the side. As long as the Life Giant didn't say anything, it didn't matter. He walked out again. In any case, he had already obtained the item. They were just trying to take advantage of the situation. That was absolutely impossible. After destroying the space point, there were no more space-time points. It was already impossible for them to find such a place. In order to prevent missing anything, Lin Fei searched again. This time there were no more discoveries. Even the space-time point was gone. He was extremely relieved. After half a day, Luolan finally successfully refined and absorbed the fruit. Her entire body had recovered. The aura on her body also became colder. Lin Fei knew that her strength had recovered. If she only had 70% to 80% of her strength before, then she could now reach about 10%. She had completely recovered. Thank you for helping me for so long. My strength has finally recovered, Luolan said gratefully. Chapter 53:24. Luolan's side returned to normal. That meant they could leave this place. After all, the people outside were still thinking about this place. Lin Fei took all the good stuff. Now Lin Fei wanted to know what this stone tablet was. As for the God Tree of Life, he couldn't take it away. The life giant had also said that this thing wasn't something that just anyone could touch. If someone really took it away, it wouldn't be of any use. It wouldn't be able to grow it. Lin Fei didn't have any thoughts about it. Why not just stay here? Maybe in the future, other people would be able to come here. Although the chances weren't high. Will the people outside be waiting for us? Luolan asked. Don't worry, they definitely won't be outside. Lin Fei followed Luolan out. It was much easier to get out than before. There weren't any problems along the way. There wasn't anyone stopping them. However, Lin Fei could sense that someone was hiding in the depths of the void, and that someone was using an extremely powerful treasure. Lin Fei pretended not to know. Anyway, they could do whatever they wanted. Everything was as they said. There was no problem at all. When they came out, Luolan knew what was going on. Maybe they were still thinking about what was inside. They wouldn't be here just for the fruit in his hand. Women could be quite smart sometimes. As expected. After they left, a few people quickly entered the last level. One of them was the guy they had fought before. It was North Overlord Eternal. Xian Tang had left long ago. He didn't dare to stay and didn't have any thoughts of staying. Ha ha ha, they fell for it. This place has really good stuff. If we can find it, then our trip won't be in vain. This was why North Overlord Eternal called the others back. He didn't want to stop them. He knew that they wouldn't be able to find anything. In this place, they were the only ones who knew this news. The God Tree of Life was useless to North Overlord Eternal. He wanted to find a space-time point here. Once he found it, he would be able to find what was inside. He took out a treasure. All of you go and stand guard outside. Don't let anyone in. Kill anyone who tries to barge in. North Ju Yongheng had to carefully search for this space-time point. After sending them away, he began to search for the activation treasure. The treasures kept flying around the area. This was a powerful treasure for finding spatial seals. It was very accurate. After flying one round, he actually couldn't find any spatial point. North Ju Yongheng furrowed his brows and continued to push. It went straight into the depths of the void. Could be said that it was very detailed. He searched along the way, but still did not find anything. Not even once. Not even twice. Nothing on the third try. 4 times nothing. After a dozen times, North Ju Yongheng's expression finally changed. Could it be that the information is wrong? There's no such thing as a space-time point here. That's impossible. This place definitely has one. This is the temporary base of that legendary giant of life. It was built to nurture this divine tree of life. He must have a space-time point here. Northern Ju Yongheng did not believe that his information was wrong. In that case, he would definitely continue searching. This time they had spent more than half a day, but they still had no results. North Ju Yongheng seemed to know what was going on. Could it be that the kid found out? That was possible. After all, that guy was quite powerful. Maybe he had some powerful methods. North Ju Yongheng slapped himself. He had overestimated himself. This guy was the most powerful. He easily took away the space-time point treasure. This was bad. The most important thing was that there was a very important thing inside. That was the target of this trip. Chase after him. We must find that brat for me. Chapter 53-25. After Lin Fei and Luolan came out, they went their separate ways. He knew better than anyone that the people inside would probably chase them out soon. Once they came out, they would definitely kill the two of them. Lin Fei didn't care, but Luolan might be a little troublesome. After all, she was much weaker than him. Even if she recovered, it was the same. Lin Fei let Luolan leave first. Luolan listened to Lin Fei this time. She knew that he definitely took something good inside. The smart one didn't ask and left. After Luolan left, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. He was sensing the situation outside. After all, he could see everything clearly with his heaven eye. That fellow had really chased after them. One figure after another came over from all directions, especially when one of them was heading in his direction. The leader was North Overlord Yongheng. As expected, he still chased me out. Lin Fei was a little surprised that it took him so long to get out of there. That guy probably dug 3 feet into the ground. In the end, he took it first. He released a bit of his aura and instantly left. North Overlord Yongheng felt the aura too. It was obvious that he didn't leave. He was prepared to watch him make a fool of himself. His face turned black. Chase him, he's right in front. Don't bother about the others, he's right in front. Everyone, stop him. North Overlord Yongheng obviously knew who he was. He was just here to watch the show to see if he could get anything. If he knew that this was the case, he would have charged in from the start. He wouldn't have ended up like this. North Overlord Yongheng wanted to slap himself. It was too difficult. Fortunately, no one noticed the situation here at this time. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing for them to encounter such a situation. Not long later, North Overlord Yongheng was the fastest. He could feel that aura faintly discernible. It really surprised him a lot. That guy was definitely in front. He chased and chased. The other party seemed to have stopped. North Ju Yongheng slowed down as well, and doubts arose in his heart. He couldn't possibly say that that guy had arranged people in front of him, right? After all, North Ju Yongheng had fought with this guy before. It was still quite a headache. Now that this guy had stopped, it was conceivable that this guy might have some tricks up his sleeves. North Ju Yongheng had never encountered such a situation before. He knew he had to go. If he didn't go, this guy would probably really leave when the time came. Once he left, then all his efforts would have been in vain. They chased for a while longer. He finally saw a figure standing on top of a mountain peak. She was smiling at him just like that. You've caught up so quickly. I don't know what you're up to. Are you going to fight me again? If we fight, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat me alone. Lin Fei was indeed smiling. Looking at this Northern Absolute Eternal. This Northern Overlord Eternal should more or less know some secrets. North Ju Yongheng looked around and realized that he was the first one to arrive. The others didn't come. This made him frown. This wasn't a good situation. Before this, he really couldn't defeat this guy. If they fought now, he might not be able to defeat him. You should have taken the thing inside, right? I advise you to hand it over. If you don't hand it over, I'm afraid you'll regret it very soon. North Ju Yongheng said coldly. You'll never know how troublesome that thing is. It's a hot potato. If you hand it over now, I'll let bygones be bygones. I won't cause you any trouble. You are quite smart. You know that I took something. But there are so many things. How do I know what you want? I can't just say that I take one and you take one. This kind of thing can't be done. Lin Fei wanted to know if the other party's target was the stone tablet. If it was the stone tablet, then he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. The other party was here for this thing. Chapter 53:26. North Ju Yongheng was infuriated. That guy did it on purpose. He definitely knew a lot. That space-time point wasn't easy to find. He found it so easily. In fact, even North Ju Yongheng was surprised. Now he was acting dumb. Zhang Xian blurted out without hesitation. I'm talking about that stone tablet. That stone tablet is definitely in your hands. I can give up everything else, but you have to give me that stone tablet. North Ju Yongheng's tone became more intense. As for the other things, North Ju Yongheng wasn't interested. He didn't even think that there was anything powerful here. But he definitely had to get it. He had to hold it in his hands. To Lin Fei, he heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that this guy was here for that. He didn't think that he would really be here for the stone tablet. This stone tablet looked quite extraordinary, and it was extremely difficult to pick it up. It had taken him a lot of effort. He casually took out the stone tablet. He threw it at North Ju Yongheng. Don't you want this stone tablet? I don't mind if I give it to you. This time, North Ju Yongheng was surprised. Then with a boom, the entire stone tablet smashed on his body. His body was smashed. Then, his body condensed in the distance. Just a moment ago, he had been killed once. North Ju Yongheng was furious. You cheated, you bastard. North Ju Yongheng didn't expect that. The stone tablet was actually so heavy. It was like a treasure. He couldn't take it at all. Who would be able to withstand such a blow? They would be annihilated immediately. Fortunately, he was strong. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to ashes. Lin Fei casually took it back. Didn't you say that you wanted this stone tablet? I gave it to you right away, but you didn't want it. Instead, you talked about me. What do you think I should say to you? When North Ju Yongheng looked at his opponent, his gaze became filled with hatred. He had already suffered a loss inside. Now he had suffered another loss. Fortunately, there was no one else here. Otherwise, he would really wish that there was a crack in the ground for him to crawl into. The only thing that made North Ju Yongheng slightly happy was that there really was a stone tablet here. This kid really took out this thing. At the very least, he could keep an eye on them. There was nothing wrong with this fellow. The item was taken by this brat. The most important thing now was how to get the stone tablet. When it landed in the other party's hands, it was like a huge hidden weapon. This smash was something that no one could withstand. Moreover, this stone tablet had a certain special power. If you still want this stone tablet, no problem. I will definitely give it to you. Lin Fei smiled. He felt that using this thing as a hidden weapon was really cool, and he couldn't withstand it at all. If he hadn't seen it, he might not have thought much about it. But after seeing it, Lin Fei felt that it was best to use it as a trump card. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to withstand the stone tablet's attack. Do you know what this stone tablet represents? It's a hot potato in your hands. If you give it to me now, I can let bygones be bygones. I can even give you something. North Ju Yongheng said coldly. After all, this stone tablet was really important to him. The key was how to get it back. At least this kid didn't seem too happy about it. So he had to change his method. At least he definitely couldn't make a move now. He couldn't beat him. So he had to use another method. He had to use some treasures. Maybe he could exchange it for this item. That was the only thing North Ju Yongheng could do. If he really couldn't, then he couldn't be blamed. When the time came, he would use all his strength. Weren't you going to attack just now? But now you want to use treasures. Do you think I'll agree? 7017K. Chapter 53:27. How could Lin Fei not know what this guy was thinking? It was obvious that he couldn't beat him, so he wanted this thing. Hence, he wanted to use another method to move Lin Fan. After all, they came from a special place, so they had many special treasures on hand. Luo Lan's words weren't just for show. Lin Fei also remembered it clearly, so he understood it quite well. Then, can you tell me what this thing is? I feel that this thing is quite unusual. If you can explain it to me clearly, maybe I will consider returning it to you. The stone tablet appeared in Lin Fei's hand once again. It flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he put it away. In the blink of an eye, it was different for North Ju Yongheng. This guy definitely did it on purpose. He purposely used it to provoke him. The stone tablet was really important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way here. All for this stone tablet. In the end, it was taken away by a little bastard. Even now, he didn't know where this guy came from. This was the most inconceivable part of it all. Are you sure you want to know? If you know about this thing, I think it's useless to you. Your best choice is to hand it over and pretend you don't know anything. After all, this matter involves too much. North Ju Yongheng's words became more serious. Of course, Lin Fei could hear it, and he was more or less surprised. This stone was actually so important. It was indeed a little inconceivable. I'm a very brave person. I also thought that this monolith seemed a little interesting, so I put it away. However, I didn't expect that this monolith would be heavier than the 100,000 mountains. Therefore, this thing is very useful as a hidden weapon. Even a person like you can't withstand it, let alone others. Yi Shiwen smiled. Lin Fei smiled. This smile made North Ju Yongheng's heart ache. If I didn't underestimate you, why would this thing fall into your hands? It would have fallen into my hands long ago. Then listen carefully. What is this thing? This is the famous demon suppressing monument, one of the keys to the land of demon suppressing. Do you think you can control this demon suppressing monument? So this thing was called the demon suppressing monument. Lin Fei finally knew. No wonder this thing felt so different. This was especially so since it was very heavy. He reckoned that it was condensed into a huge mountain to support it. Or perhaps it could be said that there were many great formations set up here. This name sounds quite interesting. Why does it sound different? Why don't you tell me what's going on? Anyway, you've already told me. Lin Fei's interest was piqued. You don't know what's good for you. Northern Absolute Eternal Leaf Harumphed. This land of demon suppression is also a dangerous place. However, this place will soon be opened. Those so-called demon sect members will soon descend upon this place. They will begin the rebirth of a great era. Lin Fei had learned a lot of information from Luolan. Now that he heard it again, he felt that it was a little unbelievable. This situation was a little different from what he had imagined. Looking at the other party's luck, the fight was more intense than he had imagined. It actually involved the land of demon suppression. Are you feeling very afraid now? Even a little panicked? Let me tell you another piece of information that others don't know. The land of demon suppression has imprisoned a legendary celestial world elder. This celestial world elder is the founder. So when the time comes, he will definitely come out. What you need to do now is to hand over this demon-suppressing monument. Then you'll be fine. However, if you're unwilling, then there's nothing I can do. North Ju Yongheng had said everything he needed to say. Now it was up to this guy to decide. This is quite interesting. I'm getting more and more curious. So, I can't return this demon-suppressing monument to you. North Ju Yongheng was dumbfounded. His face was full of black lines. 7017K. Chapter 53:28. If it was any other time it wouldn't matter, but right now North Ju Yongheng was infuriated. It never crossed his mind that this little rascal was not going to hand over the item. But he didn't dare to snatch it. If he really did, he wouldn't be able to beat him at all. This guy was more capable than he imagined. If they really fought, he might not even be able to leave this place. Voila! Just like how the monument smashed over. When the stone tablet came crashing down, it was as if the area around his body had been restricted. There was a loud explosion. His entire body was smashed into the ground. If you still want this stone tablet, then it's not a problem at all. I can make you feel extremely satisfied at any time. Just like that. North Ju Yongheng didn't have any other thoughts. He spat out these words fiercely. You'll regret it. No one can hold this thing, not even you. North Ju Yongheng really left. This time he directly used a space treasure and didn't dare to stay any longer. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be suppressed by Lin Fei. When that happened, who knew when he would be able to get the monument back? That was the scariest thing of all. Without this terrifying demon-suppressing monument, everything would be fine. But with this terrifying demon-suppressing monument, it would make one feel despair. Lin Fei didn't think that this guy was quite tactful, slipping away right away. He was quite timid. Of course he wanted to scare him. He already knew everything he wanted to know. The demon-suppressing monument in his hand was definitely an extraordinary thing. He definitely couldn't give it to them. If he took it to sign in, there should be some good stuff. Just like that, Lin Fei quickly left. This time he didn't return to Great Void Sect. Great Void Sect had nothing to do. They were the only ones left to slowly develop. What Lin Fei needed to do was to find a place to sign in. He believed that the people from Holy Land of Celestial would definitely find it. In that case, the Great Void Sect would definitely not be able to return. They would definitely follow the clues of the demon suppression steel and come back. Lin Fei decided not to go back. Instead, he went from universe to universe. Back and forth through 10 or so universes. Some of them were great cosmoses while others were small cosmoses. There was not a single universe that Lin Fei was satisfied with. In the end, they only stopped at a barren place. Looking at this area, he was a little surprised. He had actually returned to this place. This place seemed to be the primordial land. He didn't think too much about it and decided to sign in here. There were still some places here that were quite safe. In Lin Fei's eyes, the danger of others was the greatest safety. That was all. Lin Fei happily went in and only stopped when he reached the most special place inside. He found a random place and started signing in. Ding! Sign in for Demon Suppressing Monument. Obtain Soul Suppressing Seal. This reward surprised Lin Fei a little. It was just as he had guessed. This thing also had a certain sign-in qualification. This demon seal was a special kind of seal. It was used to deal with powerhouses. Once one was struck by this seal, their strength would be directly sealed and they wouldn't be able to break it at all. It was even more mysterious. It was also the most powerful sealing method that Lin Fei had ever seen. It was a pity that North Ju Yongheng ran too fast. If he didn't run so fast, he could try to break this seal. He believed that he would be very satisfied. Just this sign-in alone let Lin Fei know that signing in here was quite beneficial. He would sign in for half a month first. It was a pity that he didn't bring any time treasures with him. Otherwise, his signing in would be even more efficient. It would be even more efficient. Chapter 53-29. This sign-in session lasted for half a month. Lin Fei also signed in a lot of things. Among them, the one that satisfied him the most was the so-called demon suppression technique. The demon suppression technique was even more peerless when used in close combat. These methods could only be used in close combat to display their invincible might. Anyone who could master these methods and have a strong body would naturally be able to increase their strength. In just half a month's time, Lin Fei's strength had increased by a certain amount. This also made Lin Fei quite satisfied. However, he didn't sense any aura chasing after him. He was quite puzzled. Could it be that those guys from the Holy Land of Immortals had given up? Especially the words that North Ju Yongheng said before he left. He was gnashing his teeth in anger, as if he wanted to capture him. Then he would definitely follow him, just that he hadn't come yet. He overestimated the ability of this so-called Holy Land of Immortals. He thought that he would be able to find him in a short time. But now it seemed that they weren't as smart as he thought. It took so long to find someone. If they couldn't find him, then they could just cultivate for a while longer. What a convenient thing. This sign-in lasted for another half a month. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After half a month of sign-in, his luck was average and there was nothing eye-catching. Whoosh! Within the range of Lin Fei's heavenly eye, he sensed that several figures had arrived. Are they finally here? After looking forward to it for so long, they finally didn't disappoint me. He had waited for these guys for a month. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. For a moment, Lin Fei felt that they wouldn't be able to find him. But now it seemed that they were quite capable. At the very least, they didn't go to the Great Void Sect. If they went there, he would have to rush back. As for using the Great Void Sect to threaten him, they probably wouldn't bother doing such a thing because it would have no effect. For a powerhouse like Lin Fei, such a method could only be said to be quite inconspicuous. Unless they came in person, there was nothing they could do to Lin Fei. Their purpose was also very direct. Good heavens, 6 people actually came, and all 6 of them were eternal-level powerhouses. Every single one of them seemed to be at about the same level as the Northern Absolute Eternal. They must have brought some powerful treasures with them. In front of the Heaven Eye, Lin Fei could see it clearly. The 6 of them were indeed quite powerful. If he had special defensive treasures or offensive treasures, he would naturally be able to form a powerful combat force. He was even more confident now. I feel like something is spying on us. 6 people were coming over. Suddenly, one of them looked up and said in a cold voice. A lot of doubts flashed through his eyes. The remaining 5 people began to look around. He didn't feel like he was being watched. Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could there be anyone spying on us in this place? There's only 6 of us. Who would dare to do so? They're not that capable. They were extremely confident in their own strength. This kind of thing hadn't happened to them in a long time. You guys know that my intuition is innate. My intuition is never wrong. Right now, someone is definitely watching us. Perhaps it's that Lin Fei that North Ju Yongheng mentioned. This person's tone became extremely serious. No one knew better than him that he really did feel that someone was spying on him just now. The scariest thing was that he couldn't sense where it was. It was as if this part of the world was within the scope of the other party's spying. Lin Fei was also surprised. Did this guy have some ability? He could actually sense it. He was also the first one to sense it so far. It should be some kind of innate special divine ability. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to sense it. It seemed that there were quite a few powerhouses in this place to be able to sense something like this. Even if he sensed it, so what? Chapter 53-30. It wasn't a good thing to be spied on. At least that was the case for the few of them. North Ju Yongheng seemed to know who did it right away. Maybe it was that guy called Lin Fei. Was there such a magical technique? At least he didn't feel anything. Voila voila. The treasure was taken out, but it was useless. It couldn't stop the enemy from spying on them. His presence was still faintly discernible. In that case, it is no wonder you are unable to defeat that Lin Fei. That fellow does have some ability. It should be said that he possesses a powerful treasure. North Ju Yongheng felt ashamed. He was an expert from the celestial Holy Land, but he couldn't beat a young lad. He felt like he was getting old. Lin Fei stared at them from start to finish. When they came in, they found that the direction they were looking for was quite correct. It was almost as if they were following his direction, which meant that they had something on them. He was sure of it. Where the hell is this thing? Kid, you can come out. We know you are here. You can't hide. The 6 of us aren't joking. You should just come out. North Ju Yongheng seemed to have gained some confidence and started to clamor. The remaining 5 people were quite surprised to know about this at first. They didn't expect North Ju Yongheng to suffer such a huge loss. It was rare to see something that couldn't be taken back. The 5 of them came over. Could it be that the 6 of them couldn't beat this guy? Voila! Just like that, a black shadow came over. When the black shadow came over, they were instantly shocked. This was the famous soul-suppressing monument. Also, the soul-suppressing monument instantly transformed into tens of thousands of mountains, which came crashing down one by one. A loud rumbling sound rang out. In just a moment, they were forced to retreat again and again. Then, the soul-suppressing monument flew back. It landed in one of their hands. He played with it casually. I heard that you guys wanted to meet me. Looks like you guys aren't that strong after all. You guys couldn't even withstand a single attack from this stone tablet. I'm really disappointed. North Ju Yongheng, even if you're looking for someone, you should at least look for someone strong. To think that you would find someone so weak. I'm really disappointed in you. Lin Fei shook his head. With that, he realized that the strength of these fellows was only so. They were not as strong as he had imagined. No wonder you were able to suppress North Ju Yongheng to the point where he had no temper. You're actually able to play around with this soul-suppressing monument to this extent. You're indeed quite capable. The one who was staring at us just now was you, right? Just like that, the 5 of them felt different. It was quite amazing. One could imagine how strong this guy was. They came from the sacred land of immortals, which meant that they were much, much stronger than him. He absolutely could not lose face. If I were you, I would leave now. However, you have to put these things down. Otherwise, it would be a little impolite. After all, we are here to meet guests. How can we leave without bringing something? The 6 of them almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This brat really dared to say anything. Did he really think that he was strong just because he chased North Ju Yongheng away? In their eyes, he was just that. Presumptuous. How dare you say such things in front of the 6 of us? Let us show you how strong the sacred land of immortals is. North Ju Yongheng couldn't wait for Lin Fei to be as arrogant as possible. If that was the case, the other 5 would go all out to attack. They would be able to suppress him right away. Then he smoothly obtained this soul-suppressing monument. 7017K. Chapter 5331. Although he didn't sign in for long with this demon-suppressing monument, Lin Fei had already obtained a lot of benefits from it. Just now, he knew that the demon-suppressing monument could create an absolute space within a certain range. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be in such a sorry state. If this thing fell into Lin Fei's hands, it would be of great help. Not to mention other things. Isn't it just more people? Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei laughed. He directly released the reincarnation spirit. Each of the reincarnated primordial spirits connected together, forming a huge array that enveloped the area. Then the monument came crashing down again. Now let's see who's stronger. The 6 of them had indeed come in a menacing manner. At the beginning, he was stunned by the stone tablet. It was hard to accept. The 6 of them couldn't even withstand the attack of the demon-suppressing monument. They saw the reincarnation spirit. These reincarnation spirit directly activated the large array. It was as if their hearts had been cut by a knife. They were extremely unhappy. The soul-suppressing monument came crashing down again. They were also extremely unhappy. One after another, they were completely dumbfounded by the successive attacks. Lin Fei's methods were also extremely terrifying. With a single punch, he turned the space around them into ruins. This punch was incomparably powerful. It was even more terrifying than they had imagined. When did this guy become so strong? It was completely different from what they had expected, and he had managed to move this far with just one punch. Just this punch alone made them understand what despair was, and what the gap between them was. North Overlord Yongheng was the most helpless one. He actually couldn't feel what level this person's true strength had reached. He could only watch as the other party attacked. Every single punch shook the void here. All the power seemed to be nothing in front of him. Just one punch made them feel the pressure of breathing, let alone the reincarnation spirit. Coupled with the soul-suppressing monument, they couldn't see victory at all. Their hopes were slim. This won't do. We have to activate our strongest treasures. Otherwise, we won't be this guy's match at all. The last time North Overlord Yongheng fought, he could still fight against this kid. But now he felt a huge difference. This difference made him feel that he had cultivated for nothing. It was as if all his years of cultivation had gone to waste. This fellow was the true strongest. This was really embarrassing. The 6 of them immediately released a treasure. This treasure was a bronze statue. As soon as the bronze statue appeared, it grew with the wind and turned into a giant. The giant then displayed an invincible technique. In fact, Lin Fei could even sense a trace of the aura of an immortal from the giant. It was definitely the real deal. Lin Fei could generate some immortal energy from signing in every day, so he could feel the difference in this bronze statue. It was definitely not this treasure. No wonder the 6 of them had to activate it at the same time. It must have consumed a lot of energy. Lin Fei, don't you think you're very powerful? Let's see if you can withstand it. The giant grabbed a gigantic axe and swung it down. This axe arrived in front of Lin Fei, and he resisted it just like that. With a boom, the surroundings of the 2 of them quickly turned into ruins. The powerful force passed through the bodies of the 6 of them, and very little of it passed through them. The 6 of them all had protective treasures on them, so they were able to withstand it. No one knew the origin of this bronze statue better than them. This was a true treasure from the upper realm. Not many people in this realm had such a treasure. Needless to say, it was extremely lethal. However, it consumed a lot of energy and only the 6 of them could use it. Beams of cold light directly slashed down. The bronze statue displayed its invincible technique. It instantly exploded. Seemed to have the upper hand. North Overlord Yongheng and the others could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, they could control Lin Fei. Otherwise, they would have come all this way for nothing. Chapter 53-32. The attack power of this bronze man was much stronger than he had imagined. Especially the axe, which was filled with cohesiveness. Not everyone could block it. At least, normal Eternal Realm experts weren't its match. Even peak experts couldn't block it. Even 3 to 5 peak experts would be heavily injured or even killed by the bronze man. North Ju Yongheng and the others were looking forward to winning. No matter how strong this guy was, could he fight against the treasure? Logically speaking, that was impossible. What they had to do was simple. They just had to wait for him to succeed. They didn't have to do anything else. They already knew how strong Lin Fei was. He could play tricks with the demon-suppressing monument in his hands. Therefore, what they could do at this time was very simple. Wait. In such a short period of time, the bronze statue had unleashed over 100 attacks. Every attack gave them a jolt in their hearts. In such a situation, could Lin Fei still be able to withstand it? No matter what, they refused to believe it. In any case, you will definitely lose this time. Just that simple. As expected, it is ridiculously strong. However, compared to before, I am much stronger. You can't do anything to me. Attack. Lin Fei's fist smashed into the bronze statue. He broke through layer after layer of attacks. He finally got close. He heavily injured it. This heavy blow sent the bronze man flying. The bronze man was like a stream of light, instantly charging out. North Ju Yongheng and the others were instantly smashed by the bronze man. Lin Fei purposely chose this direction. He smashed it. The 6 of them spat out blood. The bronze man fell to the ground. Then Lin Fei came over. However, this time, how could Lin Fei give him a chance to attack? He stepped on top of the bronze statue. Rumble. He ran all the way underground. It is a waste to leave such a good thing in your hands. It is mine. Lin Fei's hand was like a knife, directly cutting through the void. In an instant, the connection between the 6 paths and the bronze statue was severed. The 6 of them coughed up blood again. In the end, all traces of him disappeared. The bronze statue disappeared once again. Then, Lin Fei's figure appeared in front of them. With a single grab, this world directly landed in Lin Fei's hand. It was the same for the 6 of them. They didn't even have a chance to resist. This fellow was too strong. It was even more terrifying than he had imagined. What else do you have to say? Do you want me to send you to heaven right now? After all, your holy land of immortals has existed for too long. It's just the right time to destroy you. This grab made them realize what despair was. Even North Ju Yongheng finally realized the difference between him and Lin Fei. It was extraordinarily big. To think that it would be so easy for the other party to destroy him. It was totally different from before. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that he had lost just like that. Even his life and death were in the other party's hands. He was extremely bitter. He regretted bringing other experts over. Let us go. We won't participate in this anymore. We don't want the demon-suppressing monument either. Anyway, we didn't say we wanted it. Someone else wanted it. We won't participate anymore. North Ju Yongheng was also extremely bitter. He knew what to choose. Now you know how to say that. It wasn't like this at the start. The power in his hand increased. They felt a huge power pressing down on their bodies. Huala cracks also appeared on the treasured armor on his body. Don't attack. Don't attack. North Ju Yongheng shouted. I can tell you a secret. A secret regarding the descent point. Chapter 53:33. Lin Fei looked like he was going to kill them all. North Overlord Yongheng couldn't sit still anymore. If he didn't say anything at this time, then it would really be over. With just a single move, he had actually managed to capture all of these experts. That was the most shocking thing about it. He hurriedly told them what he knew. When he said that, even Lin Fei himself was slightly surprised. You actually know about the descent point. Lin Fei knew about the descent point the best. In other words, when the people from above came down, they would definitely find a point. It was impossible for them to come down randomly. If they came down randomly, then it would be a complete mess. There was definitely a descent point. However, when he asked Luo Lan, he didn't know and wasn't very clear about it. Now there seemed to be some clues. North Overlord Yongheng actually knew about this. This was indeed a good piece of news. To Lin Fei, knowing about this descent point was very useful. One had to know that it led to the top. It led to the top. If he signed in at this descent point, it would definitely be quite interesting. Others might not know what was going on. Lin Fei was quite happy to know that there was such a place. Maybe he could sign in there and get some good stuff. The possibility of that wasn't very high. What if? No one dared to guarantee such a thing. I really know about the descent point. This descent point is a piece of news that we put down. Those people who want your soul-suppressing monument came down from this place. You can completely wait here, we definitely won't say a word. Moreover, if you kill all of us, it won't be a good thing. The people above will notice it and won't come down from that place. North Overlord Yongheng was afraid that after hearing the news from Lin Fei's family, he would kill them again. He mentioned it. Lin Fei smiled. I have to see it to know whether it's true or not. North Overlord Yongheng didn't dare to lie. He directly said it. The descent point is located within a great family in the Zenith universe. No one knows that it is a descent point. That is where the descendants of immortals reside. Indeed, Lin Fei did not know of such a place. Not to mention that he was in a big family. This great family was actually the descendant of immortals. No wonder the descent point was placed here. In other words, the descendants of these immortals were guarding this place. What else do you know besides this? North Ju Yongheng shook his head. That's all I know. I heard that there will be people coming down in a few decades. It seems that the first round of people will come down in a few years. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, that's what the higher-ups said. This news really made Lin Fei feel quite happy. It was finally about to begin, and it came down from above. As long as you can let us go, I will tell you all the descent points one by one. When the time comes, there will definitely be more than one descent point. It's just that there are still many descent points that we don't know about. Lin Fei laughed. That's a pretty good way of putting it. A descent point like that will appear silently. Who knows where it will be? It's different with you guys. After all, you're from the Holy Land of Immortals. Don't tell me that your Holy Land of Immortals doesn't have a descent point? This was something that puzzled Lin Fei quite a bit. North Overlord Yongheng shook his head again. We don't have a descent point here. Don't look at it just because there are many powerhouses in the Holy Land of Immortals. In fact, it's not a descent point. Then I naturally won't kill you guys first. However, it's necessary to control you guys. He directly used the demon suppression technique that he learned from signing in previously. He directly used the demon suppression seal on their hearts. In an instant, the relationship between master and servant was formed. Of course, Lin Fei was the master. They were servants. After being stunned for a moment, they completely accepted their fate. Who wouldn't accept their fate? Their life and death were in the hands of the other party. Moreover, the appropriate method that the other party used was actually the demon suppression seal that they knew before. How long did it take for him to master it? Chapter 53-34. After taking control of a few of them, Lin Fei sent them back. There was no use for them. But he remembered one thing, which was about the descending land. This place could be visited. After all, the descending land could communicate with the people above in an instant. He could go there and pick up some benefits. After sending them away, Lin Fei came over. He passed through one universe after another. After that, he arrived at a middle-level universe. This middle-level universe was really unremarkable. If North Ju Yongheng hadn't mentioned it, Lin Fei didn't believe that there would be a descending land here. Even if his thoughts swept through this place, he couldn't feel the existence of any immortal qi. It was indeed a very well-hidden place. Following that, Lin Fei came to a big city in this universe. This big city was quite different from other big cities. It was very lively. He decided to stay here. At the same time, he also gained some understanding of the situation here. This big city was under the control of this family. This family was considered a relatively powerful family in this universe, but not at the top. However, Lin Fei could clearly feel that the overall strength of this family was very strong. There were hidden powerhouses. These hidden powerhouses seemed to have used top-grade treasures. They even sealed their strength. Outsiders couldn't even see them clearly. What did it mean to hide one's strength? This was what it meant to hide one's strength. These people were definitely plotting something. No wonder they said that they were the descendants of immortals. They were used to guard this descending point. The strongest in this universe was only at the middle stage eternal realm. But this family actually had late-stage eternal realm and peak eternal realm existences. It was truly a ferocious mess. Moreover, they only occupied this big city and didn't occupy any other places. It made them look very low-key. In the eyes of many people, this family was indeed very low-key and never participated in anything. It also made the major forces in this universe reluctant to come to this family. There weren't many families like this. They were already low-key, yet you still offended them. Wouldn't it be the same as putting them in the arms of the enemy? This was definitely not something they wanted to see. This family was really low-key. It was so low-key that many people couldn't even remember the existence of such a family. This was the information Lin Fei had gathered over the past few days. Lin Fei wasn't sure what was going on inside, because there was a layer of faintly discernible power isolating him from the outside world. It looked like a formation, but Lin Fei knew it better than anyone else. This was definitely not a formation. It should be a powerful treasure that was used to defend it. In other words, it was an immortal weapon left behind by an immortal. It was extremely precious. He couldn't even detect a trace of immortal qi. Even Lin Fei himself couldn't feel it, let alone the others. He only felt that this was a powerful formation. He wouldn't think too much about it. This further proved North Ju Yongheng's words. This place was truly a place of descent. Moreover, this place of descent should be quite extraordinary. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to enter the family and find the place of descent. At that time, he could wait for the heir to come to him. Otherwise, who knew what kind of situation it would be outside? How to get in was a problem. He could also sneak in, but if he sneaked in, he would encounter the defense of this treasure. It would definitely wake people up. Lin Fei thought about it and changed to the simplest way to go in. This was also the simplest way, and the effect was also the most obvious. Chapter 53-35. Just like that, Lin Fei walked in front of the family. This family was called the Zhao family. It was a very low-profile existence. Even the main entrance was really low-profile. It was really ordinary and unremarkable. However, such a family had a great expert overseeing it. If anyone thought that they were easy to bully and barged in, they wouldn't even have the chance to regret it. Stop, you can't enter. When Lin Fei reached the entrance, he was beaten down. The guards were all wearing black armor and they stared at Lin Fei. It seemed like they would attack if there was any movement. Of course, they weren't that strong. Lin Fei smiled. I am here to deliver something. Help me deliver it. After they see it, they will naturally invite me in. I won't make things difficult for you. I think such a small request shouldn't be a problem. Lin Fei took out a small box. He passed it over. The captain's expression changed slightly after taking a look. He seemed to know what it was. Then he sent it in. Lin Fei was prepared to enter just like that. As for how he let them see him, that was another matter. He took a set of things. This box contained a strand of celestial energy. There was very little celestial energy and it definitely wasn't normal. This was also the reason why the captain's expression changed after seeing it. He sensed that this thing was different and entered right away. You wait here. If you dare to force your way in, we'll take action. They cared a lot about it. The captain found the family head right away. Just now, someone came and passed me a box. There was something in the box. I felt that it wasn't ordinary, so I brought it in. It seems similar to something in our family. One must know that the captain of the security guards naturally wasn't an outsider. He was a disciple of the family, which was why his expression changed. Zhao Zhen was drinking tea. He found it interesting. Then bring it over. Remember, next time you can't just bring anything in. The box was placed on the table. Zhao Zhen casually grabbed it. The moment he grabbed it, the thing inside fell out. It fell into Zhao Zhen's hands. Zhao Zhen didn't seem to care at all. Suddenly, his expression changed. He actually stood up. With a wave of his hand, he sealed off the surrounding area. Immortal Qi. There's actually immortal Qi. No one knew better than him what it was. This was the famous immortal Qi. Why was the immortal Qi here? Could it be that he had seen through the meaning of the existence of the clan? Or could it be that there were already people coming over from outside and they were going to... At this time, Zhao Zhen really couldn't stand still. The captain beside him also felt that the situation was a little serious. Should we invite him in? Zhao Zhen thought for a moment. Please come in, but don't make a big fuss. Just bring him in casually. I don't think he wants too many people to notice him. The captain quickly went out. Following that, two figures appeared behind Zhao Zhen. These two figures were the top experts of the clan. At this moment, they also came over because they felt the fluctuation of the aura. Someone sent a portion of immortal Qi over. I don't know who this person is. Did he see through our clan's mission? Prepare for a rainy day. The two of you stay here to guard. If anything goes wrong, take it down immediately. The two experts immediately retreated. They disappeared without a trace. After all, this wasn't a small matter. It was a huge matter. Preparing for a rainy day was the right thing to do. Zhao Zhen was quite good at thinking. Chapter 53-36. The captain came out again. This time it was quite simple. He directly said to Lin Fei, "Our family head wants to see you. Follow him in." After walking into the family, Yi Zichen was stunned. Lin Fei could feel that this mansion was indeed an extraordinary treasure. No one could feel it better than Lin Fei. This was a senfu, the legendary senfu of the Ming dynasty. Lin Fei finally knew why no one else could sense the problem with this senfu. This senfu was definitely a good thing. It was no wonder that it could hide experts and even become the legendary descending ground. It really had its own way of doing things. However, Lin Fei pretended not to know anything. Along the way, finally he saw a figure in a garden. It was a middle-aged figure. The figure just sat there quietly. When Lin Fei came in, his eyes fell on Lin Fei. It was like he was patrolling. Over and over again. One had to admit that this figure's eyes were quite sharp. There was no one around. However, Lin Fei could feel that there was someone here. And it wasn't just one person but two. Both of them were experts and they just hid quietly in the dark. It seemed like there was a hidden space here. This space was very inconspicuous. If they fought in this space, it would be even more different. This was used to deal with him. As long as he had the slightest intention, he would immediately attack. It was indeed a good plan. I saw the thing you just sent over. That is the so-called celestial energy. You are quite interesting to send such a thing over. Can you tell me what it means? Zhao Zhan just looked at the young man in front of him. This young man was very unfamiliar and he couldn't see through him. However, Zhao Zhan could feel that this guy seemed to have a trace of celestial energy. This celestial energy was very obvious. Others might not be able to see it clearly, but he could still see it clearly. This was definitely one of the rarest types. It's nothing much. I came here specifically to find your family because your family is a descendant of an immortal, and they are guarding this place. Am I right? Lin Fei chuckled. Zhao Zhan's expression changed noticeably. Everything changed in the blink of an eye. Everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. What you said is quite interesting. Our family's inheritance has only been passed down for a few hundred years. How could we have descendants of immortals like you said? Are you joking? How could Zhao Zhan admit it? At the same time, he was glad that he let this guy in. Otherwise, how would he know? This guy actually knew a lot of things. It seemed like the news had gotten out. However, he was rather puzzled as to how this news had reached the ears of such a young man. He didn't know if these words had spread outside. If news of this were to spread outside, it wouldn't be a good thing for their family. On the contrary, it was a bad thing. Anyway, you understand. It's meaningless for me to say it too clearly. Don't you want to hear what I came here for? Lin Fei said unhurriedly. As for Zhao Zhan, his heart sank. This guy really had a motive. Then tell me, I'm all ears. Actually, it's very simple for me to come here. I heard that this world will soon become a place of contention. As for me, I'm quite interested in this place of descent. I want to stay here for a while. I think that shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhao Zhan stood up. Who exactly are you? You even know about this? Whoosh! The other two figures came out as well. Their gazes fell on this young man. This was a top secret. They were guarding this place to protect this place of descent. There was nothing more important than this. And now someone saw through it. It was someone they didn't know. That was what made them nervous. Chapter 53-37. Their biggest secret was discovered by this guy in front of them. Therefore, whether it was Zhao Zhan or the other two experts, they all locked their eyes on this young man. This news was no small matter. This was huge news. If this news were to spread outside, their family would be in trouble. The land of descent wasn't something that could be easily concealed. Actually, you guys don't have to be so nervous, because I'm the only one who knows about this. Not many people know about it. I'm just here to take a look and stay here for a while. I hope you guys can allow me to do so. Lin Fei said it in a simple manner, but for Zhao Zhan, it was definitely not that simple. This guy was going to wait here for a rabbit to come to him. What was their mission? That was to protect this land of descent. Anyone who set their eyes on this land of descent would be the enemy of their family. That's impossible. This place will definitely not be given to anyone. Although you came in alone, as long as we capture you, we will naturally be able to interrogate you to find out who is behind you. Zhao Zhan snorted. The two of them directly came forward. Even Zhao Zhan himself had to activate the formation. In the blink of an eye, this place had turned into a space restriction. The space around them became viscous, as if they were stuck in mud. In an instant, they were unable to move. This was one of the methods. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to break free from this spatial restriction. The two experts directly came in front of the young man. One on the left and one on the right. They wanted to see how capable this young man was. He actually came all the way here. He even mentioned the matter of the land of descent. They wanted to wait here even more. If such a thing really happened, wouldn't it be a huge slap to their faces? Voila! The moment Lin Fei made his move, he instantly destroyed all of these spatial techniques. With a punch from each side, he forced the two experts to retreat. These two experts only needed to take a light blow to feel the boundless power hitting their bodies. Voila! The two of them were directly injured and kept retreating. They retreated all the way to the end before stopping. They retreated just like that. On the other hand, Zhao Zhan's pupils shrank. This was definitely a terrifying scene. So strong. The three of them had all experienced how powerful this person was. This was especially true for the two who had just started fighting. The two of them came down again, but this time when they were in mid-air, a force instantly exploded within their bodies. Their bodies were completely crushed. their figures condensed in a place not far away from them. At this moment, his vitality was greatly damaged. Even though Zhao Zhen hadn't made a move yet, no one knew better than him what an individual was capable of. No wonder he dared to come here alone. He was simply too powerful. If this is your confidence, then let me tell you, this is far from enough. This is the headquarters of our Zhao clan. No one can act presumptuously here. Whoosh! Time and space twisted. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a very inconspicuous place. No one knew where this place was. No one knew how this place came to be. In any case, he just appeared in a dark place. In this dim place there were 9 round pillars erected. In an instant, the 9 pillars transformed into a formation. Zhao Zhen's body was blessed. Zhao Zhen also punched out. Let me show you what a celestial is capable of. Lin Fei knew that this family definitely wasn't simple. Just these 2 experts alone, even though they were strong, they were only able to deal with Eternal Realm experts. But it was too difficult to deal with him. He was far from it. This was the true method of making him feel conscious. This was the true method of a celestial. 7017K. Chapter 5338. Zhao Zhen had indeed used the strongest means of the Zhao family. That was to get their place of suppression. This was a special place. It could only be used when they were in the Zhao family. But it would consume a lot of energy to use it once. But this time there was no other way. The black-robed young man in front of him was too strong. If he didn't bring him here, he wouldn't be his opponent at all. Following that, the 9 pillars unleashed a powerful attack. Blessing his body. It was a punch. This punch was like a beam of light. It was impossible to defend against it. Lin Fei directly punched. The 2 fists collided heavily. When the time came, he took a step back. It was just a step, but he could feel the power of this punch. It was indeed the attack of an immortal, because there was a different kind of power contained in it. That was the so-called magic power. It was indeed extremely powerful. This was magic power. It was also very terrifying. It continued to wreak havoc within Lin Fei's body. However, Lin Fei's body was extremely strong. Just like that, he got rid of that trace of power. For Zhao Zhen, this wasn't a good thing. This guy was actually able to withstand a single punch like this. He remembered that a powerful peak Eternal Realm expert came here in the past. After coming here, he heavily injured him with a single punch. He was killed with 2 punches. But the scene in front of him was completely different from before. Was this guy's body really that strong? Fake. It must be fake. This guy must be an arrow at the end of its flight. Continue attacking. Zhao Zhen attacked again. This time there were even more techniques that could be used. Lin Fei withstood them one by one. His body was extremely powerful. Then the primordial spirits came out one by one. After these primordial spirits came out, they directly bombarded these pillars. Zhao Zhen immediately recognized these primordial spirits when he saw them. This was the famous reincarnation primordial spirit. Since when could the reincarnation primordial spirit cultivate so much? Zhao Zhen had heard of it. Dozens of reincarnation primordial spirits. He heard that in the past, the strongest was only 10 reincarnation primordial spirits. Could it be that this fellow was a monster? If he wasn't a monster, what else could he be? He had so many reincarnated primordial spirits. It directly shook the pillars. After all, even though these pillars were strong, Lin Fei's reincarnated primordial spirit was no joke. Zhao Zhen's expression immediately changed. After all, you can't mobilize your strongest power. You can only stare at me helplessly. Let me break your method first. I was kind enough to talk to you, but you didn't agree. Then I can only take it myself. This place of yours is really not bad. But your immortal method is not good either. The reincarnation primordial spirit kept breaking the pillar. Lin Fei threw a punch after a punch, and in an instant countless attacks erupted. They bombarded the pillar like stars in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! These pillars were obviously unable to withstand the pressure. This was because Lin Fei had only attacked one of the pillars. Zhao Zhen was instantly anxious. If he really let him break this formation, then he would be completely finished. Wow! A group of black shadows came crashing down. It was the soul-suppressing monument. In Lin Fei's hands, the soul-suppressing monument more or less had some tricks up his sleeves. Could be big or small. When it was big, it could be as heavy as a mountain. Although the pillar was sturdy, cracks had appeared on it. More and more cracks appeared on the wall. Zhao Zhen looked at the black shadow that had smashed out and was even more shocked. You actually got the soul-suppressing monument. How is that possible? Why is it in your hands? There was a loud crash. The pillar was finally broken. The power that Zhao Zhen had infused into his body was instantly destroyed. Lin Fei also walked out of it. Zhao Zhen's entire body retreated. Chapter 5339. Zhao Zhen knew that he had lost. He had lost completely. This guy was quite powerful. Even if he used his strongest technique that contained magic power, he still couldn't injure the other party's body. He only left cracks on the other party's body. If one didn't look carefully, these cracks wouldn't be visible at all. Your body actually surpassed the eternal realm. No wonder my attack was useless against you. And no wonder you dared to come to our Zhao family alone. I have underestimated you. If he hadn't seen this scene with his own eyes, Zhao Zhen wouldn't have believed that such a powerful powerhouse had actually come. He directly left them with no other choice. One had to know that this space was a special method. Anyone who came to their Zhao family was basically pulled in. No one had ever been able to escape from their Zhao family. This was the only one. Your methods here are quite extraordinary. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I might not have been able to understand it. Lin Fei had truly experienced what it meant to be a true technique. Today's method was indeed quite fierce. If it were anyone else who was slightly weaker, they would have been directly suppressed. Then do you think you should still make a move now? If you still want to make a move, then I won't be polite anymore. Since this guy had mastered such a method, he definitely had other methods. Lin Fei wouldn't force him into a dead end. If that was the case, he wouldn't come down so easily. He just wanted to use this place to sign in. Of course, this kind of sign-in was completely different from other times. That was the celestial world he could sign into. The celestial world was the most valuable thing. Although the soul-suppressing monument in his hand was quite good and he could receive some rewards from signing in Lin Fei's opinion, signing into the entire celestial world was the most valuable thing. If he could sign in properly, then he would definitely do it. Now, it all depended on whether this Zhao Zhen cooperated or not. If he cooperated, then everything would be fine. If he didn't, then don't blame him for taking action. As long as you don't destroy the Zhao family, I can hand over this place to you, and we won't leak any information. In a moment, Zhao Zhen had already made up his mind. He also knew what to do. If he continued to fight, he would have no chance of winning. Unless they were to perish together, but even if they were to perish together, he might not be able to guarantee that he would be able to kill this fellow. The other party probably didn't just cultivate an immortal physique. This was difficult to deal with. At the very least, the power of this world was unable to shake his body. This was the most terrifying existence. What you said is quite interesting. No one can snatch this place of descent from me. However, I was going to talk to you nicely, but you didn't listen to me. Handing over the place of descent now is indeed the best choice. I can promise you that I won't attack your Zhao family, but you must tell me everything you know. I need to know everything. If you hide anything, I will kill the most powerful person in your family. You also know that no one can escape from this range. This was the result he wanted. Of course, this also made Lin Fei realize that above his strength, there should be the so-called magic power. It was just that he had chosen the path of physical cultivation. In terms of magic power, he should be weaker than the others. But it didn't matter to him. When one's strength was absolute, breaking through the heavens with strength was no joke. Magic power could still be broken. It just had to reach a certain level of accumulation. It was just that simple. I said, I will tell you everything. Zhao Zhen said. He knew what to choose. Chapter 5340. Lin Fei easily took down Zhao Zhen and the others. He even looked at this landing camp. This landing camp was indeed extraordinary. If it wasn't for Zhao Zhen bringing him in, it wouldn't have been easy for Lin Fei to come in, even though his strength could completely break through. But this landing camp was a little different. Any outside influence would cause it to collapse. In other words, this landing camp would no longer exist. It was very fragile. This was also why Zhao Zhen's family had been guarding this place. The others couldn't defend the landing camp at all. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't use these methods from the start. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Without this place to descend, it would be too difficult to find any traces of it. This was the only good opportunity they had. This is our landing camp. This landing camp is different from the others, Zhao Zhen said from the side. He gave a simple introduction of the items. The more he introduced it, the more Lin Fei understood another thing. This landing camp was indeed quite sacred. In another 10 years, the first person will come down here, Zhao Zhen said again. He didn't want his family to be purged. He was quite direct. Not many people know about this. I'm the only one who knows about it. There were still 10 years. 10 years wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. But to Lin Fei it was just a short time. He didn't expect that he would come at the right time. Someone would come down in 10 years. When they descend, there won't be too much of a commotion, unlike the other landing grounds where there will be a commotion as soon as they descend. Unless it's our people here, no one will know what's going on. Then you can leave. I'll be here from now on. Remember what you said. If there's any commotion, your entire family won't be able to survive. Lin Fei didn't do anything to Zhao Zhen. After all, Zhao Zhen knew better than anyone that even with his methods, he wasn't a match for him. Not to mention the others in his family. Zhao Zhen retreated just like that. It was as if he had picked up a life. At other times, Zhao Zhen would never have such thoughts. But this time it was different. He had thought it through. It was better to be honest. This way he might be able to live a little longer. Otherwise, no one in the entire family would be able to withstand this person's attack. Just like that, Lin Fei stood guard here. It was as if he was waiting for a hare to come to him. He could sign in as well. Initially, he thought that he would be able to sign in here. However, he realized that he was thinking too much. He couldn't sign in at all. He could only take out his so-called soul-suppressing monument. After all, this kind of soul tablet was pretty good. This sign-in session lasted for 7 to 8 years. In these 7 or 8 years, Lin Fei didn't make any moves at all. Zhao Zhen was also quite honest. There were no tricks. He also knew that with such a person here, if he didn't behave himself, he would suffer a huge loss. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the information that Zhao Zhen sent over. This fellow didn't seem to be the same as the others. He still knew how to make himself trust and acknowledge them more at a time like this. Otherwise, the anger of a powerhouse wasn't something that anyone could withstand. Through this information, Lin Fei also knew that the situation outside wasn't as bad as he had imagined. It was quite calm. Then he was completely relieved. He didn't hear any movements from Guan Luolan either. He must have gone to do something important. That person was quite thoughtful. Chapter 53-41. He didn't sign in for nothing in the past 10 years. Lin Fei had obtained a lot of good things. At this moment, the most exciting moment had finally arrived. Finally, it was the 10th year. The 10th year. Lin Fei finally felt that there was a change in this place. Although the change this time wasn't very obvious, it was very clear. Someone must have come down from above. What Zhao Zhen said wasn't wrong, there were indeed people coming over. It was about to begin. This was an opportunity. This was an opportunity to sign in. Whether or not he could sign in from above would depend on today. Lin Fei didn't think that this passage would exist for a long time. He reckoned that it would only be a blink of an eye. The one who came down would definitely be a powerhouse. Lin Fei was already fully prepared. The commotion was getting louder and louder. With a swoosh, a figure directly came down from above. The moment he came down, it happened. Lin Fei felt that something was different. This was a vast and powerful aura. The moment this aura descended, it instantly brought about a big change. Indeed, it made everyone tremble with fear. In fact, this person seemed to have restrained his strength at this moment. After all, this place was completely different from other places. The strength that the other party restrained was definitely a true restrained strength. He finally came down? This place is indeed quite different from what I imagined. I just don't know if those people will follow me here. But I'm the fastest. I'll be the fastest to occupy a place. As soon as this figure walked out, he made a bold statement. Right after he came down, a big hand directly suppressed him. Of course, it was Lin Fei who made his move at this moment. He made his move the moment he appeared. He definitely wouldn't give him any chance to catch his breath. Even so, it made them feel different. This figure instantly raised his hand to block. Who is it? How dare you sneak around here? Just like that. It directly let out a thunderous sound. It directly penetrated the other party's body. Lin Fei's control of his strength had reached a very precise level. This time it directly spread through the other party's body. As soon as he made a move, he let the other party know of his existence. The other party was directly hit in the head. No matter how strong his body was, he naturally felt a certain degree of suppression when he encountered Lin Fei's power. This wasn't the top but the bottom. At this moment, Lin Fei also signed in. The passageway did not close. Ding. Sign in to the celestial world. Obtained 1000 celestial world magic power. At this moment, Lin Fei had indeed signed in. This sign-in actually gave him magic power. 1000. It was absolutely shocking. This was equivalent to a huge harvest. 1000 streams of magic power. Of course, Lin Fei knew how powerful this magic power was. Just look at Zhao Zhen from before. He had once unleashed a technique, which was to create this magic power. His powers were not considered complete, and the power was only average. However, when it burst forth, it was definitely more than enough to crush the so-called eternal power, leaving a huge wound in his body. Only someone like Lin Fei could handle it so easily. If it was anyone else, they would have been killed countless times. With 1000 streams of magic power in hand, this made the harvest of this trip extremely rewarding. The other party was stunned. Someone had actually attacked him. The other party was very strong, and it directly exploded in his body. Fortunately, he had magic power in his body, which directly offset this part of the attack. Then he saw this figure. This was a very young and unfamiliar figure. But just like that, it was able to attack him. This made him feel a little incredulous. He actually suffered an attack just like that. How dare you? How dare you attack me? Let me kill you first. Chapter 53-42. This fella's methods were quite strong, but he already had a celestial body. Naturally, he was different. Coming down from above, he was naturally suppressed. His immortal body was his greatest asset in running amok. So this bit of strength didn't affect him much. Of course, it made him realize that the young man in front of him was different. To ambush him here, how did that Zhao Zhen do things? This was a place that they were guarding. The place they were guarding was to prevent any accidents from happening. Just like when they came down from above, if they didn't go there, their strength would be greatly reduced. Now, under such a situation, there was actually someone here. This was the most inconceivable thing in the world. He seemed infuriated. One after another, he struck out with a series of hand seals. This was the so-called supreme technique. These were all powerful techniques. They exploded in this part of the universe. He became even more powerful. They directly blasted over. However, Lin Fei wasn't just bragging. He directly used the God-Demon body techniques. However, the God-Demon body didn't seem to have much of an advantage against his techniques. He finally knew that the other party came down with spiritual power. As for how much spiritual power he had, he wasn't sure, but it shouldn't be very strong. At this moment, Lin Fei was silent. If he hadn't been guarding here, he really wouldn't have had such a chance. Now the chance had come. It was easy. You are indeed quite strong, but in front of me, that bit of strength is nothing. I advise you to behave yourself. Xiao Shan seemed to have more than enough strength. It was as if he had grasped the other party. The other party's hand seals were quite strong. At least in this world, he was a top existence. There weren't many who could contend against it. Even his celestial body was affected to a certain extent. He could more or less tell that the other party cultivated the rare legendary God-Demon body. This was definitely an unbelievable thing. Who had seen the God-Demon body before? It could be said to be a lost existence. But now this fellow actually used it. This was just too shocking. Then you have to show your strength. Only then can you know everything. Otherwise, you really don't have the qualifications to know this. Lin Fei kept using his God-Fiend body. Even his attacks contained the so-called thunder attack, but these attacks didn't seem to have much effect on him. The body of an immortal was indeed quite powerful. Although the opponent's magic power could cause Lin Fei some trouble, it wasn't that strong. It could only be said that the other party's strength had been suppressed. If they were on top, their strength would be magnified infinitely. Aren't you the same? I don't think you can do anything to me. Even though you have the body of an immortal and have magic power, it doesn't seem to be enough to hurt me. If you have any other tricks up your sleeves, just bring them all out. Lin Fei was in no hurry to use this so-called magic power. This was his strongest trump card and also his trump card. Unless there was a special situation, he basically did not intend to use it. He had yet to find the trick to maximizing his magic power. But if he fought with this guy for a few rounds, then it would be different. He understood this situation better than anyone else. Xiao Shan was really surprised. His attacks came one after another, bombarding over without stopping. Let me see how long you can last. Xiao Shan didn't believe that he couldn't catch this kid. What a joke. Did he need to be afraid of someone from the upper realm? Very soon. This kid would regret it. Chapter 53-43. He flipped his hand slightly. Xiao Shan knew that this fellow's strength was indeed quite formidable. Especially in close combat, he was much stronger than anyone else. This kind of strength was not something that just anyone could resist. At least from Xiao Shan's point of view, this guy had some ability. He could be considered a top-notch existence. He even seemed to have cultivated the so-called god-demon body. This kind of person had research value. So after probing for a while, he pulled away. You're indeed quite strong. You're the most special melee fighter I've ever seen. You've even grasped the god-demon body, so you'll be a great helper for me. Now I'll give you a chance to live. Submit to me and become my servant. I can bring you to a higher and further place. Otherwise, you won't be able to take it when I attack later. Xiao Shan just watched quietly. This was a useful talent. At least he met such a talent the moment he came down. Previously he was still a little angry. But now all his words had disappeared, completely gone. No one knew better than him that there were great benefits in taking down such a person. Now it was up to him to choose. Lin Fei had indeed attacked for a long time. He didn't cause any result to him. He could only say that this guy was really capable. He was really strong. However, he still had a killer move that he hadn't used yet. That was the so-called reincarnated soul. Lin Fei's reincarnated soul hadn't even been used yet, let alone the power that he had just obtained. With that, he naturally had an endless advantage. In comparison, he could easily crush his opponent. You're actually asking me to make a choice? You know what I hate the most? If you're willing to follow me, I'll naturally show you what a true backer is. I wonder if you're willing to make a choice? Lin Fei smiled at Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan's expression changed. Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Then I will do as you wish. I will show you what a true technique is. In my eyes, the techniques of this world are no different from the attacks of ants. Xiao Shan formed a hand seal and instantly, a huge attack was sent over. This huge attack was different. An attack that contained magical power. Just one move was enough to let Lin Fei experience what it meant to be domineering. There was a loud bang. Lin Fei retreated. Then countless streams of energy exploded in front of him. In an instant, Lin Fei was injured. Xiao Shan's voice rang out once again. What do you think? This is just my simplest attack. You will never know how strong the people above you are. In this world, you are the strongest. Indeed, you are the strongest. But in our eyes, your strength is only a little bit stronger than the average person. Xiao Shan immediately used his magic power. Only magic power could break through this guy's defense. Everything was just as he had imagined. His defense had indeed been broken. The amount of magic power that the other party used just now had increased by quite a bit. It was not as simple as before. Its power was exceptionally strong. Such an attack could indeed suppress Lin Fei. It was no wonder that he would say that. However, Lin Fei did not feel too much pressure. You are not qualified to say that. What other powerful techniques do you have? Show them to me and let me experience them. Otherwise, it will be impossible for me to obey you. With such an attack, Lin Fei was not very satisfied. He wanted to see where this guy's limit was. Then his primordial spirits walked out one by one. He wanted to see if he could suppress the other party's strength. Chapter 53-44. After so many primordial spirits came out, Xiao Shan felt that it was really incredible. He actually recognized what it was. It was actually a primordial spirit. There were so many primordial spirits, and each primordial spirit's aura was exactly the same. Most importantly, they instantly formed a huge formation and enveloped him. He subconsciously exclaimed, You are actually a follower of the Reincarnation Emperor, and you actually cultivated so many primordial spirits. Xiao Shan was really shocked. Who didn't know that the Reincarnation Emperor was also a famous figure in the upper echelons? However, he never thought that the other party actually cultivated so many reincarnation primordial spirits. Who didn't know that the primordial spirit of the Reincarnation Emperor was not that easy to cultivate? The more primordial spirits there were, the stronger the potential. Furthermore, even the Reincarnation Emperor did not have so many primordial spirits. Xiao Shan was really incomparably shocked. He actually encountered such a scene. Could it be that this was the top monstrous genius that the Reincarnation Emperor specially cultivated? This time he really could not sit still. Finally, he knew why he was ambushed here. The Reincarnation Emperor must have released the news as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be guarding Lin Fan like this. No wonder Zhao Zhenshou could not hold on. This situation really made him feel incomparably shocked. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would really not dare to believe it. This was really true. If such a news were to spread to the upper echelons, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. Everyone would be shocked by this generosity. He actually started planning in advance so early. He had recruited such a powerful disciple. Lin Fei laughed and directly controlled the Reincarnation Great Formation. Just like that, he crushed them. One slash after another, it instantly affected Xiao Shan's strength to a certain extent, although it was not very obvious. However, Lin Fei knew that this effect was quite real. He could suppress the other party's strength, but the other party's strength was beyond his imagination. It seemed that his reincarnation primordial spirit still needed to be improved. Otherwise, he would not be able to display his true strength. These primordial spirits were naturally not a problem when used on eternal level experts. However, it was somewhat useless when used on Xiao Shan. Even if you came here to ambush me, you are gravely mistaken. I will let the Reincarnation Emperor know what he is capable of. He is absolutely useless here. I will destroy you first. Xiao Shan roared angrily and immediately unleashed his ultimate move. He had to kill this person before him first. Leaving it behind would be a huge problem. After all, any expert would feel pressured by this reincarnation array. Only those who had reached a certain level of strength would be able to break it. Without a certain level of strength, it would be impossible to break it. With a loud rumbling sound, beams of light circled around the area. Lin Fei's primordial spirit was directly blasted away. The great reincarnation array collapsed from the tyrannical attack. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered such a situation. However, he did not mind at all. It would be strange if he could block this Xiao Shan. The other party's strength was already very strong. Then a handprint appeared in front of him. That palm imprint turned into a black lotus of destruction. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei landed on top of that lotus. Following that, the lotus flower kept closing and closing. Every time it closed, a terrifying killer move would be unleashed. This was Xiao Shan's technique. Black Lotus of Destruction. In this short period of time, he had unleashed hundreds of attacks. He did not believe that this guy in front of him could withstand such a technique. After more than 100 attacks, the Black Lotus also dissipated completely. Then, 33 finally saw this person. However, this person was actually unscathed. In fact, he did not even look battered. Just like that, he looked over with a smile. I see that your strength seems to have reached its limit. Then is it my turn? Chapter 53-45. Xiao Shan finally saw the person coming out. When he saw the person, he was shocked. This guy came back as if nothing had happened. He had used his spiritual power. This kind of magic power attack was not something that just anyone could withstand. How could this brat withstand it? Moreover, he was actually staring at him like this. Seemed like they were going to fight. This was a little different from what he had imagined. It was different from what he had imagined. Xiao Shan's strength was indeed strong. But this time, he also felt that he had encountered a powerful opponent. This fellow was indeed more terrifying than he had imagined. He could tell just by looking at his strength. Xiao Shan didn't believe that this guy could come up with any powerful moves. He had come down from above and grasped powerful moves. Could he really fight with him? Xiao Shan wanted to see how this guy could injure him. How would he injure him? He didn't believe it. His strength wouldn't be able to withstand this guy's attack. If that was the case, then there was no need for him to come down. Who doesn't know how to brag? Show me some of it. Otherwise, you'll be the one who'll say it in the end. Xiao Shan took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. If he didn't take the medicinal pill now, he felt that he couldn't take it anymore. The consumption was a little too heavy. Lin Fei walked over step by step. With every step, he closed the distance between them. Don't worry. If I say I'll defeat you, then I'll definitely defeat you. I'm not good at other things, but I'm a man of my words. I can easily defeat a trash like you. He directly punched out. The speed of the punch wasn't fast. Could even be said that it was ordinary. Xiao Shan instantly felt that there was a huge difference in this punch. From this punch, Xiao Shan actually felt the aura of spiritual power. Moreover, the spiritual power seemed a little unfathomable. One should know that when he came down from above, his strength was suppressed and he still had 300 rays of spiritual power. Just now he didn't go all out because he felt that he could easily defeat this guy. But now this guy actually exploded with so much spiritual power. It really made him feel shocked. That guy used a special method to suppress his own strength. If that was the case, it would be extremely troublesome. The battle for luck was about to begin, and the most important thing was that this brat's strength had been greatly boosted. Who would dare to underestimate him then? Right now it was better to endure this punch first. He formed a series of seals with his hands, forming an invisible defense. Each of these defenses was formed by interweaving magic power. He had to see just how strong this guy was. With a loud rumbling sound, these defenses collapsed upon contact. The fist grew bigger and bigger like a vast sun. It directly crushed Xiao Shan's body. In an instant, this made him feel what was called pressure. Hua! Xiao Shan retreated. He was incomparably shocked when he did so. He was hurt. His injuries were incomparably severe. The amount of mana contained in that punch was beyond his imagination. It was far from being as simple as 300 streaks. What the hell? Without another word, he fled. You think you can leave? In the void, a figure caught up to him. How could Lin Fei let Xiao Shan leave if he really let Xiao Shan leave? This was a big fish. He was able to get so much information from him. If he really let him leave, where would he put his face? The spiritual power pressed down like a mountain. The area that Xiao Shan was at was covered. Even if he sent out many attacks, he was still unable to stop the hand from getting close. It got closer and closer. His methods were completely useless at this time. Take him down. He was taken down right away. Don't you think I am right? 7017K. Chapter 5346. Xiao Shan was taken down just like that. Even he himself was quite surprised. He had never thought that he would be taken down in such a situation. This was completely different from what he had expected. After leaving Xiao Shan, Lin Fei directly changed his location. After all, he had already received a huge benefit from signing in previously. The celestial world was indeed a place to sign in. Now, it all depended on whether or not Xiao Shan knew what was good for him. He wanted to see if he could sign in for more things. For example, even if he used the land of descent once, it would be a little difficult to use it a second time. It wasn't that easy to come to this world from above. Lin Fei knew it better than anyone else. He understood it better. He couldn't be anxious at this time, he had to take it slow. He brought Xiao Shan to a rather inconspicuous place. A ruin. A place with nothing. There was nothing here. It was quiet, as if it had been abandoned for a very long time. Other than the ruins, there was nothing else. The more such a place was, the less people would come here. Lin Fei was especially relieved. The moment he came here, he directly used many methods. Lin Fei had grasped quite a few methods. Moreover, he still had the demon-suppressing monument in his hands. In front of his powerful magic power, he directly used the demon-suppressing monument. He controlled Xiao Shan's car. Xiao Shan seemed dispirited and listless. He didn't expect that he would lose so badly. Say, if I kill you now, what will happen to you? Lin Fei just looked at Xiao Shan. Although Xiao Shan was in a sorry state and his strength was sealed, he knew that he wouldn't die. The other party knew that he was useful. Although I don't know how you came to this world, your actions will definitely attract a lot of trouble. Xiao Shan still had some eyesight. It was just that his heart was filled with questions. Such a guy actually appeared in this world. And he was so strong. This was the most inconceivable thing to them. You don't have to worry about how I came to this world. You'd better think about whether you will die here or not. If you die right after coming here, I'm afraid it'll be a bad start. Although I don't know if this is your real body or your doppelganger, I think the possibility of it being your real body is higher. Then let's talk openly. Since you attacked me first and didn't kill me, then you must have something you need to do. Xiao Shan also went straight to the point. Lin Fei liked people like Xiao Shan. I just want to know what other descent points you have. I'm quite interested in the people who came down from above. This time it was Xiao Shan's turn to be surprised. He had even thought of handing over all the treasures on him, but now it seemed to be different from what he had imagined. This person was actually interested in the descent point. Was he going to deal with them one by one? If you want to know about the descent points, then I know 2 or 3. I can tell you, but you have to let me go. Of course, Xiao Shan knew some descent points. This time it seemed that these descent points had become very important. It's good that you understand. After all, you are indeed very strong. If I kill you, wouldn't it be giving others a gift? So I won't kill you. As long as you tell me what I want to know, then you can live. Kill. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't do that. At that time, the world would be filled with enemies. What he needed to do now was to sign in to the entire immortal world, to obtain resources from this huge immortal world. This was what Lin Fei needed to do right now. At that time, no matter what they were fighting for, in his eyes it would be the same. There was nothing to worry about at all. The more you talk, the better you'll be able to preserve your strength when you leave. Otherwise, I'll take away all your treasures one by one. When that time comes, you'll really become a commander without an army. Without treasures, you're no match for them in this world. 7017K. Chapter 5347. Xiao Shan still said what he wanted to say. He knew that if he continued, he wouldn't have a good ending. He could also tell that this guy wasn't the kind of person who would kill him. Otherwise, with his strength, it should be easy for him to kill him here. Thus, he said the locations one by one. He said 6 locations in one go. Among the 6 locations, 3 of them belonged to the more dangerous category. It wasn't easy to find them. If one wanted to go there, they would have to spend some time. Only the remaining 3 were in front of some clans. Of course, these families were also quite inconspicuous. But it wasn't considered a secret to them. They were well aware of which experts had left behind their legacies below. 6 places to descend was more or less good news for Lin Fei. Originally, he thought that 2 or 3 would be enough. But he didn't expect to hear that there were 6. This was definitely good news. With 6, he could sign in 6 times. He could obtain a lot of resources from this immortal world. Thus he let Xiao Shan go. Xiao Shan really felt like he was in a dream. He actually survived just like that. He even knew about the reincarnation emperor's plan. He left behind a top-notch powerhouse below. Such a powerhouse would definitely leave a lot of trouble below. When the time comes, everyone will be dumbfounded by the so-called battle of providence. With such a powerful person here, not everyone could deal with him. Not everyone would be able to deal with it. In any case, they would all be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, it was impossible for them to pass on the news at this time. After all, they wouldn't be able to go back up until a certain amount of time had passed. Xiao Shan could only sigh helplessly. But at this time he had to find a safe place. Lin Fei indeed didn't chase after Xiao Shan anymore. Now that he knew the news, he had to think about the next place to descend. Xiao Shan's explanation was quite clear. There was a rough time for each place to descend. It was really very complete. A true 1,000 strands of magic power. This kind of magic power was quite attractive to anyone. If it wasn't for this magic power, it would be quite difficult to deal with Xiao Shan. Lin Fei's body became stronger, but compared to him it was indeed a far cry. Lin Fei quickly left. During this time he also flipped through some information. Of course, this information was obtained from Xiao Shan. They were all dermic powers. Although it was simple in the hands of Lin Fei, Its power increased by several levels. It was completely different from before. Eventually, he arrived at a very large universe. This universe was also considered a large-scale universe. There were also many peak eternal level powerhouses. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei sensed it. Then he locked onto one of the families. This family was one of the places to descend. However, it would still take some time for them to descend on this place. It would take at least 2 to 3 years. This period of time was neither long nor short. Lin Fei settled down on a hill outside the city. There was no point in living in the big city, so he simply stayed on the mountain outside. After choosing a bamboo house, he began to lead a leisurely life. 2 to 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. For such a leisurely person outside, no one paid attention to him. And Lin Fei had been sensing if there was a place to descend. Even if there was, he would be able to detect it in an instant. Over the past 2 to 3 years, he had also figured out what the situation inside was like. On this day, Lin Fei suddenly opened his eyes. He had sensed a trace of movement. His figure quickly disappeared. Chapter 53-48. Lin Fei was very surprised that they actually came down early at this time. He thought that they shouldn't have come down yet. He didn't expect that they would come down early. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't stay here for nothing in the past 2 to 3 years. Naturally, he understood the situation here. He easily came in. They all had an idea of how to break through the formation. Could be said that it wasn't simple at all. As soon as he came in, he was obstructed by the array formation. However, Lin Fei instantly broke through the array formation with a single finger. Then he entered the family. The people of these families didn't stop Lin Fei. They were too weak. Only the people in the innermost area were qualified to resist Lin Fei. However, they went to pick someone up now. Of course, it was the people who came down from above. As for how many people came down this time, it was unknown. In any case, for Lin Fei, as long as the passage was open for an instant, he would have a chance to sign in. At other times, he could just stand aside. He didn't care at all. He had easily broken into this place. As soon as he came in, he felt that something was different. The experts inside launched their attacks in an instant. However, Lin Fei didn't move and directly endured it. Then he signed in. He signed in at the very last moment every day. He was just worried that something might happen. Ding! Signed in to the immortal realm. Obtained Panga body fragment. Just by signing in, Lin Fei realized what it meant to pick up a huge bargain. He actually signed in to the so-called Panga body fragment. This was the true existence of the world. Who didn't know how powerful Panga was? Moreover, Panga was indomitable back then. Now that he was able to sign into the Panga body fragment, Lin Fei was pleasantly surprised. As for the people of this family, they were all a little dumbfounded. Under their joint forces, they actually withstood the attack. It was really unbelievable. When they wanted to attack this person again, he disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Even if they wanted to chase after him, they wouldn't be able to. Even the people who came down were confused. Who was it? Who was it? He actually showed up at this time? To be able to calculate such a time, the news must have leaked out. Everyone's expression changed. This wasn't good news. There were actually people waiting here in advance. It was just that this action was very unexpected, and no one knew what they wanted to do. But no matter what, this person disappeared just like that. It made them feel a certain amount of pressure. By this time, Lin Fei had already left silently. After all, he had no interest in exchanging blows with these people. In any case, they didn't really care about his whereabouts. No one dared to chase after him, not even those who came down from above. Just like that, Lin Fei could now move on to the next location. It was just a fragment, but its value was incomparably great. If he signed in a few more fragments, he would be able to obtain the legendary Pangu physique. Who wouldn't like such a powerful body? In any case, Lin Fei was quite concerned about it. The last 2 cities did not allow Lin Fei to sign in too much. One was 300 strands of magic power, and the other was a magic treasure. Except for the former, which was a little interesting. The last item seemed to be of little value. After all, the system sign in. Sometimes it was a good thing and sometimes it was a bad thing. He didn't think too much about it. Following that, he arrived at another place. This place seemed a little out of the ordinary. This was a rather inconspicuous place. If it wasn't for that guy saying so, Lin Fei really felt that this guy was playing a big joke on him. How could it be here? This place had a rather mysterious name in the universe, called the Land of the Broken. This was a space of ruins left behind after a battle between super powerhouses. The entire space had almost collapsed, but there was still a trace of connection, so not everyone could enter this place. There were spatial cracks everywhere, and there was almost no place to land. Chapter 5349. As soon as he entered this place, he could feel that it was different. Indeed, not everyone could withstand it. The power of the spatial cracks hit his body directly. Along the way, he didn't have to be careful. Instead, he swaggered around. The power of these spatial cracks was very strong, but to him it was nothing. He easily withstood it. The more it was like this made Lin Fei realize that his body had become incomparably strong. It was indeed very practical. Not to mention that he could use his magic power to extend it all the way. He could clearly see where the spatial cracks were and where they weren't, which saved him a lot of trouble. For the time being, he didn't find any traces of living people. However, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Since the fourth place was in the Broken Land, there was a high chance that there were people here. It was just that he didn't notice it. The deeper he went, the more spatial cracks there were. The power of the spatial cracks was also getting stronger. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei didn't know how far he had gone. In any case, he should be in the depths of the Broken Land. Until now, he didn't find anything. He didn't even find any space-time points. What a strange thing. Could the information be wrong? Logically speaking, that guy wouldn't make such a mistake. If the first 3 points were correct, then the fourth point should also be correct. Old thing, I'm not criticizing you, but what's the point of us fighting here and there? We've been fighting for almost 3,000 years. If we continue to fight like this, it won't end well for either of us. That's right, I'm going to fight with you. No matter what, we have to determine a winner. No one is more powerful than me. If you don't fight with me, I'll keep pestering you. Let's see how far you can throw me off. Without any warning, 2 voices came from afar. The 2 voices seemed to come from all directions. Lin Fei instantly caught the direction they came from. His heart skipped a beat. He actually found 2 old men here. He didn't need to think to know that they were old monsters who had been hiding for many years. They were also very strong. He could tell from their tone of voice. This place wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. At the very least, Lin Fei didn't think that anyone else would be able to withstand it. Even if your body reached the eternal level, it would still be the same. You wouldn't be able to block it at all. The danger here is much more terrifying than you can imagine. Therefore, only some old monsters could come to this place at this time. The others couldn't do it. If it was someone else, Lin Fei wouldn't care, but since it was these 2 old men, Lin Fei felt that he had to go over and take a look. He didn't say anything else. He immediately came over and saw some people's silhouettes. Sure enough, the 2 old men were sitting on a piece of broken ruins. These 2 pieces of broken ruins were still moving. The 2 of them stared at each other. Seemed like it had been a long time. Suddenly, both of them turned their gazes over to this side. When Lin Fei came over, he did not retract his aura. As soon as they came over, they naturally said that they sensed it. It was a little unexpected. It's all your fault for having such a loud voice. Look, you've attracted someone over. It's actually a little kid. Coincidentally, I have a stomach full of anger. Who let him find us? One of the taller old men directly punched. This punch, the area where Lin Fei was directly exploded. Did it completely turn into a black hole? I already said that you can't do it. You can't even kill a brat. I might as well do it. The other shorty also threw a punch in another direction. A consecutive punch. Just like that, 2 punches created 2 black holes. The area of the 2 black holes was quite big. Chapter 5350. These 2 old men were quite hot-tempered. They punched each other and blew up the void in front of them. The 2 black holes connected in an instant, forming a huge black hole. Nonsense. How can you not be killed? It's obvious that I killed him. You're just here to join in the fun. Do you think I can't kill this guy? You're just too old. The 2 old men started arguing again. They seemed to think that they could kill this young kid. However, just as the 2 of them finished their conversation, they heard another voice from afar. I think the two of you should stop quarreling. You obviously didn't kill me. Who asked you to be so old and dim-sighted? I'm already standing here, but you actually can't kill me. That's a pity. The old man stopped. He really did see a young boy standing not far away. Nothing happened. The two of them looked at each other and were even more annoyed. There was a loud rumbling sound. They would directly fight their way over. The area where Lin Fei was once again turned into a sieve. It formed a huge black hole. They really didn't believe that the two of them couldn't kill a young kid. It was quite a shameful thing. Now you're completely dead. However, this time the voice appeared again. Look, I'm still standing here. You actually can't do anything to me. I really don't know what to say about you. With this kind of strength, you still have the cheek to say that you fought for 3,000 years. If I were you, I would kill myself. Lin Fei looked over with a smile. However, to the two of them, their faces were even uglier. It was like black coal. This time the attack was even more terrifying. It directly formed a huge area. The two of them directly turned into ruins within the two areas. After all, there weren't many things in this place, but there were a lot of space cracks. A slight attack could form a huge black hole. The two of them didn't know how many times they had attacked. In any case, this place was as big as it could get. One of them opened up at least hundreds of thousands of miles. The two of them opened up an area of 400,000 to 500,000 miles. It directly turned into a black hole. The two of them were also in this black hole. This old man doesn't believe it. I'll beat you to death this time. This was the only time they would act like this. He really didn't believe it. However, the two of them were dumbfounded once again. That was because the little brat had walked out once again. Just like that, he appeared in front of them with a smile on his face. It was really unbelievable. I've already said that the two of you should stop fighting. What's the point of fighting? The two of you can't kill me anyway. This time Lin Fei swaggered over. This time the two old men did not attack again. Previously, he already felt that this fellow wasn't as strong as he had imagined. Only now did they realize that this was a top-notch expert. His strength was not inferior to theirs at all. Such an expert had actually come here. This surprised them, so they didn't make any more moves. Lin Fei came to a place not far away and stopped. I think there's a way to test who is stronger between the two of you, and that is to kill me. If you can't kill me, it can only mean that you're not strong enough. If the two of you can't kill me, it can only mean that the two of you are not strong enough. I'm stronger than the two of you. Do you think this method is okay? Who asked me to be a good person? A good person has to do something that will convince the two of you. The two old men looked at each other and directly came forward. This time the two of them did not use any big moves. They just attacked at close range. Interesting, really interesting. We haven't met such an interesting person like you for a long time. Since you're so interesting, the two of us will definitely fulfill your wish. Chapter 53-51. These two old men displayed terrifying strength when they made their move. At least this was the case for Lin Fei. The two of them were indeed quite strong, and their strength cooperated with each other. It seemed to form a special blessing, which surprised Lin Fei even more. No wonder there was no winner between the two of them. With this cooperation, the strength of the two of them had increased to a certain extent, and it seemed to complement each other. If the two of them were to fight, their respective strengths would be suppressed. It was no wonder that they could not determine the victor. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. A situation like this could not be seen anywhere else. But here he had seen it. Although the strength of the two of them was indeed quite strong, they did not seem to be that powerful after encountering Lin Fei's divine body. No matter how they attacked, Lin Fei easily withstood it. From beginning to end, he did not make any moves. The faces of the two of them turned darker and darker. Suddenly, they retreated. No more fighting, no more fighting. We can't beat a freak like you at all. You actually have such a strong body. Your body is definitely not at the eternal level. The two old men were quite knowledgeable, but they could not guess it in such a short time. What kind of divine body was this? It was so strong that it made them a little dumbfounded. Finally, he knew why this guy came here. The other party's strength was indeed quite strong, enough to withstand some of the attacks here. In other words, I am stronger than you, so you have to call me Big Brother. Otherwise, I will beat you up later. It was also a joke. He felt that these two old men were quite interesting. They were not like the others who continued to fight even if they could not beat them. These two people were quite tactful and retreated when they could not beat them. It was the same even if they joined forces, let alone one against one. This guy is boring, let's go somewhere else. After the two of them looked at each other, they actually wanted to leave. How could Lin Fei let the two of them leave? It was not easy to meet people here. And if they were to leave, how could he find the so-called landing place? With the help of these two old men, it would be much faster. You guys can't leave yet. I still need your help with something. Suddenly, Lin Fei made his move. This time it was an attack of magic power. The magic power wrapped around the two old men's bodies like a golden thread. It was really fast. The two old men were even more surprised. You actually cultivated magic power, and can even form immortal ropes. You are not from this world. Lin Fei's magic power converged into an immortal rope, one for each person. They would be directly entangled with each other. After all, Lin Fei already had 1,300 streams of magic power. Of course, he was very rich. It was not something they could break free from. What's more, this was a sealing technique. The two old men kept struggling and then became discouraged. He couldn't break free at all. These magic power ropes were much more powerful than they had imagined. Young man, what do you want to do with us? That's too much. If the two of us were to die together, you would be the unlucky one. Anyway, the two of us have lived long enough. The old man wasn't too angry. He just felt a little embarrassed. They had been fighting for so long, but today they were actually suppressed by a young man. He really couldn't believe it. Lin Fei smiled. I don't have any ill intentions towards the two of you. I just want you to help me with something. I think you should be quite willing. After all, this place is different from other places. Not long after, this place will become a landing place. So, I want the two of you to help me find the general location. When the time comes, I can take advantage of it and do something good. Landing place? The two of them instantly understood. This meant that someone was coming down from above, and it was in this place. Chapter 53-52. When the two old men found out about the so-called place of descent, all of a sudden, he became very well behaved. Especially when they found out about the people from above, they were especially hateful. This also made Lin Fei understand something else. They had been living in this universe for a very long time and were rather disgusted by the people from above. He was quite disgusted with the higher-ups, but he didn't expect them to really come this time. This time they actually came to the Broken Lands. There was no need for Lin Fei to say anything, and they already felt that this was the most suitable place to descend. If I'm not wrong, this place has a higher probability of descending. The probability should be around 70%. They were able to say that there was a 70% probability. It definitely wasn't a simple 7 levels. Therefore, this place should have a very high probability. When Lin Fei came over to take a look, he indeed felt that this place was a little different. It was very different from what he had imagined. Others might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could tell with a single glance. There weren't many cracks in the space. This place was a very stable place. Out of so many places, this was the only place that could make Lin Fei's eyes light up. It was no wonder that the two old men were so sure that this place had a high probability of descending. Besides this place, there are 2 other places. Although they are not bad, they can't be compared to this place. If Sir wants to deal with the people from above, this place is the most suitable place to do so. The two of us can be the vanguard for you. Although their strength had been sealed, they knew that this person in front of them didn't have much killing intent towards them. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be standing here right now. They would probably be accompanying them along the way. Naturally, they knew what to do. Lin Fei shook his head. It doesn't matter if you guys are the vanguard. You just have to help me hold them back. I'm just doing a small thing. When the time comes, the two of you can leave. There's no need to destroy them. It's so boring to destroy them. That way, they will have one less competitor. Lin Fei's words left the two of them dumbfounded. Why do these words sound so weird? Just like that, Lin Fei stood guard here. As for the other 2 old men, they went to guard the other 2 places. There was still some distance between the 2 places. For Lin Fei, this distance was nothing. As long as it appeared, he could go all out. It did not take long to get from the beginning to the end. This was the so-called confidence of Lin Fei. Lin Fei had already visited all the places in the Broken Land, but there was no other place more suitable for him to stay. He understood in his heart. This was the most likely place to capture the people who came down from above. The possibility was indeed very high. Let's just wait like that. He had been waiting for almost 2 years. 2 years was not a long time. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei did not do anything. On this day there was a sudden fluctuation in space. A vast power seemed to have pierced through this place in an instant. Lin Fei's figure also moved. It's here, it's finally here. After so long, it's finally here again. This time I can sign in with all my might. A beam of light directly pierced through the Broken Lands. Not far from Lin Fei, a vortex appeared. Someone really walked out of this vortex. As soon as he came out, he laughed loudly, looking very proud of himself. Lin Fei also felt the vast aura of the celestial world. This was the celestial world that Lin Fei dreamed of signing in. Without saying a word, he flew out. He directly punched the person. This punch was not very strong, but it still stunned the person who came out. It was obvious that he had suffered a blow to the head. Not to mention the other 2 figures who came from afar. They also made their move immediately. Just as they said at the beginning, they helped Lin Fei restrain this person. Moreover, the power of the 2 of them was also extremely strong. Ding! Celestial World obtained 800 streams of magic power. Once again he signed in. This time the harvest was as expected. Lin Fei's magic power also directly increased from 1,300 to 2,100. Chapter 53:53. This time around, the person who came down was obviously much stronger. After Lin Fei made his move, he immediately took out a treasure to form a protective barrier. He withstood all the attacks. Even though the 2 old men attacked, they couldn't break through the opponent's defense. This surprised them. Of course, it was more of a kind of fear. The person who came was quite a powerful expert. At this moment, 2 beams of light shot out from the person's eyes. These 2 blades of light washed over the 2 old men's bodies like flowing water. Although the 2 old men had protection on their bodies, they were sent flying in the blink of an eye. One could imagine how strong this attack was. How dare you ambush me from below? You're asking for death. After the person shot out the 2 beams of light, he went past the 2 old men. His gaze fell on a young man in the distance. He felt that this young man was the most dangerous. A beam of light came over. This beam of light gathered all the powers in the surroundings. It looked majestic and majestic. He could probably kill an expert in a single exchange. Lin Fei punched out. Following that, his entire body quickly disappeared. He didn't forget to bring the 2 old men away with him. In an instant, the entire shattered ground started collapsing, forming a chain reaction. It only stopped when more than half of the Broken Land had collapsed. Lin Fei had already brought the 2 old men far away. They weren't in this area at all. The 2 old men were also terrified. This is too scary. This is too scary. Why is the person who came down from above so strong? The moment he attacked, they couldn't defend themselves. The person who attacked just now frowned. He didn't feel that the person was injured by his attack. It was as though the person had left right under his nose. He was very surprised. Could it be an expert who came down from above to ambush me? That's possible. I just don't know who it is. But you can't run away. Then he chased after Lin Fei. Lin Fei's speed was getting faster and faster. All the traces disappeared in a short period of time. No one could sense it at all. He could still feel an aura chasing after him. After this aura chased after him, it was immediately unable to lock onto Lin Fei's position. It won't be that easy to catch up to me. I don't have the mood to fight with you right now. I have to sign in first. There are still 2 places left. Lin Fei's strategy was very simple. He would sign in at the remaining 2 places first. He didn't want to accidentally lose a place. That would be a heavy loss. Others might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. The previous sign-in even allowed him to obtain 900 streams of magic power. Where else could he find such a good deal? At this time he should hurry up and find a place to sign in. Fighting here and there was no point. You too can also find a safe place to hide. This is not a place you can stay. The 2 old men left without another word. He even used a spatial treasure. After all, that person just now was indeed very strong. Until now, they still didn't know where this person came from. But his strength was definitely formidable. They really couldn't win against him. Now they had to run as far as they could. After Lin Fei let the two of them go, he directly changed his position. Damn, that guy actually managed to catch up. He could barely lock onto his whereabouts. That was quite impressive. This should be what he could sense from his own strength. Didn't you want to follow me all the way? I'll let you follow then. I want to see how far you can follow me. Lin Fei's speed was even faster. After all, he had so much magic power to support him. His speed broke through the limit. He had the god-fiend body to begin with. Not long after, he left the person behind without a trace. Damn it, he actually ran away. I can't even catch up to him. As he chased, he stopped. He could no longer sense that person's whereabouts. That person had completely disappeared without a trace. Chapter 53-54. Lin Fei really didn't have the mood to fight with this guy. He still had 2 other places to go. He would go there first. Anyway, he would have to deal with these people again sooner or later. When the time came, he would know when he met them, so there was nothing to worry about. As for whether or not the other party would be angry, that was his own business. Lin Fei quickly went to the next place. The next place was much more interesting. It was an underground world. In other words, it was the so-called hell. Normally, no one would come to this kind of place. When Lin Fei came in, he could feel that the aura of death was constantly covering him, as if his entire body was going to melt into a part of death in a short period of time. In fact, he could see a lot of moving underground skeletons and some underground walking corpses. From time to time, they would attack people. As long as someone approached them, they would immediately attack. But in front of Lin Fei, it was useless. Along the way, they were swept away like dried weeds and smashed rotten wood. That place should be the underground city, which is the so-called underworld. This underworld was different from the previous one. It was just that this was the most populated place. Even if he hadn't gone over yet, Lin Fei could feel that this underworld wasn't ordinary. True experts were as common as clouds. There were also top experts. Compared to the family he went to before, it was even more powerful. No wonder they chose such a place. The underworld really didn't like outsiders entering. Even the aura of death here became especially thick. Most importantly, this underworld was built on the mouth of the Yellow Springs. The strength of these people was exceptionally strong. It was said that they could even summon the so-called Yellow Springs experts. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. Anyway, not everyone could come to this place. Right now, Lin Fei had to go to this underworld. After entering the underworld, he had to make a trip to the Yellow Springs. Only in the Yellow Springs could he meet the people who came down. That was a place to descend. It was really hard to believe. To actually descend in the Yellow Springs. If it was another place, Lin Fei wouldn't have any thoughts. But that place was different, there would definitely be many thoughts. It was truly an incredible place. Each place was more dangerous than the last. Just like that, Lin Fei entered the underworld. When he was at the entrance of hell, he encountered a situation. The entry requirements here were stricter. It was very rigorous. This made Lin Fei feel a little apprehensive. Something big must have happened here. After paying a small price, Lin Fei finally came in. There was no one on the road, which was the so-called street. It was quiet. He could see shadows moving about in some of the inns. Lin Fei simply entered the inn. It was not suitable for him to walk outside. Fortunately, there was still a place to stay. Although many people looked at him with unkind eyes, Lin Fei did not care much. He returned to his room, so he called the waiter over. If he wanted to ask for information, the waiter would naturally be clearer and easier. With money to pave the way, anything could be negotiated. This also allowed Lin Fei to know what was going on. An internal strife had broken out in hell. It was no wonder that he was so jittery. The eldest young master of the underworld had returned and wanted to take back control of the underworld. The current underworld wasn't in the hands of the eldest young master, but in the hands of his younger brother. It could be said that this time it could be considered as brothers killing each other. However, whether it was the eldest young master or his younger brother, they weren't easy to negotiate with. The commotion was extremely big, so the entire underworld was in a state of panic. Just 3 days ago there was an attack. There were no results, but such an attack definitely wasn't as simple as that. This was also the reason why there was no one on the streets when he came in. No one dared to show their heads, afraid that they would be implicated. It was better for him to just stay put and hide. Most of the places in the city could not be entered and exited as they wished. This was also bad news. Chapter 53-55. After sending the waiter away, Lin Fei began to ponder. The current situation was really bad. It wasn't /T as good as he had imagined. Many places didn't /T allow him to move around, let alone get close. Once he got close, he would be treated as an intruder and killed directly. Although this wasn't / a big deal for Lin Fei, he didn't /T know when the people who descended would come down. That was the worst thing. He could only guard it from the inside. The so-called Yellow Springs shouldn't /T be a very normal place. There should be some powerhouses guarding it. If he stayed here for too long, it wouldn't /T be a good thing. Lin Fei didn't /T want to expose himself. After all, he had just signed in at a few other places, especially the last one. As soon as they heard such news, they would rush over immediately. At that time it wouldn't /T be easy to sign in peacefully. Keeping a low profile was what Lin Fei needed to do. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't /T come up with a good idea. Then he could only wait and see what would happen. Now that the underworld was in such a mess, if the two sides really fought to the death, then he didn't /T mind making a move. At that time he would naturally be able to make a judgment. Few days later, another offensive battle broke out. Indeed, someone had begun to attack, and the people in the city had organized to resist. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei had been watching all the way. He could tell that the so-called eldest young master /S side was quite fierce. Many powerhouses came. Some powerhouses hadn't /T even made a move yet. Most importantly, these powerhouses were pretending to be ordinary people. Even so, Lin Fei could tell that they more or less had the aura of immortals on them. In other words, these people were definitely not that simple. He even suspected that they came down from above. There was such a place of descent here. Even someone like him knew about it. Then the others, Lin Fei felt that these people definitely came for the place of descent. He was also glad that he didn't /T make a move. He finally saw another clue. There was a better way to make a choice. In this offensive battle, Lin Fei didn't /T do anything from the beginning to the end, letting it end. That eldest young master still failed. With his heaven eye, he could see everything clearly. This also made him more certain of one thing. Those fellows shouldn't be that easy to deal with. They were probably testing the water slowly here. In other words, it wouldn't be that easy for those people to come to this place, and it wouldn't be that fast either. This also made Lin Fei feel a little relieved and less anxious. One after another. That eldest young master also attacked many times, but he didn't have any chance of winning, so he couldn't fight his way in. The defense here was quite tight. Lin Fei also tried to approach the so-called entrance to the Yellow Springs, but it didn't seem that easy to enter. It formed an enclosed space. Unless Lin Fei erupted with absolute strength, he would not be able to enter this so-called Yellow Springs. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to recover. Lin Fei did not want to alert the enemy. He did not know that someone had probed this Yellow Springs. If he wanted to enter this place, he had to change his method. He had to enter openly. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Those people were definitely here to snipe. Who was he sniping? Of course, it was to snipe the guy who came down from the land of descent. The battle for luck seemed to have begun. Even if it hadn't /T fully erupted, there were some signs of it. Lin Fei felt that this world was becoming more and more interesting. Until now, he hadn't /T felt any aura of luck. The more it was like this, the more Lin Fei knew that he had to improve his strength. His strength would also become stronger. By then, no matter what happened, everything would be under his control. What else could be better than such a scheme? At least Lin Fei couldn't /T find out for the time being. There /S another move. On this day, Lin Fei saw another scene with his heaven eye. That eldest young master actually arranged for a few experts to sneak in. His methods were quite sharp and silent. However, they were all under the watch of the heaven eye. Chapter 53-56. From Lin Fei's point of view, He felt that there was going to be a good show. He didn't expect that these people would cooperate with each other. At first, he thought that it was just people from the outside who came in. But when they got close, the people inside actually opened the formation. This time Lin Fei laughed. The younger brother didn't seem to be in a good situation. Someone actually wanted to rely on the eldest young master outside. He directly opened a hole in the door. The people from the outside came in just like that. Just like that. The group of people directly went into the mansion. This mansion also had a layer of formation and it was quite powerful. That was how it looked to other people. From Lin Fei's point of view, it was just so. He also came in. He watched quietly the whole time. He waited until the place was surrounded. Then he launched an attack. That so-called younger brother finally reacted. That was the so-called Wild Northern Mountain. He roared angrily. He let his people out. But this time his situation seemed to be a bit worse. It didn't go as smoothly as he had imagined. He was directly crushed. Why did you people betray me? Am I not good to you? Why did you follow my elder brother? You won't have a good time if you follow him. At this time, Wild Northern Mountain was covered with wounds and kept retreating. More and more people came in from the outside. Who would have thought that the situation would turn out like this in the blink of an eye? Lin Fei also saw a figure walking in. It was a majestic figure. This figure seemed to be extremely powerful as soon as he came out. His gaze seemed to have pierced through the void and fell on the Wild Northern Mountain's body. Wild Northern Mountain, you don't need to compete with me. You are not my opponent at all. At this time, Wild Northern Mountain was very depressed. He was not as good as his elder brother. Even his subordinates had defected, and he didn't even know about it. An earth-shattering punch burst out from Bei Quanglia's hand. It was extremely bright. It directly suppressed all of Wild Northern Mountain's attacks. Wild Northern Mountain's idea was crushed in an instant. You can't even block one of my punches, let alone leading them to fight against me. That's a dead end. They're just making the right choice. Bei Quanglia faintly glanced at his younger brother in the distance. This city is mine. It will always be mine. No one can take it away from me, even if you are my brother. The people who had been following Bei Quangshan had already moved to stand behind Bei Quanglia. They all knew what to choose. No one knew better than them that Bei Quanglia would win in the end. They also made the most correct choice at the first moment. He chose to rely on Bei Quanglia. The Wild Northern Mountain was caught unprepared by the joint attack from the inside and the outside. Lin Fei, who was in the dark, had a clearer view. If there were no surprises, this Wild Northern Mountain shouldn't be able to turn the tables. This situation was not what Lin Fei wanted. This Bei Quanglia is quite strong. If I want to enter from here, it won't be so easy. I might as well help Wild Northern Mountain. In that case, I might have a greater chance of winning by guarding those guys in Yellow Spring. As for this person, it was highly possible that he had contacted the higher-ups again. After all, the smell of the people around him was getting heavier and heavier. You might not know if you haven't experienced it, but after experiencing it, it was very real. These people were most likely from the people above. This Wild Northern Mountain might have been supported by them, or he might have been possessed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come back with his people. His strength seemed to have reached the peak. Ha ha ha, my big brother. You're still as strong and overbearing as ever. But I'm not your younger brother anymore. I still have an important move to show you. Whoosh! Wild Northern Mountain's entire body broke apart and turned into a pool of blood. Then a door opened up. A long river extended behind him and adhered to the blood-colored mass of the Wild Northern Mountain in an instant. You actually sacrificed yourself to the Yellow Springs. Wild Northern Mountain's face changed. Chapter 53-57. No one expected Wild Northern Mountain to use such a big move. He had directly sacrificed himself. The people on the other side were also dumbfounded. The situation was totally different from what they had imagined. He sacrificed himself. What's going on? This wasn't going to plunge them into an endless disaster. Even Lin Fei, who was in the void, could see it clearly. He really sacrificed himself. Once he sacrificed himself, the power of the Yellow Springs emerged. Indeed, it made people feel endless fear. At this moment, Wild Northern Mountain made his move. Even if you sacrificed yourself, I can still suppress you. Because I'm stronger and fiercer than you, I'm called Wild Northern Mountain. Wild Northern Mountain was incomparably arrogant. His black hair fluttered as he punched into the depths of the Yellow Springs. The others didn't dare to approach him. At this moment, Wild Northern Mountain reached the edge of the Yellow Springs. He continued to attack the blood-red figure. Every punch was at the peak of its power. Lin Fei had seen everything clearly from the dark. He also admired Wild Northern Mountain. He had actually sacrificed himself just like that. He really put in a lot of effort to deal with his big brother. He didn't know whether this Northern Quanglia would be able to thoroughly suppress the Northern Wild Mountain. As long as the Wild Northern Mountain was not suppressed, then the Wild Northern Mountain would still be able to display extraordinary power. The actions of the two were quite fierce. In the end, Bei Quanglia released a treasure and completely destroyed Wild Northern Mountain's body and spirit. However, Wild Northern Mountain was also attacked by the Yellow Springs. Good chance. Lin Fei had been waiting for the chance to go in. He didn't have such a chance at all. However, this guy Wild Northern Mountain had actually sacrificed his own. It connected directly to the Yellow Springs. A gash has been made. This was a real chance for Lin Fei. If he didn't go in now, when would he? It would be difficult to go in then. Quietly, Lin Fei entered the so-called Yellow Springs. When he entered, Yellow Springs had already sensed that someone had entered. The monstrous wave came directly, as if it was going to completely suppress Lin Fei in the blink of an eye. No one knew how powerful Huang Quan was right now. Lin Fei displayed all his skills. He forcefully blocked Huang Quan's attack. It was still moving non-stop. He felt that as long as there was a fixed location, Yellow Springs would always have the advantage. As long as he kept moving, Huang Quan would not be able to gather all of its power to deal with him. Could also be considered a path. Lin Fei's guess was quite correct. The effect was quite useful. At the very least, these so-called Yellow Springs did not stop him. The power inside was also exceptionally strong. He could feel it clearly. Fortunately, his body was incomparably strong, so it could be said that he had picked up some benefits. This also caused him to expend a lot of energy. Without saying a word, he directly used a method that he had never used before. Ding! Sign-in successful at Yellow Springs. Received Yellow Springs protection. Even Lin Fei himself was surprised by this reward. He actually managed to sign in for the so-called body protection skill. It was still Yellow Springs protection. With a thought, he grasped it in an instant. Then a Yellow Springs protection formed around him. As soon as this protection was formed, it became a part of the surrounding Yellow Springs. It was very harmonious. Yellow Springs seemed to be able to distinguish it. There were no more attacks. Lin Fei's aura was finally isolated, leaving only the aura of Yellow Springs. Lin Fei had more or less underestimated the power of Yellow Springs. After all, the Yellow Springs here were vast and mighty. No wonder that Northern Quangshan wanted to sacrifice himself. He wanted to use this power to kill Northern Quanglia. However, Northern Quanglia's methods were indeed very fierce. For example, he still forcefully knocked the other party down and completely annihilated him. Then he controlled the formation to seal the gap again. Yellow Springs was once again trapped. Lin Fei was also trapped inside. Chapter 53-58. Ever since he came in, Lin Fei had never thought of leaving this place. He had to wait here. When the place of descent appeared, he would be able to smoothly sign in. After all, he had already received a lot of good things here. Now that he had the protection of the Yellow Springs, he was naturally at ease. When the Yellow Springs was completely beaten back, he heaved a sigh of relief. No one would know that he was here for a while. Follow. Lin Fei kept moving around inside. This Yellow Springs was indeed quite big, and this place was quite vast. Lin Fei didn't find anything here. He didn't even find a cave abode. This made Lin Fei feel particularly strange. Could it be that the place of descent would just randomly descend at a certain point in the Yellow Springs? If that was the case, it would be quite troublesome. This wasn't good news. He searched back and forth several times, but he didn't find any good clues. This made him even more speechless. It seemed that the place of descent was really quite random. The only thing he could do now was to keep moving. Fortunately, he wouldn't be attacked by the Yellow Springs now. Naturally, he had a certain advantage. It was just that he couldn't find the place of descent for the time being. He believed that when the place of descent appeared, there would definitely be some movement. A place of descent like this was definitely not simple. The Yellow Springs was a fierce existence to begin with. Now all Lin Fei had to do was wait. As for how long he would wait, he couldn't guarantee it. Fortunately, the Yellow Springs here seemed to be able to sign in. If he could control the entire Yellow Springs, it would be a powerful method. The attack method of the Yellow Springs was indeed quite domineering. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half a year, Lin Fei didn't receive any good things from signing in. He also obtained some bits and pieces of information about the Yellow Springs. He felt that if he continued to work hard, he should be able to completely control the Yellow Springs. The possibility of that happening was quite high. Swish! There was a slight movement in the Yellow Springs. Now that he followed the Yellow Springs, he could naturally do a lot of things. Not to mention he had the heavenly eye. Then he saw a figure walking in. The figure that walked in was Bei Kuanglia. With a treasure on his head, he came all the way here. The Yellow Springs continuously surged over, but they were unable to threaten Bei Kuanglia. Why did he come at this time? Could it be that he has already received some news? I thought he didn't want to come in. Lin Fei had been waiting for this guy to come in. In the end, he never came in. This wait lasted for half a year. Fortunately, this guy finally came in. It seemed like something had happened. This was a good thing for Lin Fei. As long as this guy came in, he would more or less know something about the situation. Lin Fei knew that this guy was not that simple. Just look at the treasures above his head. He easily withstood Yellow Springs' attack. No matter how Yellow Springs attacked, he was still unable to penetrate the defense of this treasure. It was definitely a top treasure. Bei Kuanglia didn't walk very fast. Just like that, he arrived at the depths of the Yellow Springs. In this half a year, Lin Fei went through the basic information of Yellow Springs. Which place was the most obvious? Which place was the weakest? Everything was clear. Bei Kuanglia came to the thickest place. He had directly released a treasure here. It was actually a formation platform. The formation platform grew with the wind, bigger and bigger. Just like that, it stood in the middle of the Yellow Springs. No matter how the Yellow Springs attacked, it couldn't shake this treasure. Now Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. This was the so-called descending ground. This Bei Kuanglia came here to prepare in advance. He almost made a mistake. Lin Fei was completely relieved. It was really like wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Chapter 53-59. At this moment, after Bei Kuanglia put this thing away, he didn't stay for too long and directly left. He allowed the treasure to remain here. The power of the Yellow Springs couldn't shake this treasure at all. Lin Fei watched from beginning to end. He didn't have any impulses. After this treasure was left here, in his opinion, this would be the so-called descending place. There wouldn't be any problems. As long as he stayed here, everything would be easy. He just had to wait until the time was right. It was really like wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. However, this Bei Kuanglia was quite interesting. He actually left this treasure here, which confirmed that it had something to do with the higher-ups. And the connection should be extremely deep. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come back to occupy this Yellow Springs. And for Lin Fei, what he had to do now was quite simple. That was to sign in. Sign in non-stop. Then he could get a lot of good things. If he could completely absorb and control the Yellow Springs, then the probability of signing in would be higher and higher. In fact, Lin Fei could imagine that the signing in this time would be quite good. After all, this place was different from other places. He even used such a formation. In the previous few places, there was no such arrangement like this. It could be said to be a level higher. Hence, Lin Fei hid in the surroundings. His methods were quite strong, and the heavenly eye wasn't a joke either. It was constantly paying attention to the situation here. Another 10 years had passed since he signed in. This time, the signing in took a lot longer than Lin Fei expected. There was no movement from above. During this period, Bei Kuanglia came several times. He borrowed the heavenly eye. He could see a lot of things clearly. It turned out that this formation wasn't completely completed. From time to time, it would be consolidated and repaired. This really surprised Lin Fei. He didn't expect this place to be more important than he imagined. 33 even set up all kinds of methods in the surroundings. One set followed by another, forming a terrible chain reaction. Not everyone could withstand it. Alright, Lin Fei went to check these methods himself. They were indeed quite strong, but as long as he went all out, he still had a great chance of rushing inside. For the sake of safety, he still tampered with it. This way there wouldn't be any problems. That way he could easily sign in. This matter was quite meaningful to Lin Fei. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when he would get another one like this? Therefore he was looking forward to this day. Judging from Bei Quanglia's actions, it was likely that the day would come soon. Especially recently, Lin Fei discovered that Bei Quanglia had been visiting more and more frequently. They would stay here from time to time, but they didn't bring any experts with them. This surprised Lin Fei a little. It was a little different from what he had imagined. Could it be that he could withstand it with just these methods? Or could it be that the person who came down was absolutely powerful? Such thoughts kept echoing in Lin Fei's mind. But no matter how he guessed, he couldn't guess what it would be like when the time came, so he might as well wait and see. Swoosh! There was finally a trace of movement in this world. This time the movement was very subtle, but Lin Fei instantly opened his eyes. His eyes lit up. He could feel the aura of the land of descent. A powerful force seemed to be piercing through space and coming to this world. He didn't need to guess to know that this was the so-called land of descent. There was really no mistake. Then he saw Bei Quanglia with his heavenly eye. This guy actually came over. But he didn't bring anyone with him. He was alone. He had a smile on his face. He could even see his voice. After waiting for so long, this day has finally come. Chapter 5360. The descent this time was obviously different from the last time. At the very least, Lin Fei could clearly feel it. Last time he could clearly get close to it, but it was different this time. An invisible defense was instantly formed around him. This defense was very strong. It was hidden like waves. Once he got close, he would be instantly hit by these waves and turn into an endless terrifying attack. This made Lin Fei look forward to it even more. Maybe this time he would be able to get something good. He had never felt such anticipation before. This was definitely a good thing for Lin Fei. He had been thinking about this passage for a long time. Now that it finally appeared in front of him, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. No matter what, he had to grasp it well. Swish! The passage was finally completed. The passage wasn't very big, but it was very sturdy. And the aura it emitted was different from before. There was indeed a huge difference. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. After all, this passage could last for a certain amount of time. This Bei Quanglia became especially worshipful. It was as if the person who came from above was a top powerhouse. Swish swish. One figure after another came out. Compared to the previous few times, there were more people coming out this time. 5 powerhouses actually came at once. These 5 powerhouses were all wearing black armor. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly. What greeted him was a murderous aura. It was as if they could kill you more than 10,000 times with a single move. He had never felt such a feeling before. But it just happened to appear in front of him. This verified Lin Fei's guess. It's about time to make a move. After all, this passage won't last for a long time. Lin Fei had to speed up. In an instant, he arrived around the formation platform. Although Lin Fei hadn't completely controlled Yellow Springs, he could move however he wanted in this place. It was something that could be done with just a thought. When Lin Fei appeared, Bei Quanglia instantly reacted and slashed with his blade. He didn't know where this slash came from. It was real. Lin Fei shattered it with a punch. Then he rushed into the formation. Originally, this formation was very strong and perfect. Lin Fei had left a backup plan, and he immediately activated it, following which he entered the platform. The 5 of them instantly took action. It was as if the 5 of them were one. Without any hesitation, he made his move. 5 attacks bombarded Lin Fei's body. It was truly terrifying and invincible. It was also the most powerful attack Lin Fei had ever seen. Ding! Dao Immortal World, obtain 3,000 Daos of magic power. Perhaps Lin Fei's senses had been verified this time. The rewards for signing in were especially generous. It was 3,000 streams of magical power. Previously there were already some, but this time there were 3,000 of them. The magic power in Lin Fei's body increased by a notch. He immediately formed a barrier of magic power around him. In this aspect, Lin Fei wasn't inferior to others at all. He easily grasped it in his hands. The actions of these people only caused Lin Fei's blood to churn a little. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Lin Fei's figure retreated from the formation platform and appeared outside Yellow Springs. "Alright, you guys have fun. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Lin Fei quickly went to the edge of Yellow Springs. It was the so-called entrance. He directly blasted the entrance open. Now that his magic power was enhanced, his combat power had become even more terrifying. It directly shook the entrance of the cave. There was no one to stop him. Lin Fei went out. When Bei Quanglia came out, he was already nowhere to be seen. There was actually such an expert hidden under my nose. Chapter 5361. Finally Lin Fei signed in at such a place. He heaved a long sigh of relief. If he hadn't come in early, he wouldn't have been able to get in so quickly. That Bei Quanglia had used a lot of methods. These methods were quite powerful. As long as he underestimated them, he would suffer a big loss. Fortunately, he finally got his hands on the magic power. For a time, the magic power in his body kept flowing. His strength had been greatly improved. Hence, he was especially looking forward to the last place to descend. However, the last place to descend was located in an even more special place. When he arrived at this place, Lin Fei didn't feel any strange changes. This time Lin Fei knew that there should be a problem in this last place. There was no so-called place to descend. There were no clues to speak of here at all. Even so, Lin Fei stayed here for several years. After several years there were no disturbances. Instead, the movements outside began to stir. From time to time some top experts would come out. As soon as these experts appeared, they would go to some major forces to challenge them. They directly suppressed the geniuses of the younger generation like them. They displayed terrifying combat prowess. At this time, everyone knew that the universe in this side of the universe had begun to stir. It seems that it's unlikely that a place to descend will appear in this place. It's time for me to leave and return to the Great Void Sect to take a look. There were no more places to descend here. He was really happy for nothing. He thought that he could sign in here again. In the end he realized that he was wrong. Following Lin Fei, he rushed back. On the way, he heard a lot of news about the geniuses of various forces. These geniuses all displayed great strength and almost swept away some major forces. After they occupied these forces, they began to expand and increase their influence. Lin Fei was finally able to return to the Great Void Sect without any problems. There weren't many changes in the Great Void Sect. They were still as powerful as ever. The cultivation speed of these people didn't disappoint Lin Fei. This was especially true for Chu Qingqing. Her strength had already risen extremely quickly, not to mention the reincarnation primordial spirit that she cultivated. After all, the simplified version of the reincarnation primordial spirit made them feel exceptionally powerful. Patriarch, you're finally back. If you hadn't, the House of Great Void would have been in big trouble. Third, Chu Qingqing was the happiest. It could be said that she was crying tears of joy. Recently he had been under a lot of pressure. The Great Void Sect was once again being targeted, but this time it was completely different from before. Previously it was the Endless Abyss, but now it could be said that the Endless Abyss had made a comeback. Compared to the past, he was much stronger. Their Endless Abyss already had experts who came down from above. All of a sudden, the strength of the Endless Abyss was greatly increased. It could be said that they had swept away several major forces in the vicinity. It doesn't matter. As long as I'm back, everything else can be put aside. There was no hurry. Lin Fei drank his tea leisurely. Chu Qingqing was indeed quite nervous, but after hearing her lord's words, she felt a little different. No one knew better than her how powerful their old ancestor was. If even he said that he was calm, then there was naturally no need to worry too much. Chu Qingqing also talked about what had happened recently. From start to finish it had been about 20 years. Previously, there had been no movements and no danger. Recently, the Endless Abyss had exploded with terrifying strength and started to swallow up other forces. The Great Void Sect that they were in was one of the areas that the Endless Abyss was attacking. It was also a place that they were swallowing up. I've received news that a legendary treasure of the heavens and the earth will be born soon. As long as everyone is on this list, they will be able to obtain a certain amount of benefits. Chapter 5362. This made Lin Fei a little interested. After all, he had been paying attention to the situation here. Even though he had been waiting there all these years, the results of the so-called descending land were not out yet. It was indeed a little regretful, but this was also within his expectations. After all, that person wouldn't really tell him this news. The only thing he could do was come back. After all, he had already signed in for quite a few things. It shouldn't be too troublesome to deal with the current problem. What is this treasure of heaven and earth that you mentioned? Is there any news? Chu Qingqing still didn't disappoint Lin Fei. After thinking for a while, he said, "Many people outside are saying that this should be a list gathered by the heavens and earth. Anyone who can enter this list will be able to obtain luck. That's why those people came down from above. They want to obtain this luck so that they can transform it into powerful strength." Lin Fei listened with great interest. He had been thinking about what the competition this time would be. He didn't expect that this time it would be the so-called competition for luck. It seemed that this list was quite amazing. Speaking of the devil, the people of the endless abyss really think too highly of themselves. I let them suffer so many years ago. I didn't expect them to come again this time. Lin Fei's figure instantly left the Great Void Sect. At the same time, a group of people was heading in the direction of the Great Void Sect. In an instant they made their move. One by one, the array flags were buried in the void. In that instant, the location where the Great Void Sect was located was quickly sealed. Of course, their actions were also very fast, so fast that no one could react before they were directly sealed. Only people like Lin Fei could clearly feel it. They had indeed made their move. Their methods were quite powerful, not giving him any time to think at all. I heard that there is a powerful expert in this Great Void Sect, but it seems that he hasn't appeared for 30 to 40 years. Usually there is only that Chu Qingqing. In that case, we should be fine this time. Even if there's a problem, so what? It's not like we don't have experts on our side. Didn't you see that guy? He's a top expert, and he'll definitely be able to deal with the House of Great Void. It's a simplified version, so there's nothing to worry about. They had brought quite a lot of people this time. The weakest among them were 8-star Divine Masters or 9-star Divine Masters. Apart from them, there were also Eternal-level powerhouses. The mighty lineup was not small at all. It was obvious that he wanted to flatten the Great Void Sect. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of them. As soon as he appeared, they immediately recognized who he was. Wasn't it the most powerful existence in the Great Void Sect who had actually come out at this time? You people from the Endless Abyss really think too highly of yourselves. You've been well behaved for so long, yet you still dare to make a move. I'll send you on your way then. Lin Fei smiled faintly. It was a direct punch. The punch directly swept across their bodies. Whoosh! These people were instantly killed. A few of them took out their treasures. They just barely managed to hold on. They kept vomiting blood, their faces pale. It was a terrifying sight to behold. In just an instant they had suffered a great loss. It was as if they had been killed in the blink of an eye. This person was too terrifying. There was no way they could fight back at all. Let's go. This person's strength is beyond our expectations. We're no match for those people. They had been heavily injured even with their treasures, let alone now. A streak of light slid past their bodies. In the blink of an eye, these experts were all dead. After they died, Chu Qingqing flew out. When she saw the corpses, she inwardly gasped. Too fast. Instant kill. We can't be soft-hearted when dealing with these people. We have to use force. That way, they won't be able to resist. Chapter 5363. As for the Endless Abyss, Lin Fei was quite clear about it. This guy had gotten the support of the higher-ups. Who would have thought that he would try to swallow up the Great Void Sect? Back then they had suffered a huge loss. Now they were trying to use the Great Void Sect. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't be happy about that. He instantly killed all of these experts one by one. He wanted to show them what the situation was like. Then he turned around and left. Of course, he also gave them a quick glance. That was his final glance. It was very casual. But to the two people in the void it was terrifying. In that instant they knew what it meant to be afraid. Lin Fei had discovered them. That glance was a warning. In that instant, just like that, all these powerhouses were instantly killed. Even if they had treasures and people from above, it was the same. In the blink of an eye they were all killed. This Lin Fei from the Great Void Sect was too terrifying. To think that he was so strong and unfathomable. He was probably at the peak of the first level. Didn't I tell you? There shouldn't be many top experts in this universe. But I didn't expect the Great Void Sect to have one. Looks like we'll have to reconsider our plans to swallow them up. Without another word, the two of them returned to the endless abyss. He also reported the news as soon as he could. At this point the endless abyss had undergone a huge change. The one from back then had already stepped down. Now there was a new one. This was a young man. He looked rather ordinary, but his eyes were incredibly holy. Just those eyes alone could cause one to fall into a state of worship and submission. Looks like the Great Void Sect is indeed stronger than expected. Even so many of you were turned into cannon fodder. Now that they're all dead, there's no need for the two of you to come back alive. The young man opened his eyes, and his holy gaze turned the two of them into ashes. The people around him were all submissive and didn't dare to make a sound. After all, this person was sent down by the higher-ups, and he was in charge of the entire endless abyss. Apart from being easy to kill, there were no other problems. What's more, even the previous one had been taken care of, let alone the others. We still have to continue attacking this Great Void Sect. After all, the Great Void Sect is also within our territory. It's not appropriate to leave such a nail behind. Someone said in a low voice. Then there's no need. Since the Great Void Sect has such an expert, there's no need for us to continue fighting. Let the others do it. In any case, the beginning of this universe is to dominate territory. Whoever has more territory will get a certain amount of luck. There's no need to waste too much time here. Sooner or later I'll meet this guy. Lin Fei thought that the endless abyss would continue to attack. In the end, they didn't expect that after killing these people, they would immediately cease all activities and not make any movements at all. It was as if nothing had happened. Lin Fei was speechless. The endless abyss was too timid, wasn't it? Or did it not come up with a countermeasure? Chu Qingqing had also found out some new information on this side. This news even surprised Lin Fei himself. He laughed out loud. You're saying that they're expanding their territory, so that their name will be on the Heaven and Earth board? This news really surprised Lin Fei. He had more or less heard that these powers were expanding their territory. He thought that it was to expand their influence, but now it seemed like it was related to something else. No wonder they were so excited. No wonder the endless abyss chose to not do anything. They probably chose another method of attack. Chu Qingqing nodded her head. Yes, that's what the outside is saying. Moreover, I got this news from some top sects, so there's a 70 to 80% chance that it's true. So what should we do? Lin Fei laughed out loud. That's simple. Since they want to expand, then we'll expand too. It's just territory, who's afraid of who? Chapter 53-64. This was indeed a very good news. Even Lin Fei himself was shocked. This news came at the right time. No wonder these guys were expanding their territories, especially the endless abyss. They actually ran over to their side. There were even a few areas that were expanding, taking over a huge part of the world. This was not a rare treatment. Chu Qingqing immediately perked up. This guy wasn't the same as he was in the past. His guts were exceptionally big. While Lin Fei wasn't around, they had expanded their territory quite a bit. This was also why the endless abyss had some ideas. If they took over the Great Void Sect, they would naturally be able to take over a large area. But this time it was all for naught. Who asked them to meet such a powerful person like Lin Fei? They could only suffer. Then where should we start? Why don't we start from the endless abyss? Didn't they want to cause trouble for us? Then let's give them a tooth for a tooth and let them experience it. When Lin Fei heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. What's going on in your head? Since you know that there are plenty of opportunities to obtain rewards by expanding your territory, there's no need for us to go to the endless abyss. Isn't it just territory? I just remembered that there's a rather large territory. If we take that territory, it'll at least be better than this place. Of course, Lin Fei would not casually expand his territory. It was not a good thing to expand like that. In fact, it would affect quite a bit. Chu Qingqing knew what was going on the moment she heard this. Could it be that Lord is planning to take over a special place? That way we can both attack and defend. Chu Qingqing was indeed a smart person. She knew what was going on. Lin Fei smiled. Of course it's like that. After all, this universe is about to become chaotic. Who knows how long it will last? A place like our House of Great Void won't be able to stay here for long. So we might as well give it up. But before we do that, we need to get something out of it. You know what I mean, right? The territory occupied by the Great Void sect was indeed quite large. Such a territory wasn't something that anyone could take down easily. He knew a lot of good places in his mind. These good places were all special environments. Occupying these places would naturally be different. From the moment he heard the news, Lin Fei had no intention of staying in this place. After all, other forces would emerge sooner or later. It was like a bottomless abyss, let alone anything else. Since he was going to come here sooner or later, he might as well retreat to a safer place first. Have you heard of the Nine Tunes Galaxy? The Nine Melodies Galaxy. Chu Qingqing more or less had some impression of this place. I heard that this place is very dangerous. Can be said to be a piece of land. However, the area it covers is not just an ordinary area. Are we going to move to this place? Chu Qingqing had not traveled much in recent years, but she had heard of some dangerous places in the universe. This was the case with the Nine Tunes Galaxy. It was a huge place. The heavenly water fell and formed a special area. It was just that this area was completely occupied by demonic beasts, and the area was extremely large. Even the current Great Void sect was far inferior to them. If someone had the ability, they could control the waters of the Nine Melodies Galaxy and form a huge formation. It was the most suitable place for a base. Or rather, it was the location of the sect. It was no wonder that Lin Fei would set his sights on this place. Yes, the Nine Melodies Galaxy. I think it's not a bad place. We can go there. Even though there are many demonic beasts there, I don't think it's a big deal. There's no need to worry. Chu Qingqing was completely at ease now. Then I'll inform them to pack up now, and we'll leave just like that. Chu Qingqing might not have heard of other places, but the Nine Melodies Galaxy was different. It was worth going. 7017K. Chapter 5365. Since Lin Fei was going to the Nine Tunes Galaxy, in that case, he would definitely have to bring everyone and all the resources over. Although the Great Void sect's location was pretty good, it was still rather ordinary in Lin Fei's eyes. It wasn't as good as he had imagined. However, the Nine Tunes Galaxy was different. The resources there were more plentiful. It was just that no one had taken it yet. The beasts there were extremely strong. It was said that a few ancient beasts had taken over that place. No one knew how long it had been occupied for, and many people had died there. From then on, no one had any interest in the Nine Tunes Galaxy. In fact, no one even mentioned the Nine Tunes Galaxy. The fact that the Great Void sect wanted to go to this place surprised the people of the sect. However, all of them were very straightforward as they packed up their things. They had also received many messages. The current situation wasn't very good for the sect. The Great Void sect's location was rather conspicuous. It was easy for them to be attacked. It would be even better if they moved to another place. Although their overall strength had become incomparably powerful, they also knew what it meant by the saying the tallest tree attracts the wind, and the shot hits the bird that sticks out. They had always understood this principle. They were even more shocked to hear that they were going to the Nine Tunes Galaxy. That place was famous for being fierce. Not everyone was allowed to go. Their old ancestor was extremely strong. If he said that they were going there, there wouldn't be any problems. In a short period of time, the Great Void sect was completely emptied. When the other sects and forces arrived, they were completely dumbfounded. Since when did the Great Void sect leave? Nothing was left behind. Very quickly they started fighting over it. The Endless Abyss was completely dumbfounded when they received the news. They had just wiped out a bunch of their experts, and in the blink of an eye, they had moved to another place. It was obvious that they didn't take them seriously. However, they couldn't find out where the people from the Great Void sect had gone to. During the migration, Lin Fei had used some tricks. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for them to find traces of the people from the Endless Abyss. This caused the people of the Endless Abyss to sulk for a long time. The Great Void Sect really knew how to surprise them. Last time it had already given him a pleasant surprise. This time there was another surprise. They really treated the Endless Abyss as a tool that could be farmed. From time to time it would make them unhappy. This Great Void Gate made quite a few of them unhappy. Meanwhile, Lin Fei had led everyone to the vicinity of Juka Galaxy. In the distance, one could see a heavenly river curving downwards at the end of the world. This area was known as the Nine Melodies Galaxy. Even if they hadn't arrived yet, they could already feel the terrifying aura. Lin Fei looked at the heavenly river in front of him and felt quite satisfied. He had passed by this place once before and did not pay much attention to it. But now that he was here, he felt that he was quite suitable. It was very suitable to take root here. Moreover, the celestial river here did not have any means of setting up. Lin Fei had already thought of countless ways to set up this celestial river. He might not have thought about it before, but now that he was here, he naturally had all sorts of ideas. You guys choose a place to settle down first. I will go in and have a good chat with those monsters. Lin Fei had thought that there would be others who would be interested in this place. But now it seemed like he had thought too much. No one came over at all. Therefore, Chu Qingqing brought them to rest. Lin Fei entered the vicinity of the Nine Melodies Galaxy. He wanted to see what kind of experts there were here. Hopefully he would not be too disappointed. Chapter 5366. Whoosh. As soon as Lin Fei came in, countless attacks came towards him. They were as dense as streams of light. It turned out that there was also a formation set up here. He could direct the flowing water of the celestial river and turn it into powerful attacks. This attack could reach the level of a half-step into the eternal realm. The deeper he went, the more powerful the attack became. He had underestimated the Nine Toons Milky Way. The demonic beasts actually knew this move. It was indeed a powerful move. Not everyone could withstand it. However, Lin Fei was no longer the same as he was in the past. He had withstood all the attacks along the way. Demonic beasts have such tricks up their sleeves. That's a bit embarrassing. Who's the leader here? Come out and have a chat with me. Lin Fei had come all the way here, which had indeed shocked the demonic beasts. The attack of the Milky Way was quite terrifying. Not everyone could withstand it. Most importantly, the attack of the Milky Way was like flowing water. Unless the Milky Way was completely destroyed. Otherwise, not everyone would be able to withstand this attack. But now there was such a person who could withstand it so easily. It was truly unbelievable to them. To think that they would run into such a thing. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures immediately flew out. These 3 figures were all tall demonic beasts. They all looked quite ferocious, and their eyes were overflowing with hostility. When they saw such a young man come in, they felt a certain amount of pressure. They were also afraid. They were not in a hurry to make a move. Your Excellency, why did you come in like this? These demonic beasts were not like other demonic beasts, who would fight as soon as they met. They knew very well that someone who could withstand the attack of the Milky Way naturally had some ability. If they made a move like this, they would fall into the lower ranks. Lin Fei also saw these 3 monstrous beasts. These 3 monstrous beasts were indeed quite strong. They were all at the peak level. They had even mastered some special skills. In this place, he indeed had a greater sense of presence than the others. Looks like you're the boss here. I came from the outside and have taken a liking to the 9 bends of the Milky Way. I hope you'll let me have this place. Of course, if you're willing to become our subsidiary force, that's not a problem. As soon as Lin Fei's words came out, the 3 demonic beasts' expressions changed. Not to mention the demonic beasts behind them, all of them were glaring angrily. If it weren't for the fact that they were fearful of the strength of the young man before them, they would have long made their move. How arrogant of you to ask for the Juka Galaxy right off the bat. We've owned this place for over 1,000 years, and no one has ever dared to ask us for it. You're really bold. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 demonic beasts immediately made their moves. After all, this was the place where they lived. It was impossible for anyone to ask them to hand it over. Therefore, they immediately made their move. They wanted to test this guy's foundation first. If he wasn't strong enough, he would just kill the other party here. They didn't sense that the other party had brought anyone over. After all, as long as they were within the Juka galaxy, they could still sense the aura. Chu Qingqing and the rest didn't enter the Juka galaxy, so they naturally couldn't sense it. Moreover, Chu Qingqing and the rest had set up a formation to block the flow of aura. Therefore, it was quite normal that they couldn't sense it. You guys, do you really think that I'm just talking to you for fun? Whoosh! Primordial spirits walked out from behind Lin Fei. In an instant they formed a huge formation. Then came a punch. This punch directly crushed the bodies of the 3 demonic beasts. There was a loud rumbling sound. At this moment, they didn't know how many attacks they had suffered. Now Lin Fei's execution of this technique had become more fluid, and it was easier for him to execute it. In an instant he launched a huge attack. Chapter 53-67. Lin Fei suppressed them the moment he attacked. With his current strength, not just anyone would be able to block his attack, let alone these demonic beasts. Although they were also extremely strong, they were still nothing in front of Lin Fei. One punch was enough to make them feel an immense commotion. Then the second punch came. This time the starry sky trembled and crushed their bodies. Not to mention that their strength had been suppressed long ago. At this moment they couldn't take it anymore. All of them spat out blood and countless cracks appeared on their bodies. It almost caused their bodies to collapse. In the blink of an eye, all of them were seriously injured. As for the weaker ones, they were all lying on the ground, unable to move at all. Only a few of them could barely stand, but their gazes had become exceptionally cold and fierce. We surrender, we surrender. Spare us, spare us. We are willing to give up the 9 Toons galaxy. These demonic beasts couldn't take it at all. Just these 2 moves had made them suffer greatly. If they were to go all out, they might really be able to kill all of them. We are willing to be your subsidiary force. We are willing to stay outside the 9 Toons galaxy and defend against your enemies. At this moment they naturally knew how to reply. It was impossible for them to leave this place. In that case, the only way was to become a subsidiary force. They would still be able to enjoy the treatment of the 9 Toons galaxy. If that's what I said from the start, then there's nothing wrong. Several streams of power instantly entered their bodies, leaving behind a seal in an instant. They knew that their lives were in the hands of this person. It was better to be controlled than to be killed. They believed that if they continued to resist, they would definitely die today. In fact, they would definitely die a horrible death. No one could stop this person in front of them. They had to make a move. After Lin Fei took control of them, he didn't do anything else. Although they were strong, Lin Fei felt that they were still lacking. However, it wouldn't matter if they were used outside. One by one they came up to greet Lin Fei. Lin Fei sent a signal and Chu Qingqing brought her people in. In fact, the Milky Way's array formation had already been opened, so they came in and saw these powerful beasts, especially these few. However, the way they looked at them was especially friendly. He didn't dare to intentionally change his gaze. As for any resentment, he didn't dare to show it. If he did, he would die a horrible death. Bring all of you Yao race members outside. I want to set up a new formation. It's truly a waste for you to set up such a formation in the hands of the 9 Bins galaxy. There's no use in it at all, Chen Feng said. Lin Fei directly sent them away, and at the same time let them start moving. Everyone had moved out, including the big and small demonic beasts. It left behind a large territory. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and immediately began to arrange his means. He had a lot of materials on hand. He refined several array flags and placed them near the 9 bends of the Milky Way. Then he used all the power of the 9 Melody Galaxy to inject into the formation. Any small mistake would cause the power to backfire. However, everything was in Lin Fei's hands. In the blink of an eye, a large formation was formed. When the formation was completed, the 9 Toons galaxy seemed to become aggressive and aggressive. Only these strong beasts could sense that it wasn't what they thought it was. The danger here was far beyond their imagination. If anyone took it seriously, they would regret it. Compared to them, they were much stronger. Lin Fei opened up the formation once more. The 9 Toon galaxy river really turned into 9 obstructions. These powerful demonic beasts, including Chu Qingqing's group, could barely make it to the 5th path. If it was the 4th, they wouldn't be able to enter. They were even more impressed. With this 9 Melody Galaxy formation, Everything will be fine. Lin Fei was really satisfied with his formation. It was safe. Chapter 5368. The Nine Toons Galaxy didn't cause too much of a commotion. Could be said that it was completely silent. There was no one nearby at all. Even if there were, they would have been taken down by the powerful monster beasts from before. Otherwise, they would have been chased away. It was very quiet here. Just like a new person. After this place was changed, this large area became Lin Fei's. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with such a large area. This place was a combination of offense and defense. It was much better than before. The Great Void Sex area was too central. If they really fought there, it wouldn't be good for them. Instead, it would bring them a lot of harm. After everything was completely stabilized, Chu Qingqing came over. Apart from Chu Qingqing, there were also the 3 strongest monster beasts. These 3 powerful monster beasts were all at the peak of the Eternal Realm. Of course, in front of Lin Fei, they were much weaker. Now that everything has been stabilized, we can use this Nine Toons Galaxy as the center and slowly expand our territory. Chu Qingqing was the happiest about this matter. She had always wanted to bring the experts from the sect over. Now she could finally do it. The 3 of you can act as secret guards. If the 3 of you work together, not everyone can fight against you. The 3 powerful monster beasts naturally didn't dare to have any thoughts. They were relatively well behaved now. Fortunately, their clan didn't make too much of a commotion. Apart from the change in person, there didn't seem to be much of a change. Even the Nine Toons Galaxy's great formation had become exceptionally powerful. Compared to when they were in the past, it was on a completely different level. This seemed to be a good thing. And now, following such a powerful person seemed to be something that the monster race had always been willing to do. Sometimes when they couldn't beat someone, they would just submit. That way they would naturally have a better life. This was one of the advantages of the monster beasts. Chu Qingqing led them out to expand their territory. The territory around the Nine Toons Galaxy was very large, but there weren't many factions. Chu Qingqing's path was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. No one was a match for them. Even the 3 great demonic beasts did not need to make a move at this time. However, it could be seen that the so-called Great Void Sect was still very strong. All of them had cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit, but their reincarnation primordial spirits were not very strong. There were too many of them. Regardless of whether they could defeat him or not, they would definitely not stand a chance. This also shocked them. Of course, the one who was even more shocked was the young man. He was the strongest. Every reincarnated primordial spirit was incomparably terrifying. And their divine bodies were also incomparably strong. Such a powerhouse was not someone they could match up to. It was better to be an honest guard. Chu Qingqing put in a lot of effort into expanding her territory. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to it after observing it a few times. After all, with his heaven's eye, he could tell with a single glance. As their territory expanded, it became even more clear that no one could stop them. Even if there were some powerful ones, it still wouldn't work. This also made Lin Fei start to look forward to the so-called Heaven and Earth list. He wanted to see when it would appear. In the Nine Toons Galaxy, Lin Fei could sense some strong auras. They would come down from time to time. These auras were really strong, but in this universe their strength seemed to be restricted. No matter how strong they were only at the peak level. At most, they used some special methods. For example, one of them brought a few so-called primordial spirits. In truth, they were all puppets. These puppets were really strong, and each one had 90% of the original strength. If they brought 3 to 5, the formation would naturally be different. Could be considered a trick. On this day, between heaven and earth, a vast and boundless power swept through the entire great world. Many people were shocked. Chapter 5369. The day that they had been waiting for had finally arrived. At this moment, all the powerhouses in the world put down everything they were doing. They all looked at the entire universe. At the very center of the universe, a golden screen suddenly appeared. After the golden screen appeared, everyone felt what was called majestic and domineering. This was definitely a unique existence in the world. It was very likely that it was condensed by the so-called heavenly Tao. Then they saw a few words. These were the words that they had been waiting for the most. Heaven and Earth list. These words were incomparably vast, incomparably huge. It was as if it had been imprinted in everyone's hearts. It also made everyone understand one thing more clearly. That was the importance of the heaven and earth list. At the same time, Lin Fei finally saw this so-called heaven and earth list. It was indeed completely different from what he had imagined. It could be said that this heaven and earth list was purer and more mysterious. There was even a moment when Lin Fei wanted to run over and sign in, to see if he could sign in something good. After all, this list was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. The powerhouses that came down were all here for this thing. Everyone could see it clearly. The list slowly opened and another line of words appeared. Sect list. The first thing that came out was actually this thing. Indeed, everyone was quite surprised by this. There was no need to guess to know what was going on. That was, whoever sect was stronger would be able to obtain this thing. Walala walala. One sect after another appeared above the list. Lin Fei also saw the so-called Great Void sect. Whether it was the Great Void sect or some other forces, they all had it. Everything was complete. Then he looked at the rankings. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The Great Void School was actually ranked 1,200. Then he looked at the first place. It was actually a sect called the Divine Sect. He had never seen this existence before. The second place was actually a sect called the Immortal Sect. He had never heard of it either. The third was actually called the Holy Sect, which he had never heard of either. What made Lin Fei even more surprised was that, as expected, the people of this universe had come down long ago. They had arranged everything properly. Lin Fei had always thought that those were the top existences. He didn't expect these three to be the strongest existences. After the list was released, countless experts and big shots secretly gasped in shock. Damn it! Who can tell me when did these three forces come out of nowhere? Why is theirs the biggest and strongest? Those who always thought that they were number one are really dumbfounded this time. They were directly slapped in the face. Of course, he must have been slapped in the face. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. One must know that many people wanted to be number one on this list. For example, the number one expert, the number one power, the number one sect, and so on. In any case, as long as it was first place, it would naturally be their target. But now they felt that they had a huge problem. To think that a God sect, an immortal sect, and a saint sect would suddenly appear. Looking at the ones behind them, they didn't recognize any of them. In other words, the top 10 were all top-notch existences. Then, everyone heard a voice in their hearts. From today onwards, everyone will have 10 years to expand their territories. After 10 years, they will be ranked according to the top 100. Those who enter the top 100 will be rewarded with treasures that increase their strength and lifespan. This voice was very cold. It was so cold that it made everyone feel a chill. Some people even knew whose voice it was. That was the voice of the famous Heaven Tao. Only the Heaven Tao would have such a voice. It fell into everyone's hearts. It was indeed extremely powerful. Furthermore, they didn't even have the time to think about resisting. This was a true top-notch existence. Lin Fei heard this voice too. He was more touched than anyone else. This should be the so-called Heaven Tao's voice. And this Heaven Tao didn't have any emotions. 10 years? There was still enough time to fight. Chapter 5370. Such a heaven and earth board hung in the entire universe just like that. Everyone could see it. There were even people who went to check out where this board was. No matter how they flew, they couldn't get close to the board. It was as if they were in a faraway place. In other words, this heaven and earth board had spatial abilities. Even if one could see it, they wouldn't be able to get close. Lin Fei decided to give it a try. He wanted to see what this so-called heaven and earth board looked like. Could he sign in for it? He swiped the rewards. In the end, he realized that he had no chance of getting close at all. Helpless. Lin Fei could only try to sign in at the closest range. He wanted to see if he could get some benefits. After all, this was the heaven and earth board. Not everyone could get some benefits in front of the heavenly Tao. Ding. Signed into the heaven and earth board. Obtained 5,000 mana. Even though they were very far away, Lin Fei still managed to sign in. Even he himself felt very surprised. He could actually sign in. It was as if he was shearing sheep. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He laughed out loud in his heart. I really got a great deal today. After all, not everyone could sign in for the Heaven and Earth Board. Today he received 5,000 mana. He would sign in tomorrow. He could really make a fortune this time. It was a pity that he couldn't get close to the real center. Otherwise, he could still sign in for more so-called mana. The mana in his body had already broken through 20,000. It was very thick. Lin Fei also knew that although his mana had reached 20,000, the strength of the others was definitely not weak. Fortunately, he could retract his mana at any time. No one would be able to detect it. He returned to the Nine Tunes Galaxy. Chu Qingqing and the others were also extremely excited. They also knew that the ranking of the Great Void Sect they were in was only ranked 1,200. It wasn't that easy to enter the top 100. Although they only had 10 years to fight for it, the top 100 was indeed stressful. At that time, the competition would be extremely intense. Have you guys seen the Heaven and Earth ranking list? Do you guys have the motivation to do so? If you can get into the top 100, all of you will be able to obtain great strength, longevity, and even more cultivation methods. This Heaven and Earth ranking list is much more powerful and terrifying than you can imagine. Just by signing in once, Lin Fei experienced the benefits of signing in. One could imagine that if one entered the top 100 of the Heaven and Earth ranking list, it would naturally be different. Everyone from the Great Void Sect spoke in unison. We have motivation. We have the motivation to fight our way into the top 100. No one can stop us. Of course, these people knew how magical the list was. They had already heard a lot of news. It was said that even the people from above came down here just to obtain the Heaven and Earth ranking board's favor. It could be imagined that the appearance of the Heaven and Earth ranking list in this world was really a super great deal. If they still didn't work hard at this time, they all wanted to give themselves a tight slap. This was simply a waste of resources. Seeing that all of you have such thoughts and such passion and motivation, I am naturally very relieved. From today onwards, we will continue to expand the Great Void Sect. We will take down anyone who obstructs us. Those who surrender will not be killed, and those who don't surrender will be killed without mercy. We will let everyone know how powerful our Great Void Sect is. Lin Fei's voice wasn't very loud, but in the eyes of these people it was as if they were on steroids. Everyone spoke in unison. Everything is for the Great Void Sect. Even Chu Qingqing was the same. At this time she was more excited than anyone else. Finally, it was time to expand their territory, although they had already expanded a lot in the past. But looking at the ranking list today, they knew that they were still lagging behind. Just look at the God Gate in first place. The second place Immortal Sect and the third place Sacred Sect knew what was going on. They were filled with fog. They were more challenging. Chapter 5371. After this list came out, the entire universe became very different. It instantly entered a large-scale competition. Large and small territories began to fight for them. Those small factions immediately started to submit. They knew very well that if they didn't submit, they wouldn't be able to control their territories at all. They would directly fall into the hands of others. Submitting to a powerful sect would allow them to maintain their strength. The first to be annexed should be some small sections. After that would be some medium-sized sections. Only a few large sects were relatively stable. They were also constantly expanding their power. There were also some sects that were in a more special position. They had a relatively big advantage. One after another, the large sects rose up. The rankings on the Heaven and Earth lists were also constantly changing. And among them, the ones that hadn't changed were the top 3 sections. From start to finish, there was no change at all. In other words, their ability to expand their territory was the greatest. On the contrary, the names at the back kept changing. Today it could be this. After a month it could be another one. Almost none of them could sit still. Comparing the rankings at the back, it could be seen how powerful the top 3 sects were. It could be said that they were very powerful and controlled the largest territory. In other words, even if they wanted to catch up, they wouldn't be able to catch up in a short period of time. The Great Void Sect also directly charged from 1200 to 970. It could be said that their progress was extremely fast. However, after reaching rank 970, his speed suddenly slowed down. Only they themselves knew why they had slowed down. It would be very difficult to deal with the sects and forces. Their forces also became especially strong. Fighting against them wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Chu Qingqing was the one who felt it the most. Although she had helpers, she felt that her speed was starting to slow down, especially the sect that she had to deal with recently. It was just that it was a large sect, so its ranking wasn't high, but their resistance was indeed very strong. Even if they kept attacking, they were still blocked. It took them almost 2 months to break through this large territory. After taking it down, they still had to take control of the territory, so it was quite time-consuming. From start to finish, Lin Fei had been paying attention. After all, his heavenly eye had a very large range. Of course, he also kept signing in at the Heaven and Earth list and picked up a lot of benefits. Every time he signed in, he would have an unexpected gain. From now on, it won't be easy for me to expand my territory. Fortunately, I chose the Nine-Tune Galaxy as my base camp. Otherwise, I would have been caught in a fight in the previous places. Lin Fei didn't go back to check on the situation on the Great Void Gate side. But he also knew that it was quite intense over there. In the end, it was said that the land fell into the hands of the Endless Abyss. It was indeed a good move. Of course, he had to pay a huge price for it. As for what the price was, Lin Fei wasn't very clear, but he knew that it was definitely not a simple price. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. It wasn't a long time, but it was a huge commotion for the entire universe. Basically, all the mid-level sects had disappeared without a trace. Right now, the only ones left were the large sections. Of the large sects, there were more than 1,000 of them. Even the weakest ones were ranked around 2,000. One could imagine how powerful these large sects were. For example, the current Great Void Gate was only ranked in the 600s. It would be very difficult for them to go up. This was also because Lin Fei was in charge and didn't let others break through. Otherwise, this ranking would have dropped even further. Right now, Chu Qingqing was feeling a huge amount of pressure. Are you feeling the pressure? This is the relationship between strength and foundation. It's already quite good that you can reach your current achievements. Chu Qingqing felt wronged because she could no longer expand her territory. 7017K. Chapter 5372. For such a result, Lin Fei was not surprised at all. In these 3 years, the small existences had been completely destroyed. Only the big sects were still holding on. One after another. Not many people could shake him. After all, Chu Qingqing's strength was limited, and it would not be easy for her to shake these big sections. Furthermore, in these 3 years, Lin Fei had not really made a move. Other than destroying them after they came, he had not helped much after that. It was already a pretty good thing for the 33 to be able to make it this far. It would not be easy to continue to raise the ranking of the Great Void sect. Now that they had passed the initial stage, the only thing that the remaining sects had to do was to consolidate their strength. As long as they could consolidate their strength well, they would naturally be able to last until 10 years later. This idea was a bit whimsical. There were less than 7 years left, so they could still charge forward. Leave the rest to me. It's been a long time since I've moved around. Give me a copy of the information you've collected. I'll see which one to take first. Lin Fei was also prepared to move around a bit. If he did not make a move, it would not be so easy for others to raise the name of the Great Void sect. Right now, the overall strength of the Great Void sect had increased by a lot, but it would be difficult to raise it again. At this time, Lin Fei had to make a move. If we really want to make a move, then I think we can make a move against the Supreme Profound sect first. They are considered the strongest sect in our area, ranked 573. As long as we take down their territory after we merge, we will naturally be able to rush to more than 400 or 300. As soon as Chu Qingqing finished speaking, Lin Fei laughed. Your idea is pretty good, but the people from the Supreme Profound sect have already arrived. It seems like they are preparing to negotiate peacefully with us. Chu Qingqing was shocked. He felt that someone had indeed come over. Furthermore, they were extremely strong, and were truly from the so-called Supreme Profound sect. The Supreme Profound sect has specially come to pay a visit. Please meet sect leader Chu. Spread over. They were here to see Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing was currently the sect leader of the Great Void sect, so the person they wanted to see was naturally this one. Chu Qingqing frowned. Let them in. Let's see what tricks they are playing. Only 2 people from the Supreme Profound sect came this time. A young one. An older man. They were all proud and arrogant people. As soon as he entered the Great Void Gate, He felt that the people here were indeed quite strong, as expected of the reincarnation primordial spirit. Although it was not the original, it was just the accelerated version. There were too many of them. In a one-on-one fight, it really wasn't that easy to deal with the other party. This time, they were prepared to use peaceful means before resorting to force. If the Great Void Gate's words made sense, that would be for the best. If it didn't work out, they would use force. He wanted to take down the Great Void sect for good. Now, if he wanted to raise his ranking, he would have to devour the big sections. The Great Void Gate was a good choice. Moreover, there was something else in the Great Void sect that they were quite concerned about. That was the Nine Toons Galaxy. With this, they could naturally move the position of a large sect and become more stable. In the main hall, the two of them also saw Chu Qingqing. However, Chu Qingqing was actually standing at the side. Beside her was a black-clothed young man. This black-clothed young man was quite unfamiliar, but the two of them instantly recognized him. This was the strongest expert of the Great Void sect. They heard that his name was Lin Fei. This person's strength was somewhat unfathomable. Right now, no one knew what realm he had reached. They only knew that he was at the peak of the Eternal Realm, a peak expert. He hadn't fought much over the years. If it was in the past, this realm would indeed allow him to look down on the world, but now it was different. Although peak Eternal Realm experts were terrifying, there were even more powerful Eternal Realm experts. They even divided their strength into different categories. From the First Revolution Eternal to the Peak 9 Revolutions Eternal. In their eyes, the peak Eternal Realm experts were just First Revolution Eternal. This was a problem of accumulation.